N.A. In the year 1497 of the Sea Circle calendar in the South Blue on Dull-like Island, Zaire watched the departing warship grow smaller on the horizon, then turned and walked over to sit down on a large rock. After sitting down, Zaire pulled off his blood-stained gloves and tossed them casually to the ground, then took out a cigar and lit it for himself. Gazing at the warship growing ever more distant, Zaire let out a sigh. It seems there is no way for me to return to the Navy. I have to think carefully about my future. As he spoke, Zaire took out a den mushi and lifted the receiver. After a few seconds, a voice sounded from the snail. "This is Sengoku. Zaire, is that you?" "It's me, Admiral Sengoku. The jackal pirates have been completely annihilated and all the slaves have been rescued. The warship is already on its way back." "Excellent. Once you return, I will have Tsuru send over your promotion papers." Zaire did not respond immediately. He remained silent for a few seconds, then said helplessly, "Admiral Sengoku, I intend to resign from the Navy." "I bastard, what did you just say? You want to leave the Navy? Do you believe I won't send Garp to drag you back right now?" Watching the den mushi perfectly imitate Sengoku's enraged expression, Zaire gave a little tug to the tuft of beard beneath the snail's chin. Seeing that Zaire did not speak, Sengoku pressed him. "Zaire, what in the world is going on? Why do you want to quit the Navy? That old fellow Zephyr has already talked it over with me. The moment you come back, you'll immediately join his training camp. You know perfectly well what that means, or I don't need to spell it out for you. You must not act on impulse." Sigh. Zaire revealed a wry smile. "Admiral Sengoku, thank you for helping conceal my identity. In the past, I truly did want to dedicate my strength to the Navy." Before Zaire could finish, Sengoku's roar blasted again from the den mushi. "Since you wanted to contribute your strength to the Navy, and now you're trying to leave, are you making a fool of this old man? Hurry up and get your ass back here. Don't force me to come drag you back myself. There is no going back." During today's operation to wipe out the jackal pirates, a few officials from the world government came to stop us, saying those slaves had been reserved for the celestial dragons. What infuriated me most was that they actually attacked the Navy. In my rage, I slaughtered them. "What? You killed world government officials? You bastard, why do you always have to set your sights on the people from the world government? Ever since you joined the Navy, how many times have you clashed with the world government? If I hadn't been shielding you, you would have been thrown into impel down long ago. And this time is even worse. You actually killed world government personnel." At this moment, Zaire's temper flared as well. He roared into the den mushi, "I am a Marine. I have to look at someone else's face even when capturing pirates. What's the point of being a Marine then? I know I've caused a huge mess this time, and I won't make things harder for you. I'll leave the Navy of my own accord. You don't need to worry about it. I'm hanging up." Without giving Sengoku any chance to continue speaking, Zaire directly hung up the den mushi. After setting it down, his thoughts drifted back over all the years since he had crossed over into the world of One Piece. From the moment he was rescued from God Valley by Kuma to the day he joined the Navy, a full 13 years had passed. In his previous life, he had been a successful career man, yet inexplicably, he crossed over into the world of One Piece. No sooner had he arrived than he was treated as prey by the celestial dragons. Fortunately, relying on Kuma's Nikyu no Mi, he managed to escape from God Valley. After escaping God Valley, Zaire lived on a small island for 10 years. Later, when pirates massacred the village, he chose to join the Navy. Originally, Zaire had wanted to see whether he could rise into the upper echelons of the Marines and strive to mend some of the regrets from his previous life. Now it seemed that even if he did reach high rank, he would likely still be unable to act according to his own will. Since the path of the Navy led nowhere, Zaire could only choose another road. He took another den mushi from his pocket and lifted the receiver. This time, however, it rang for a long while, and no one answered. Seeing that no one picked up, Zaire had no choice but to stow away the den mushi and walk toward a small boat by the shore. This little vessel was an emergency lifeboat from the warship. Though not large, it could still carry more than a dozen people and was stocked with emergency rations. In Marineford inside Sengoku's office, the atmosphere was distinctly oppressive. Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at her old comrade and spoke in comfort. "Sengoku, Zaire's departure is also a good thing. That child is indeed extraordinarily gifted. Calling him a monster would not be an exaggeration. Because of what he went through when he was young, his hatred for the world government has only deepened as his strength has grown. The stronger Zaire becomes, the more intense his conflict with the world government will be. For both the Navy and for him, it is better that he leaves now." "Tsuru, I understand everything you're saying." Sengoku rubbed his temples. "But Zaire's talent is simply too astonishing. He's only 19, yet he can already trade blows briefly with an ordinary vice admiral without falling into disadvantage. Someone like that left out in the world will almost certainly become a major problem in the future. Stop dwelling on that and think instead about how you're going to explain this to Zephyr. He holds Zaire in very high regard. If Zaire hadn't constantly been away on missions, Zephyr would have had him in the Marine training camp long ago." At the mention of this, Sengoku felt another headache coming on. In just 3 years, Zaire had risen from a menial seaman recruit to a headquarters commodore. His excellence was plain for all to see. Whether in combat strength or intellect, he far surpassed those rough men around him. Yet he could not stomach the world government and always liked to oppose them. If not for Sengoku mediating between them, Zaire might already have left the navy long ago or been thrown into impelled down. As for Zaire, he was already making his way toward the Sorbet kingdom. Since he had left the navy, he planned to form his own pirate crew, and the first people he intended to recruit were Kuma and Ginny. Zaire was determined to bring Kuma aboard his ship, not only to remedy the regrets of his previous life, but also so that his crew would possess a top-tier combat force. Life at sea was exceedingly monotonous, nothing but endless water in every direction. Half a month passed in that fashion. At last one night Zaire set foot upon the shore of the Sorbet kingdom. The city resembled a colossal balance scale. On one end lay the wealthy district representing riches, power, and glory. On the other end sprawled the slums, embodying hardship, struggle, and helpless resignation. The dilapidated houses were like ruins abandoned by time, and the cracks in the streets seemed to be silently recounting how hard life truly was. The streetlights there were dim, as if hinting that this part of the city had been forsaken by society's radiance. Only after nightfall could one see faint glimmers of hope leaking through the crude windows. Looking upon this kingdom, Zaire sighed and muttered, "What a damned country." After landing on the island, he found an old man by the shore to ask for directions to the church, then strode quickly toward it. When he arrived at the church door, Zell raised his hand to knock, but before he could, a clear, crisp voice sounded from within. "Xiong, Zai, let's get married." Hearing Jin's words, Zell's raised hand froze in midair. He decided to wait and see how Bear would respond. Bear stammered for a long while, yet still did not accept Jin's proposal. Bang! Zell kicked the door open with a single strike. "You two have no chance to get married now," he said coldly. "To think a former slave would run all the way here to play at being a priest." Bear and Jinny were startled by the intruder who appeared out of nowhere, but Bear quickly recovered, stepping forward to shield Jinny behind him. "Who are you? Why do you know about me?" Bear demanded. Zell did not answer. Instead, he walked over to the table, sat down, and calmly began to eat the rough bread and potatoes laid out, their food that was far from delicious, and even somewhat unpleasant. Jinny peeked out from behind Bear to size up the newcomer, and soon gasped in recognition. "Xiong Zairon. That's Marine Rear Admiral Zelnos, known as Fist Demon. They say he never takes pirates alive. He always kills them on the spot. He's extremely dangerous." After swallowing the final bite of bread, Zell decided to stop toying with them. "All right, Bear, Jinny, come and sit," he said lightly. "We can at least be considered old friends." At the words, "old friends," Bear and Jinny were both stunned. They had no recollection of ever meeting Zell. Seeing them silent and still on guard, Zell spoke 3 faint words: "Valley of the Gods." The Valley of the Gods was a nightmare for both Jinny and Bear. The instant they heard those 3 words, fear surfaced in their eyes and cold sweat beaded on their foreheads. "My name is Zelnos," he said. "I am one of the people you saved with your fruit back then. I came to find you this time because there is something I need to tell you." Upon hearing that Zell was also someone Bear had saved, Jinny's courage swelled. Hey, you're one of the people Xiong Zai saved too," she exclaimed. "If that's the case, why are you here to arrest Xiong Zai?" "That's going too far," she protested. Seeing that Zell bore no hostility, Bear signaled Jinny to be quiet, then led her over to sit at the table. "It seems you're not here to capture me," he said calmly. "Tell me why you've come to find me." "And how did you know I was here?" Bear added. "That's a bit complicated," Zell replied. Zell ran a hand through his messy hair. "I'll keep it short," he said. "I came to the East Blue on a mission and ended up rescuing a ship full of slaves. But agents of the world government showed up and handed me 2 documents ordering me to arrest you. I lost my temper and killed them all." As he spoke, Zell passed the 2 documents to Bear. "Take a look. Because you've been using the pawpaw fruit so frequently, the world government has already taken notice of you." In truth, Zell was making this up. He had indeed taken the 2 documents from the bodies of world government agents before coming here, but the world government had never ordered him to capture Bear and Jinny. With these 2 documents, his chances of persuading Bear to board his ship had increased significantly. As they scanned the pages, both Bear and Jinny fell silent. They were deeply satisfied with their current life, yet had never imagined they would still end up under surveillance. "To protect us, you killed agents of the world government. Was that really worth it?" Bear asked at last, breaking the long silence to voice the doubt in his heart. Zell burst into loud laughter. "Back then you saved me," he said. "If it weren't for you, I would have died in the Valley of the Gods long ago. Doing something for the man who saved my life. Isn't that exactly what a man should do?" Seeing how unconcerned Zell was about it, Bear and Jinny were both moved. Bear had saved countless people, yet almost no one was willing to go this far for his sake. Before long, the 3 of them grew familiar with one another, and Zell finally laid out his true purpose. "Bear, your pawpaw fruit is registered with the world government. Even though I killed those agents, your presence here will be exposed sooner or later. Why not go to sea with me instead? Go to sea, huh? I'm sorry, Zell, but I can't, Bear replied. If I leave, the elderly people here might all die. Refused. Zell was not discouraged. He understood that Bear had bonds he could not abandon. Buru buru. Buru buru. At that moment, the den mushy began to ring. Zell picked up the receiver at once. Hello, Shiryu. Why are you only getting back to me now? Don't tell me you killed prisoners again and your warden locked you up. Again, he said with a laugh. Damn you, Zell. What do you mean locked up again? This time I went out to look for famed blades. Shiryu roared through the line. Zell remained unbothered by his rage. All right, Shiryu, it's just a joke, he said lightly. Damn you, Zell, I don't like jokes. Just tell me what you want, Shiryu snapped. It's nothing major, Zell replied. I've left the Marines and plan to form a pirate crew. I want to invite you to join my crew. On the other end of the line, Shiryu fell silent. After a brief pause, he suddenly burst into loud laughter. So you've actually left the Marines to become a pirate. The higher-ups will never let you go. You're far too dangerous. There's no way I'm boarding your ship, he shouted. If you want me as your subordinate, there's not a chance. Fine, Zell said. I was actually planning to give you the rumble fruit. Since you feel that way, I suppose I'll just have to eat it myself. The puny rumble. Shiryu stopped mid-sentence. What did you say? You got the rumble fruit and want to give it to me. Do you take me for an idiot? With a fruit like that, why wouldn't you eat it yourself? Hearing Shiryu's disbelief, Zell offered an explanation. Shiryu, we've known each other for over 2 years now, haven't we? We've even fought a few times. Do you really think I'd use such an obvious flimsy lie to trick you? I may not have the rumble fruit yet, but I truly know where it is. The line went quiet again, this time for much longer. After a full 5 minutes, Shiryu finally spoke. Tell me where you are. If you dare lie to me, I'll chop you into 8 pieces and feed your corpse to the fish. All right, drop the tough guy act. You can't beat me anyway. I'm in the Sorbet Kingdom in the South Blue. Get here quickly, Zell replied. After the call ended, Zell looked up to find Bear and Jinny and I staring at him in utter disbelief. Zell unconsciously touched his own face. Is there something wrong with me? Why are you looking at me like that? He asked. No. Nothing, Jinny and I stammered. It's just that hearing about the rumble fruit is a bit shocking, and you're planning to give it away. Watching Jinny and I stumble over her words, Zell found her adorable and was tempted to reach out and pat her head. In the end, he thought better of it. He truly feared Bear might respond with a bear paw strike. There's nothing to be surprised about, Zell said. I already have a specific fruit I want for myself. Besides, I know of a devil fruit that would suit you perfectly. If you and Bear join my crew, it'll help you find it. Jinny and I looked up at Bear, her eyes practically saying, Xiongzai, let's board his ship. I want a devil fruit too. Noticing her gaze, Bear was at a loss for words. He could only scratch his head with a sheepish, foolish smile. Seeing the look in Jinny's eyes, Zell knew that the recruitment of the Great Bear was about to succeed. He just needed an opportunity. At this moment, Xiliu was not as cold-blooded as he would be later. At most, he was a bit psychologically distorted, but not to a twisted extent. However, thinking about it, anyone who spends over a decade in a dark prison would have their psyche warped. This is also the reason why Zell is recruiting Xiliu now. If it were 10 years later, Zell wouldn't even consider it. It's too much trouble. As for whether Xiliu would be wanted, Zell didn't care, because they would eventually be wanted anyway. It was just a matter of sooner or later. After resting for a night in the church, Zell got up early to practice by the sea. The first exercise was swimming, but Zell's swimming was not ordinary. He swam in the depths of the ocean, using the pressure of the seawater to temper his body. Around 9 in the morning, Zell emerged from the water pulling a fish that weighed over 1,000 pounds. After reaching the shore, he carried the fish towards the direction of the church. Jinny and I and the Great Bear were shocked to see the large fish on Zell's back. They couldn't believe he could catch such a big fish. Zell didn't bring the fish into the church. Instead, he set up a frame outside. Zell, did you catch this fish? It's enormous. I've never seen such a big fish before. If only Bear Cub could swim and catch fish for me. This fish isn't that big. I've seen whales as large as islands. If I get the chance, I'll catch one for you as a pet. Really? That's great. When are we going out to sea? Zell's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a barely perceptible smile as he thought. Bear Cub, I've already won over your woman. Shouldn't you hurry to come into my fold? Soon the fish was grilled to perfection, and during the meal, Jinny and I and the Great Bear were once again thoroughly astonished. Zell could really eat. He devoured most of the fish, leaving the two of them curious about where he put it all. After the meal, Zell began his formal training, which involved striking a small mountain. This was something he learned from secretly observing Garp training, and Garp had even guided him twice. Hearing the distant bang 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 sounds, Jinny and I looked at the Great Bear and said, Bear Cub, I think having a captain like this isn't bad at all. What do you think? This time the Great Bear felt a bit swayed. He couldn't help it. Zell's impact on him was simply too great. If catching fish merely astonished them, with Zell's strength now, they were shocked by his power as he was able to punch a deep hole over 10 meters into the small mountain. not everyone could achieve that. One could only say that the Great Bear's perspective was too limited. He didn't realize that many people could easily destroy a mountain, and even he in the future could achieve this effortlessly. Just when the Great Bear was unsure how to respond to Jinbe and I, several elderly men walked into the church. "Bear Cub, we're back, and we brought something with us." Jinbe and I ran up to the elderly men, her face filled with anger as she said, "What can you bring? Don't you just want Bear Cub to treat you?" The elderly men felt a bit embarrassed by Jinbe and I's words, but they were not angry. They all knew that Jinbe and I was the kind of person who was tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. One of the elderly men took out a newspaper saying, "This is today's newspaper, and there's a wanted notice inside. You should take a look. I heard the person on the wanted notice is in the South Sea. Oh, let's hope they don't come here." Another elderly man added worriedly, "Yes. Such peaceful days, I really don't want them to be disrupted." Jinbe and I looked at the newspaper, her mouth agape in shock. The headline was very eye-catching, shocking. "Colonel of the Navy kills world government personnel and defects." Below it was a wanted notice for a naval trader Xelnos with a bounty of 50 million berry. "What are you looking at?" A sudden voice startled everyone. The elderly man turned to see Zell's handsome face. At that moment, one of the elderly men said in a trembling voice, "He is that naval trader. He's actually here with us. We need to report to the Navy quickly." Zell took the wanted notice and found his photo from his time in the Navy. "I actually have some worth. This is the first bounty, and it's already 50 million. Ha ha ha, this is getting more interesting." Seeing that Zell was not worried at all, and instead laughed heartily, everyone was at a loss for words. Zell walked out of the church holding the wanted notice, confident that the Great Bear would soothe the elderly men. Sitting down at a large tree, Zell took out the dindin mushi. Soon a voice came from the other end. "Zell, you bastard, dare to look for me. If you came back, there wouldn't be so many issues." "All right, Admiral Sengoku, calm down. If I go back, you won't be able to protect me either. Are you suggesting I go to the underwater prison? Just thinking about it is impossible. Oh, it's best for me to leave now. Since you've chosen to leave, why are you looking for me?" "It's nothing much, I just want you to keep an eye on a few devil fruits movements. If someone eats them, I just want to know who it is." "Bastard, do you think of me as your subordinate? How could I help you with such things?" "Of course I won't let you do it for free. If you help me find the devil fruits, I can. Never mind, to show my sincerity, I'll tell you a piece of information you want to know. Roger has collected all 4 pieces of the historical text and is heading to the final island." Sengoku didn't immediately believe Zell, nor did he choose to disbelieve it. "How do you know this?" "This is confidential. I can only tell you that I am speaking the truth." "All right. Tell me which devil fruits you want, and I'll keep an eye out for them, but I can't guarantee that I'll find them." After hanging up the dindin mushi, Zell began exercising again. He knew that he was still too weak, and until he obtained the devil fruits he desired, he couldn't stop training his body. In the evening, Zell returned to the church. After dinner, the Great Bear went back to his room alone. Jinbe and I did not follow him inside. She just watched the Great Bear's back with a twinge of heartache, because she knew he was going to bear the pain that had surfaced from those elderly men today. Rubbing Jinbe and I's head, Zell walked into the room where the Great Bear was. Upon seeing Zell enter, the Great Bear was somewhat surprised, and just as he was about to say something, Zell raised his hand to interrupt him. "I know what you want to say. Oh, I just want to experience what you endure every day." After saying this, before the Great Bear could react, Zell reached out towards the pain that had emerged from the Great Bear. In that instant of contact, the pain surged into Zell's body, exploding within him like firecrackers. This sensation lasted for a minute before settling down. Throughout it all, Zell's expression remained unchanged. He silently endured. After it ended, Zell wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, saying, "That felt good. Oh, we can take turns enjoying this in the future." Looking at Zell's back, Xiong felt that what Jinbe and I said made sense. Having such a captain is indeed a good thing. Time passed day by day, and soon a month went by. That morning, while Zell was training, a teasing voice suddenly came from behind. "Is this really your way of getting stronger? It seems quite simple and crude. For me, this is the quickest way to grow stronger." Zell didn't even turn around, as he already knew that Xiliu had arrived. "Since you're here, it means you've thought it through. Let's get one thing straight. Once you board my ship, you'll never get off for the rest of your life. Are you prepared to be against the whole world? Hey, you really dare to say that? Let me see how far you can go. If you get killed, I want to avenge you." "There's no need. If I truly die, it means my strength isn't enough to support my dreams. There's no need to avenge me. I was prepared to die in battle when I left the Navy." "Dreams, huh?" He chuckled, lighting a cigar. "So what is your dream?" "That's still a bit far off for now. I just want to survive. Let's go. They'll take you to meet our other 2 crew members." Zell stopped his training, picked up his clothes, and walked towards the church. "By the way, Xiliu, how did you get out? Did the warden just let you go?" "He's my superior, but he can't restrict my freedom." "All right. I just wonder if the warden will be furious when he finds out you've become a pirate." The 2 arrived at the church where Xiong was treating some elderly people. After spending several years in the underwater prison, Xiliu immediately recognized that Dexiong was a devil fruit user. So this is our crew member. Not bad, but he looks a bit foolish. Dexiong is a very gentle person. He's a reliable partner to whom you can entrust your back. A person like you will surely like him. I won't entrust my back to anyone, nor will I expose it to my enemies. Ignoring Xiliu's aloofness, Zell led him to his own room. Dexiong saw Zell bringing back another person, but said nothing and continued treating the elderly. In the room, Zell lit a cigar for himself. Xiliu, the Sound Thunder Fruit, is on Sky Island. I plan to take you to find it in a few days. You can stay here for a few days, I still have some matters to attend to. It doesn't matter. I'm not in a hurry. I'm just curious. The Sound Thunder Fruit is a Logia-type devil fruit, and you actually look down on it. What kind of fruit do you want? Is it a Zoan-type mythical beast? You don't need to worry about that, you'll know when the time comes. Just rest for a while. I'm going to buy some wine to welcome you. After saying that, Zell left the room and greeted Dexiong as he passed by. In the wealthy district of Skypiea, Zell bought more than a dozen boxes of wine. Just as he finished paying and was about to leave, he heard someone complain from the bar. The king is really something. He wants to increase taxes again, driving away or killing those poor people so he can save a lot of money. Zell glanced at the elegantly dressed middle-aged man and thought that if he was bringing Dexiong on board, he needed to resolve Dexiong's concerns. That evening, Zell played a trick on Xiliu, letting him experience the pain inflicted by Dexiong. At the dinner table, Zell raised his glass first. Dexiong, Jean, and I, Xiliu, you've met each other. Let's raise a glass to celebrate the joining of our new partner. Although Dexiong also raised his glass, he felt somewhat reluctant. He really hadn't decided whether to go to sea with Zell. The more than a dozen boxes of wine were quickly finished off by Zell, Dexiong, and Xiliu. After finishing the wine, Dexiong was helped back to his room by Jean and I, while Zell and Xiliu left the church. As soon as they exited the church, Xiliu asked, "You deliberately got that big guy drunk, didn't you? Is there something you don't want him to participate in?" Sort of. Dexiong is still a bit naive. There are some things he shouldn't know. At this point, Zell suddenly remembered something, stopped, and looked at Xiliu. "By the way, the famous sword you mentioned looking for, is it this one in your hand? If you haven't found it, I know of a black sword that would suit you quite well." As for the famous sword, Xiliu drew the sword from his waist. "This is Thunder Rain, one of the great blades of 21, and it suits me very well." After glancing at Thunder Rain, Zell continued walking, pondering whether he should retrieve that black sword, Autumn Water. It's a waste for it to be with Moria. However, it seems Moria hasn't excavated the grave of the dragon horse yet. That matter can only be discussed later. Soon Zell and Xiliu arrived outside the palace. "Xiliu, I plan to deal with the king and the Wang family here. Are you brave enough to go in with me?" "Damn, Zell, stop looking down on people. The moment I stepped out of the underwater prison, there was no turning back. I just hope the people here will let me kill to my heart's content. Xiliu, we are here to help Dexiong resolve his concerns, so don't kill everyone you see. Our target this time is just the royal family. If you want to kill, there will be plenty of people to kill in the new world later. I'm just afraid you won't be able to keep up." "Alright, I understand. It's really troublesome." Seeing that Xiliu was listening to his words, Zell felt a lot more at ease. It seemed Xiliu wasn't the same as the pervert from the original story who took pleasure in killing prisoners. The two entered the palace and headed straight for the courtyard with the strictest guards. These guards were just ordinary people with weapons, and handling them was too easy. They couldn't even cry for help. Upon arriving at the king's sleeping quarters, Zell felt a bit uncomfortable. At this moment, the king was lying naked in bed with several women, obviously having had quite a workout earlier, and the two of them entered without him noticing. Just as Xiliu was about to draw his sword, Zell reached out to stop him. "Leave this to me. You go deal with the king's sons. Kill them all, and then we'll take care of those ministers." After Xiliu left, Zell approached the king's bed and skillfully snapped the king's neck. He did this to avoid waking the women. If he hadn't cared about waking them, he would have wanted the king to see how he died. Exiting the king's room, Zell walked towards the palace's exit, confident that Xiliu could handle the remaining matters. About 20 minutes later, Xiliu also walked out of the palace. Zell didn't ask any pointless questions about what happened. He directly took Xiliu to the homes of those ministers, returning to the church only very late. Early the next morning, the wealthy district of the Sorbet kingdom was in an uproar as they discovered that both the king and the ministers had died. At this moment, Dexiong and Jean and I were still unaware of the king's death, casually having their breakfast as usual. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, urgent knocking sounded from outside the door. After Jean and I opened the door, several elderly men hurriedly rushed into the chapel, saying, "Xiongzi, it's bad. The king and the ministers are dead, and now there is internal strife in the king's army. Several leaders want to become king, and they have already started fighting." Seeing the panicked elders, Dexiong quickly urged them to sit down. After understanding the situation, Dexiong looked at Xiliu, suspecting that he was involved, because he had noticed Xiliu and Xiliu were not there when he got up last night. Realizing that Xiong suspected him, Zaire decided not to hide it any longer, saying, "Xiongzi, I killed the king." Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, they exploded in everyone's minds. They had not expected Zaire to dare to kill the king. Furious, Xiong stepped forward, grabbing Zaire by the collar and demanding, "Why would you do such a thing? Was it just so I would go to sea with you? I will never go to sea with someone like you who kills innocents. Get out of the chapel now. Don't come back again." Ha ha ha. Under Xiong's questioning, Zaire was not angry. Instead, he laughed, leaving Xiong a bit bewildered. At that moment, Zaire stopped laughing, saying, "Xiongzi, don't be naive. If I really wanted you to come with me, I have my ways. There was no need to kill that king. I did this to protect what you care about. How does killing the king relate to what I care about? Of course it is related. That king is no good. Right now he is not attacking these elders because he can still squeeze some benefits from them. If that changes, he won't hesitate to abandon or even kill them. Impossible. Even if the king is incompetent, he wouldn't do that." Sigh. Xiong was still too naive. Zaire glanced at Xiliu, saying, "Tell Xiongzi what the minister said yesterday, so he understands what kind of person the current king really is. Don't you know? Can't you just tell him directly?" Seeing that Xiliu was unwilling to speak, Zaire relayed the minister's words to Xiong, saying, "Xiongzi, yesterday, when Xiliu killed that minister, he told Xiliu that if he spared him, he would ensure the king wouldn't harm those elders. Now do you understand?" Looking at the foolishness in Xiong's eyes, Zaire continued to explain what the minister meant was that the king is indeed going to harm these elders. It's just not the right time yet. Do you understand now? How could that be? Xiong released his grip on Zaire's collar. The elders are already so poor, why would he want to harm them? Zaire adjusted his clothes and continued eating breakfast. This revelation was quite a blow to Xiong. He needed some time to process it. Burp. Jean and I's cooking is truly wonderful. I've eaten so much I'm stuffed. Whoever marries Jean and I will be incredibly lucky. Lost in thought, Jean and I was brought back to reality by Zaire's words, and her cheeks turned a rosy red. After teasing Jean and I, Zaire sat down beside Xiong and lit a cigar for himself, saying, "Xiongzi, I won't force you to come aboard my ship. I just want to help you resolve matters you can't or don't wish to deal with. As for whether you get on the ship, that's entirely up to your own will." Xiong turned to Zaire, his eyes filled with confusion. Does killing the king really protect these elders? Of course not. As soon as Zaire said this, everyone looked at him in disbelief. Even Xiliu looked at Zaire with a smirk, eager to hear what he would say next, as he did not believe Zaire would engage in such a thankless task. Feeling the gazes on him, Zaire felt a bit shy and could only reveal his subsequent plan, saying, "Xiongzi, killing the king is just the first step. The second step is to see if those who want to be king have any good intentions. If one of them becomes king and treats the elders well, then let him take the throne. If he ends up being like the previous king, then he must be killed along with those who competed with the king before." But what if all the kings are the same? Jean and I asked the question on everyone's mind. Zaire smiled confidently, saying, "Then we keep killing until they no longer dare to harm the elders. Although it may be cruel, it is the best way to handle the situation. After all, those who wish to harm the elders are not good people, so killing them is no loss." The chapel fell silent with no one speaking. Xiliu looked at Zaire, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. He found the captain quite agreeable. In the following month, Zaire and Xiliu eliminated several kings and ministers, and eventually Xiong joined in. Now no one in the Solb kingdom dared to mention increasing taxes or harming the elders. They knew that as soon as they brought up these two matters, they would certainly not survive until the next day. A newly appointed king, not believing in evil, issued a decree to raise taxes only to have his head chopped off moments later. As for seeking help from the world government, the current officials were either former leaders of the king's army or ordinary wealthy people completely unaware of how to contact the world government. The kings of the allied nations must be recognized by the world government. They are not accessible to just anyone. That evening, Zaire and the others began their meal in the chapel, the atmosphere feeling somewhat oppressive. Xiong agreed to come aboard the ship as he now realized that Zaire was right. After eliminating several factions, the Solb kingdom was now very friendly towards the elders. Noticing the oppressive atmosphere, Zaire raised his cup first, saying, "Xiongzi, Jean and I, don't be unhappy. You are only temporarily leaving. If you miss this place, you can always come back for a visit. Besides, I've warned that king, if the world government comes and he dares to speak nonsense, I will have Xiliu kill him. The world government cannot protect him forever. Boring. I feel like killing those people isn't as interesting as killing prisoners in an underwater prison." Ignoring Xiliu's comment, Zaire clinked cups with the others. After dinner, Zaire and Xiliu went to the seaside to inspect the ship as they were set to sail tomorrow and needed to check what else needed preparation. Just as Zaire left, a group of elders entered the chapel, all coming to persuade Xiong to leave. They knew that Xiong could not remain here forever, and with such a good captain, they felt more at ease. Xiong chatted with the elders for a long time, sometimes laughing, sometimes crying like a child about to leave home. At dawn the next day, as the group boarded the ship, a cannonball exploded just ahead of them. Boom. A massive plume of water erupted from the blast, then a second, then a third. Zell gazed into the distance and saw 3 warships bearing down upon them. As the warships drew nearer, Zell recognized a familiar figure aboard one Commodore Shuzin of the Marines. At the sight of her, Zell winced inwardly. She was formidable, sharp-witted, and notoriously difficult to outmaneuver. "All right, Hiryu and Beepo, row hard. Get us out of artillery range. That's Commodore Shuzin up there, a peerless swordsman." The moment the words left his lips, Zell regretted them. He watched in dismay as Hiryu unsheathed his famed blade Reiko. The instant the sword cleared its scabbard, an eerie crimson light pulsed along its length. Zell suspected that Hiryu's volatile temperament in the original chronicles had much to do with this accursed blade, and resolved quietly to find him a new one. Zell had no objection to Hiryu clashing with Shuzin, if the timing were right. But now far more urgent matters demanded their attention. He called out firmly, "Hiryu, I won't stop you from dueling Shuzin, but if the Marines fix their gaze on us, our quest for the Goro no Mi will unravel. Do you still wish to proceed? If you truly insist, I'll steer the ship back to shore. As your captain, I endorse every reckless impulse you choose to indulge." Hiryu met Zell's gaze, and without a word slid Reiko back into its sheath. Boom. Cannon fire drew ever closer. Hiryu and Beepo seized the oars and rowed with grim resolve, while Ginny cheered Beepo on with unrestrained enthusiasm. Ginny was electrified. This was her first voyage beyond harbor waters. Even under pursuit by the Marines, she buzzed with exhilaration, peppering Zell with questions at every turn. After 2 hours of desperate flight, they finally evaded Shuzin's fleet. Seeing the warships recede into the horizon, Hiryu and Beepo lowered their oars and leaned against the gunwale, catching their breath. Zell glanced at the sword at Hiryu's waist and asked curiously, "That blade, was it the legendary katana you acquired earlier? It radiates an oppressive aura, almost sentient. You seem unable to master its will. Would you consider replacing it? I know of an exceptional black blade, one worthy of a master swordsman." "A black blade? Tempting indeed, but I remain devoted to Reiko." "Very well. If you're certain, then so be it. Now that we've slipped the Marines' grasp, let's set course for Skypiea and claim the Goro no Mi before fortune turns against us." Hiryu studied Zell in silence, puzzled. How did this man possess such uncanny knowledge of rare treasures, and yet refuse to claim them for himself? It was deeply unsettling. "Zell, why do you know so much? And what devil fruit do you seek for yourself?" "Not yet time to speak of it. You'll learn soon enough. For now, our sole objective is reaching Jaya Island." Seeing Zell's reticence, Hiryu asked no further and took up the oar once more. 3 months later, Zell and his crew finally reached Jaya Island. No sooner had they stepped ashore than they heard the news: Joel D. Roger had become king of the pirates. The 4 paid little heed to Roger's ascension. Their stomachs growled louder than any legend. They'd subsisted on salted rations for 3 months, and their palates ached for flavor. Zell led them into a bustling tavern, crowded with rough-looking pirates. Unfazed, they claimed a corner table and ordered lavishly. No fool dared disturb their meal. As Zell ate, he listened idly to nearby conversations, all revolving around Roger's crowning. It bored him utterly. After dining, they stepped back into the sunlit street, full-bellied, clear-headed, and ready for purpose. After questioning several locals, Zell confirmed the next upward current would surge in precisely 3 days. Returning to the shore, Zell began reinforcing the hull and mounting wings onto the vessel. Their current ship belonged to the Chai Dao pirates. A crew who, moved by pity, had gifted it to Zell and his companions. To conserve provisions, the entire Chai Dao crew had voluntarily leapt overboard to feed the sharks. Zell, deeply impressed by such noble piracy, gave their drifting corpses a solemn thumbs up. "Hiryu, you could at least lend a hand. Don't you know how grueling it is to reinforce this hull with Beepo? I don't repair ships. These chests hold tributes from lesser pirates. Once we return from Skypiea, we'll commission a larger vessel and recruit proper crew. For souls hardly constitute a pirate crew. Recruitment is already planned. Beyond one standard hand, every candidate must pass my rigorous assessment. I accept no mediocrity. It weakens the whole, and against true power, weakness means death. Your captain, you decide. Incidentally, those tributary pirates insist Skypiea no longer exists. Could your intelligence be flawed? I've prepared fresh juice. Come taste it." Ginny emerged from the cabin balancing several glasses and passed them around with radiant cheer. Zell set down his hammer, accepted his glass, and drank deeply. "Ah, refreshing. My intel is flawless. Those pirates simply lack the courage to ascend. Just wait, you'll become a devil fruit user yet." Hiryu said nothing more. Though he'd known Zell for barely 2 years, he'd learned one truth: Zell never spoke empty boasts. After draining his glass, Zell handed it back to Ginny. "Your craft is extraordinary. As reward, I shall secure a devil fruit perfectly suited to you." "Truly? Is it a Logia-type fruit?" Zell paused, speechless. This girl truly had audacity to dream of Logia powers. He gently ruffled her hair. Logia fruits are exceedingly rare, and rarity doesn't guarantee suitability. You favor flintlock pistols, so I intend to claim the Mara no Mi, the flame fruit, and gift it to you. With its power you'll strike from anywhere unseen and unstoppable. Then let's go now. Zell blinked, then sighed. That evening after dinner he and Beepo conducted a final meticulous inspection of the vessel before retiring. Their lives hung in the balance. Zell refused to risk drowning mere leagues from shore. That would shame every transmigrator who ever drew breath. Truth be told, Zell's transmigration had been unkind, no divine boon, no cheat system. Only a body forged like a mythic beast. Without it he'd have perished long ago. 3 days later at dawn Zell anchored the ship not far from the ascending sea current. Gazing at the tranquil sea surface, Shiryu turned to Zell, who was lounging on a beach chair. The islanders said the ascending current emerges right here. Why hasn't it appeared yet? Don't rush. The Goro no Mi is there, and it isn't going anywhere. Zell tossed Shiryu a cigar. That devil fruit belongs to you alone. No one can take it from you. By noon, just as Shiryu opened his mouth to speak again, a deep rumbling sound rose from the sea. Zell and Shiryu hurried to the bow and beheld the water surging upward like a geyser, erupting with colossal bubbles. It's here, finally. Look, Shiryu. I told you so. You're simply too impatient. As the bubbles swelled, concentric ripples spread across the sea's surface. Suddenly, a towering water column shot skyward, then another and another. Zell pointed toward the largest spout. There it. Steer us straight toward it. Shiryu lowered the sails while Zell gripped the helm, driving the vessel headlong into the geyser. Since Kuma was a devil fruit user, Zell had instructed him to remain in the cabin, tending to Ginny. When the ship drew within 50 meters of the column, the ascending current seized it and hurled it violently into the sky. Shiryu clutched the railing, watching Zell's exhilarated grin, and for a fleeting moment, he longed to leap overboard. This was sheer recklessness. If they failed, none would survive. 40 minutes later, the vessel pierced a dense layer of clouds and plummeted onto an endless expanse of blinding white cloud sea. The hull groaned under immense strain, yet miraculously held together. Shiryu staggered upright on the deck, shaking water from his hair, then surveyed the horizon. Boundless cloud sea stretching infinitely, distant floating islands shimmering faintly, the sky awash in a dreamlike, pale, cerulean hue. This is Skypiea, Shiryu murmured, disbelief coloring his voice. Zell stood at the prow, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. Indeed. Welcome to Skypiea. They secured the ship along the cloud shore and stepped onto this uncharted land. Once their initial euphoria faded, both Zell and Shiryu felt breathless, struggling to draw air. Kuma burst from the cabin. Zell, Ginny's fallen ill. Come quickly. She isn't ill, Zell explained calmly. We're at least 7,000 meters above sea level. Oxygen levels are drastically lower here. She simply needs time to acclimatize. Ah, thank goodness. Kuma exhaled in relief. Kuma, stay aboard and watch over Ginny. Once she adapts, feel free to explore nearby. The scenery of Skypiea is truly magnificent. Understood. After briefing Kuma, Zell set off inland with Shiryu. They strolled leisurely across Skypiea, but strangely encountered no native inhabitants. Perhaps it was for the best. Zell had no desire to entangle himself in local affairs. Such matters were better left to the future Nika. Since landing on Skypiea, Zell had kept his Kinbunchaku Haki constantly active, yet still sensed not a single soul. He couldn't help but envy Enel's extraordinary Kinbunchaku, or what some called the mantra. After over an hour's walk, Zell and Shiryu arrived before a colossal altar. Guided by memories from his past life, Zell meticulously inspected its structure, and sure enough discovered a concealed passage behind it. Pushing open the passage's door revealed only impenetrable darkness. Zell tossed in a stone, no trap triggered. The Goro no Mi is almost certainly inside. Let's go in. Are you certain? This place hardly looks like the kind of place a devil fruit would be hidden. Shiryu gave Zell a skeptical glance. Or are you afraid of the dark? He laughed, a rich resonant sound, and ignored Zell entirely. Lighting a torch from a piece of driftwood, Shiryu strode confidently into the passage. It wasn't long before they reached the altar's inner sanctum. Inside, the altar dwarfed its exterior in grandeur. Massive stone pillars upheld a vaulted ceiling, and ancient murals covered every wall. Suddenly, Zell gestured sharply. Shiryu, look there. Shiryu followed his finger to a square dais crowned by a chest. They ascended the platform and stood before it. Zell reached out and lifted the lid. Within lay a bizarre fruit, its skin etched with spiraling lightning patterns, crackling with faint dancing arcs of electricity. The Goro no Mi. Zell breathed, his voice thick with unrestrained elation. Shiryu studied the fruit, brow furrowed. Just like that. No guards. No traps. There may once have been, yet now it lies unclaimed. Zell lifted the fruit and offered it to Shiryu. It is yours, as I promised. Shiryu stared at the fruit momentarily speechless. Though Zell had pledged it to him before retrieval, he'd expected hesitation, not this unwavering immediacy. Without pretense, Shiryu accepted it. He lowered his gaze to the fruit in his palm and bit down without hesitation. A violent retch convulsed his throat, twice, yet he clenched his jaw and swallowed. In the next instant, his body erupted in blinding, searing lightning. Crisscrossing currents enveloped him entirely. His hair stood rigid with static, his eyes blazed with brilliant blue-white thunder. He drew Raikiri and slashed forward. Boom! A colossal gash exploded across the altar's wall. Raikiri trembled faintly, resonating with the raw power now coursing through its wielder. How does it feel? Shiryu sheathed Raikiri and clenched his fist, electricity sparking wildly between his fingers. Power, infinite, untamable power. Good. Then this journey was worth it. Zell glanced toward the altar's crumbling walls. But we must leave. This sanctuary is collapsing. They sprinted from the altar as a deafening roar shook the air behind them. The moment Zell crossed the temple threshold, the entire edifice imploded, reducing itself to rubble in seconds. Watching the ruins settle, Shiryu asked, "Where now?" Zell grinned. "Now that you've claimed the Goro know me, it's time we faced true powerhouses, such as the monsters of the New World." Shiryu rested a hand upon Raikiri and smiled, cool and quiet. "Sounds promising. Before heading to the New World, though, we'll need more crewmates. Just the four of us grows rather dull." "Fine, you're captain. I follow your lead." At that moment, Shiryu fully accepted Zell as captain. Had Zell hesitated, even for a heartbeat, when offering the devil fruit, Shiryu would have walked away without a word. As Zell and Shiryu approached the ship, a figure clad in gleaming armor awaited them. Kuma and Ginny standing beside him. Zell recognized him instantly. "Gonfal. Foreigners, what brings you to Skypiea? State your purpose." As Shiryu's hand moved toward his blade, Zell caught his wrist, his eyes holding a firm, silent command: "Do not draw." Shiryu withdrew his hand from the hilt. Once Shiryu stood calm, Zell stepped forward to face Gonfal. "No need for alarm. We mean no harm. We merely came to explore." Seeing Gonfal, Zell recalled the vast quantities of gold and the poneglyphs hidden across Skypiea. Though he had no ambition to become pirate king, he burned to uncover the truth behind that lost century. Seeing that Zell had no intention of attacking, Gonfal felt considerably relieved, yet he did not let down his guard. Zell turned to Xiliu and said, "Get used to your abilities here for a bit. I suddenly remembered I have some matters to attend to. We will set off tomorrow." "All right, I understand." After giving his instructions, Zell walked in a certain direction, with Gonfal following closely behind. Soon Zell arrived before a gigantic golden clock. Gazing at it, he felt an intense desire. Had it been possible to take it, he would have wanted to carry it away. Not wanting to look at the golden clock any longer, he turned his attention to the base beneath it, which was a piece of historical text. Zell took out the prepared ink and white cloth from his bag and carefully made an imprint of the content before placing it back in his bag with caution. Behind the golden clock was a vast golden town. Zell entered, filled a large bag with gold, and then left. Throughout the entire ordeal, Gonfal did not interfere, merely watching silently from the back. Zell approached Gonfal and asked, "I heard that going down from the Sky Island requires a special octopus from here. Do you know where I can buy one?" "I can buy it." Gonfal assessed the young man in front of him, feeling somewhat perplexed. Although he had taken quite a bit of gold, he did not seem greedy, not wanting to take everything. What intrigued Gonfal most was how this young man knew about the octopus balloon, or if he had been here before, he should have remembered. Moments later, Gonfal handed an octopus to Zell, saying, "This is the octopus balloon. Consider it a gift from me." Receiving the octopus balloon, Zell turned and left, having obtained what he wanted, realizing there was no need to waste time here. On an unnamed island in the East Sea, Zell was striking a small hill before him, having already practiced for 5 consecutive hours. At this moment, a bolt of lightning struck behind Zell, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Xiliu's figure emerged. "Zell, today's newspaper has arrived. It's about Roger. Would you like to take a look?" Hearing it was about Roger, Zell paused briefly before continuing to strike the hill. "I want look. Just tell me what's in it." "Really, do you have nothing else to do besides practicing?" Though he complained, Xiliu still opened the newspaper. "Roger has been captured by the Navy and is to be executed in Rogue Town in a month." Zell halted his training, approached Xiliu, and took the newspaper. Upon reading it, he smiled. "Interesting, such a grand execution. We must go see it." "Xiliu, prepare for our departure, and tell Ginny I want to eat her grilled meat." Over a year had passed since descending from the Sky Island, and Zell's pirate crew had been established. With Jinny, Big Bear, and Xiliu as 3 key officers, the crew had now grown to 12 members. Of course, the current Zell's pirate crew was still quite weak. Big Bear had not yet grown into the fearsome tyrant bear. Xiliu was merely a step stronger than Zoro when he first set sail, and as for Ginny, well, let's not mention her. As for Zell, he felt that he had grown significantly stronger compared to a year ago, though he was unsure of his exact power level. On the ship, Zell began a feast with everyone. He had developed a fondness for holding feasts mainly because sailing was too dull. At the dining table, noticing Ginny's flushed face from drinking, Zell asked Ginny, "How is it? Being a pirate feels pretty good, right?" "Yeah, I used to think being a pirate was all about killing, but I didn't expect it to be so free, and I can also help good people. Of course, only the weak bully ordinary people. The strong should challenge stronger foes." After saying this, Zell turned to Xiliu. "Isn't fighting pirates more interesting than killing those prisoners?" "It's okay. Ever since I obtained the Thunder Fruit, my observation Haki has improved significantly, but I still can't break your armament Haki." "Ha ha ha ha. You think you can break my armament Haki? You should go wash up and sleep. My daily training is several times more than yours. I feel like even becoming an admiral in the Navy would be simpler than breaking my armament Haki." "Damn, Captain, I will eventually break your armament Haki. You just wait." Watching Zell and Xiliu bicker, Big Bear simply smiled and had no intention of joining in. Moreover, he now held a high regard for this captain. During every battle, Zell was always at the forefront facing the most dangerous enemies. While Zell was bickering, discussions regarding him were taking place at the Navy headquarters. He handed a document to Sengoku. "Take a look. Let's see what kind of monster the world government has driven away this time." Taking the document, Sengoku began to read it carefully. It detailed Zell's experiences over the past year. As the pages turned, Sengoku's expression grew increasingly grim. After finishing the document, Sengoku sighed helplessly. "Had I known it would come to this, I would have done everything to keep Zell." He even brought Xiliu from the underwater prison onto his ship and defeated the Bison Pirates with a bounty of 80 million. I remember the captain of the Bison Pirates, Desiki, was a devil fruit user with the bull fruit, and he could transform into a bull. Oh, it's unbelievable that Zell managed to defeat him. And that's not all, as Xiliu also obtained the Thunder Fruit. The Air Marshal wants to see if he can bring Zell back to the Navy. He can negotiate with the world government about the past. It's not that simple. You know Zell's personality. As a native of God Valley, he has a natural hatred for the celestial dragons and the world government, and it's not easy to resolve that. I completely agree with Sengoku's words, but it's a bit regrettable. How should I respond to the Air Marshal? Just say that I will discuss this with Zell. As for whether Zell returns to the Navy, I cannot guarantee that. By the way, how is that little guy from the North Sea doing? Are you referring to Doflamingo? I just received news that he has left the North Sea and is heading towards the East Sea. Not only him, but many pirates are also moving towards the East Sea. Should we send Akiji and the others over there? There's no need. Garp will be going over in a few days. With him, their things won't get out of hand. Right now, the Grand Line needs Akiji and the others more. If only Zell were here, the Navy could gain another monster. The feast lasted for 4 to 5 hours before it finally ended. However, the ones who got drunk were the ordinary crew members. Zell and Big Bear did not get drunk. If they all got drunk and encountered enemies, they would be in serious trouble. Zell stood at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance, contemplating future plans. Although he had long had goals, how to achieve them still needed careful planning. Just as Zell was deep in thought, the transponder snail rang. Zell took out the transponder snail and answered, "Admiral Sengoku, what made you think of me? Is there news about the devil fruit I wanted?" Beneath an endless azure sky, the Zaire pirate cruise ship cut through the sea bound for Luoga town. 2 days of sailing still lay ahead, and the crew bustled busily across the deck. Zaire leaned against the figurehead at the bow, idly twirling a gold coin between his fingers. His golden eyes narrowed slightly as he savored the caress of the sea breeze. "Captain, at 10 o'clock, there's a small island. Seems like something's happening," the lookout cried from the crow's nest. Zaire straightened and looked toward the indicated direction. Indeed, a little island cloaked in greenery rose in the distance. What drew the eye more were the strange flashes of light and the distant muffled thunder of conflict. A fight. Jean and I stepped beside Zaire. "Looks sizable." A keen smile tugged at Zaire's mouth. "Change course. Let's take a look." De Xiong emerged from below deck, his massive frame casting a shadow across the planks. "Zaire, weren't we heading for Luoga town? It won't cost us much time." Zaire turned to the helmsman and gave the order, "Full speed, make for that island at once." As the ship drew nearer, the sounds of battle grew clearer. Explosions, clashing metal, and furious roars braided together. Clearly a savage engagement had just taken place. Yet when Zaire led Xiliu, Jean and I, and De Xiong ashore, the fighting had already subsided. They pushed through dense foliage and emerged into a clearing. Jean and I sucked in a sharp breath at the sight. Dozens of bodies lay strewn about, blood staining the earth. At the center of the carnage stood a tall man with a slicked-back coif, calmly wiping the hook on his right hand with a white handkerchief. "Kuluo Kuda Air." Zaire narrowed his eyes and instantly recognized the man who would one day be counted among the 7 warlords of the sea, the man dubbed the Sand Crocodile. Kuluo Kuda Air looked up at the sound, his gaze sharp as a blade. He lazily tossed the bloodied handkerchief to the ground, a dangerous curl, lifting one corner of his mouth. Zaire felt little interest in the ambitious man and turned to leave. "We're going." Stand still. Kuluo Kuda Air barked. Who gave you leave to walk off my turf? Zaire halted without looking back, his tone cool. We want to go, you cannot hold us. If you doubt it, try. Besides, when did this become your territory? Does Vice Admiral Kapu know? Kuluo Kuda Air let out a cold chuckle. You arrived here. Leave something behind before you go, Sandstorm. He flicked his right hand, and a spinning sand tempest erupted, howling toward the four of them. The grains had become razor-sharp in the furious rotation, tearing through vegetation in their path. Faced with the sudden assault, Zaire remained serenely composed. He did not turn. Instead, he said to Xiliu at his side, "This man is Kuluo Kuda Air, a Shasha fruit user, a natural type. Go test him." A spark of battle lit Xiliu's eyes, and an excited grin spread across his face. "My pleasure." He drew his famed blade Leiyu from his waist. Blue-white currents of electricity immediately coiled along the blade. Facing the oncoming sandstorm, Xiliu did not flinch. He slashed horizontally. Thunder slash. A blinding bolt leapt from the edge of the sword and collided with the sandstorm. The electricity's fierce heat vitrified the sand into glass, cleaving the vortex in two. It roared past Xiliu's flanks without so much as a scratch. Kuluo Kuda Air's brow tightened. Lightning ability. Intriguing. Xiliu pressed the advantage without pause, flashing forward as Leiyu howled with thunder, aiming straight for his throat. At the instant the blade reached him, Kuluo Kuda Air's body dissolved into scattered sand, only to reform several meters away. Natural type abilities are such a nuisance. Xiliu clicked his tongue and adjusted his stance, preparing to press the attack again. Zaire and the others had already withdrawn to a safe distance and settled upon a flat rock. Zaire crossed his arms like a coach and called out to Xiliu, "Don't rely solely on devil fruit power. Use Haki more. Remember, armament Haki is the key to countering natural types." Xiliu nodded and charged once more. This time, besides the electric currents, the edge of Leiyu was sheathed in an inky armament Haki. Kuluo Kuda Air dared not underestimate him now and transformed his left arm into a sand blade to meet the attack. Their clash was lightning fast. Sand and lightning danced in the air, each strike spawning small explosions. "Not bad, kid," Kuluo Kuda Air taunted amid the skirmish. "But you're still green." He suddenly spread his arms wide. Sandstorm. Sand whipped outward from Kuluo Kuda Air in a furious sweep, engulfing nearly half the field. Xiliu was forced to retreat for a moment, narrowing his eyes against the stinging grains. Zaire's voice cut through the tempest. Xiliu used the lightning's heat. The Shasha fruit hates moisture and extreme temperature. Enlightened, Xiliu drove Leiyu into the earth. Thundernet. Countless currents flowed from the blade into the ground, and then erupted radially, with Xiliu at the center. Blue-white serpents of electricity raced along the surface, heating the sand until it glowed. The air itself swelled with relentless heat. Kuluo Kuda Air's sandstorm immediately lost its bite. The intense heat made his sand difficult to control, and his expression darkened as he withdrew the technique and shifted to more direct assaults. Desert Saber. His right arm fully became sand, extending into a massive sand blade that came crashing down toward Xiliu. Xiliu raised his sword to block. The meeting of edges detonated in a deafening roar. "That's it." Zaire coached from the sideline. "Feel his rhythm. Find an opening to counter." The battle intensified, carrying them from the open clearing into the jungle and back again. Kuluo Kuda Air's combat experience showed in his ruthless techniques. Xiliu, guided by Zaire's words, grew bolder with every exchange. 3 hours passed, and the sun dipped westward. Zaire, watching, yawned and said to Jean and I, "They'll be at it a while. I'm going to rest. Wake me when there's a victor." Jean and I shook her head in exasperation. "You sleep while the crew fights. You really are unflappable." The moment Zaire closed his eyes, a thunderclap jolted him awake. He sat bolt upright. In the center of the field, Xiliu was wrapped in blinding lightning, while Kuluo Kuda Air knelt on one knee. His slicked-back hair disheveled, his expensive suit singed and riddled with blackened holes, blood trickling from his mouth. Kuluo Kuda Air rose slowly, produced a cigar from his pocket, and took a long draw. Not bad. Truly worthy of the Zaire pirate crew. He blew a ring of smoke, his eyes cold and sinister. "This time I lost. They'll come for you again." With that, he dissolved into a cloud of sand and drifted toward the far side of the island. Xiliu sheathed his sword and returned to Zaire's side. Though his clothes bore tears, his spirit seemed undimmed. "Well done." Zaire patted Xiliu's shoulder. "For a first encounter with a natural type, that performance deserves praise." Jean and I checked Xiliu's wounds and breathed easier when she found only superficial cuts. Why was Kuluo Kuda Air here? What else? He came to see Roger's execution as well. Never mind him. Let's go. Next time we meet Kuluo Kuda Air, let Deshiong spar with him. Free conversation like that is hard to come by. Hearing Zaire's words, Jean and I felt a pang of sympathy for the other man. Of all people, he had to pick a quarrel with their captain. Zer stood at the edge of the ship, squinting his eyes towards the distant outline of Town. For 3 days Zer and his companions had been drifting in these waters waiting for today, the execution day of the pirate king Joel D. Roger. Captain, do you really have to go? Ginny's voice came from behind, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Zer turned around and saw Jinny sitting in the corner of the deck hugging her knees while Bear stood quietly beside her like a towering guardian. Of course, this is an opportunity to witness history. Zer adjusted the collar of his black coat, revealing his signature rogue smile. What? Don't you want to see the legendary pirate king for the last time? Jinny's fingers nervously twisted the hem of her clothes. I don't want to go to that kind of place. Her voice grew softer. Execution reminds me of bad things. Zer's smile froze on his face. He almost forgot that Jinny had witnessed many people executed by the celestial dragons during the time in the Valley of Gods. Now taking her to see another execution was indeed inappropriate. Just as Zer was about to apologize, Bear gently placed a hand on Jinny's shoulder. He'll stay here with you. Bear's voice was deep and firm, his gentle gaze behind his glasses fixed on Jinny. You all go ahead. On the other side of the deck, Xiliu was polishing his famous sword, Rainstorm, the blade gleaming with a cold blue light under the sun. He'll go with you. Xiliu sheathed his sword. It's just right to see what those so-called strong ones are made of. Zer grinned, then it settled. Half an hour later, Zer and Xiliu's small boat reached the shore. The port of Town was crowded with all sorts of ships, from shabby fishing boats to lavish pirate vessels. Strangely, despite the numerous faces from the bounty posters visible in the port, no conflicts had erupted. The Navy actually didn't come to clear the area? Xiliu raised an eyebrow. Today is different. Zer pointed to a Navy officer in the distance. They are only here to maintain basic order. The execution of Roger is the main focus. These small fries aren't worth splitting their forces over. The two of them passed through the bustling streets, the sounds of raucous singing coming from taverns and vendors taking the opportunity to hike up prices, selling souvenirs, with even pirates openly hawking the last pair of handcuffs from the Pirate King. The entire Town was immersed in a strange atmosphere of revelry. A rabble. Xiliu snorted, avoiding a drunken pirate who bumped into him. Zer remained silent, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, suddenly stopping in a certain direction. At the edge of the square, a blond man was sitting with his legs crossed atop a crate, his pink feather coat particularly eye-catching under the sun. Doflamingo. Zer whispered the name. Continuing forward, more familiar faces came into view. Crocodile stood in the shadows with his right arm bandaged, his expression gloomy. Our red-haired youth wearing a straw hat was arguing with a companion with a red nose. The most striking was the man standing by the fountain, his hawk-like eyes sharply scanning the surroundings. That is. Xiliu's breathing noticeably quickened. The instinct of a swordsman made him immediately sense the presence of a fellow master. Dracul Mihawk, Zer whispered, a very powerful swordsman. As if sensing something, Mihawk suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of Zer and Xiliu. The two jumped onto the roof of a 3-story building where the view was clear, allowing them to see the entire square and the central execution platform. You know quite a few people? Xiliu leaned against the chimney, his gaze still occasionally flicking towards Mihawk. Information is the key to survival. That red-haired brat is Shanks. He will definitely be a big figure in the future. The one next to him is Buggy, who looks comical but has absurd luck. Zer pointed to Crocodile again. As for that one, you know him too. You just beat him up a few days ago, and it seems he wasn't lightly injured. Suddenly Zer noticed that Mihawk had unknowingly turned towards them, his hawk-like eyes staring directly across half the square. We've been spotted, Zer shrugged helplessly. That guy really has sharp senses. After a moment's pause, Mihawk's gaze fixed firmly on Xiliu. Even from a distance, it felt as if an invisible sword energy was clashing between the two. Xiliu, Zer suddenly said seriously, after the execution ends, you can challenge him for a spar. You are a swordsman I recognize, and if you are only satisfied with slaughtering the weak, I would be very disappointed. Xiliu scoffed. How ironic for you to say that. Who was it that made me kill the commoners of the Sorbet kingdom? Zer was momentarily at a loss for words, awkwardly scratching his nose. Well, that was a special circumstance. Just as the atmosphere became delicate, a sudden commotion erupted in the square. The crowd parted like waves, clearing a path. Roger, handcuffed, walked forward slowly under the escort of the Navy. Zer immediately stood up. All traces of jest vanished from his expression. Even from this distance, he could feel the aura radiating from that man. It was not the despair of a dying man, but the composure of a lion surveying its territory. Truly worthy of being the Pirate King, Zer murmured. As Roger ascended the execution platform, the entire square fell silent. At the moment the executioner raised his spear, a sharp voice suddenly exploded from the crowd. Pirate King, where did you hide all your treasures? Is it really in the Grand Line? Did you obtain it? That legendary treasure? Shut up. No talking aloud. The executioner barked sternly, but it was already too late. Roger laughed loudly, his voice booming as if to shatter the clouds. Want my treasure? If you want it, I can give it all to you. Go find it. I've placed all my treasures there. Two spears pierced into Roger's chest simultaneously. Blood splattered onto the wooden platform of the execution, producing a dull dripping sound, and the world seemed to freeze at that moment. Then a roar like a tsunami erupted the Grand Line. One Piece. I will become the next pirate king. Zer quietly watched all of this, a faint, almost imperceptible cold smile on his lips. What a brilliant scheme, Roger, igniting the ambitions of the entire world with one man's death. Let's go. Zer turned to Shiryu and said, the show is over. Just as the two jumped down from the roof, a shadow blocked their path. You are strong. The execution is over now. Let's have a spar. Mihawk directly issued a challenge. Shiryu looked at Zer, who made a gesture of, please go ahead, just don't die. After the two left in front, Zer walked alone towards the port. Upon returning to the ship, Ginny and Bear immediately rushed over, but Shiryu was nowhere to be seen. Where is Shiryu? Ginny asked worriedly. He's facing his fate. Zer walked to the bow of the ship, gazing at the nearby island off Lobetown, where the clashing of swords could be faintly heard. We'll wait for him here. The sea breeze tousled Zer's black hair as he recalled Roger's smile before his death. That smile held no fear, only expectation, and a certain mischievous cunning that suggested a prank had succeeded. What an interesting era. Zer murmured to himself, a trace of madness reminiscent of Roger's smile, curling at the corners of his lips. As time ticked away, Xiliu and Mihawk had been battling for 3 hours. The crew awaited Xiliu's return when a purple lightning bolt shot towards them at an astonishing speed. It seems our swordsman is having quite the fun. Zaire exhaled a smoke ring, a significant smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Before the words could fade, a blinding lightning bolt struck the top of the mast, causing sparks of electricity to erupt, startling several novice sailors who crouched down, clutching their heads. When the white light dissipated, a tall figure knelt on the charred deck. Xiliu's black cloak had turned into tattered rags, and on his bare chest, a wound running from his right shoulder to his left abdomen was gushing blood. The most shocking part is the edge of that wound, smooth as if cut by the most precise instrument. Hurry and fetch the medicine box. Ginny's scream shattered the still air. However, Zaire leisurely walked up to Shilio, pulling a cigar from his pocket. As the blood-stained fingers accepted the cigar, Zaire noticed that Xiliu's fingertips were trembling uncontrollably, an indication of severe exhaustion. Looks like you lost. Zaire struck a match and lit the cigar for Shilio. Do you enjoy battles like this? The cigar glowed with a dark red ember as Shilio took a deep drag, the nicotine easing the tension in his muscles slightly. Then Shilio smiled, a satisfied grin that caused blood to spill from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the deck. Much more interesting than killing prisoners. Xiliu's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper. That man is strong, but he's also injured. Overall, I lost. Huh. Don't worry. There will be plenty more like this in the future. I hope you won't. Get out of the way, annoying captain. Jinny crashed into Zaire while holding the medicine box. Zaire shrugged and stepped aside, colliding with the silent bear. This young man with a bear-like build was gazing affectionately at Ginny's busy silhouette, his large hand absent-mindedly stroking the cover of the Bible. Zaire elbowed the bear's waist. Look how wonderful Jinny is. He intentionally lowered his voice, but ensured every word was clear to the bear's ears. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and propose to Jinny. Aim to have a little Jinny soon. The bear's ears turned bright red, and he hurriedly flipped open the Bible, pretending to read accidentally, turning it upside down without noticing. Just as Zaire was about to continue teasing, Ginny's furious roar came from the other end of the deck. You two. Either come help hold this moving idiot down, or go to the kitchen and bring out dinner. Minutes later, Shilio, wrapped like a mummy, was settled in the infirmary. The aroma of stewed meat filled the dining room, but the clinks of knives and forks were quieter than usual. Zaire noticed Ginny's plate had hardly been touched. She ran to the infirmary every 5 minutes to check on Shilio. Don't worry, that guy's life is tougher than a sea king's. Zaire mumbled with a mouthful of bread. Early the next morning, Zaire was still asleep when he was suddenly awakened by a loud explosion. What was that cannon sound? With the ship shaking, Zaire stumbled out of the cabin. Everyone prepare for battle. Zaire's shout was accompanied by the explosion of the third cannonball. As others rushed out of the cabin, Zaire was already standing on the ship's stern railing. 300 meters away, that familiar dog-headed warship was cutting through the waves, and the figure standing at the bow made the hair on the back of Zaire's neck stand on end. Damn it, it's Garp's dog-headed warship. Zaire jumped down from the railing and shouted to Shilio, hurry and destroy that sail. A pale-faced Shilio appeared on the deck, the bandages still seeping blood. He raised his trembling right hand, and blue-white lightning burst from his fingertips. But the next second, a violent cough doubled him over, and the lightning crackled in the air, dissipating. He'll do it. The bear silently stood in front of Shilio, the heavy Bible tucked into his arms. As he removed his plush gloves, pink, bubble-like energy appeared in his palms. But the most surprising was Ginny, the usually hot-tempered girl displayed astonishing calmness, kneeling on one knee at the ship's edge, her flintlock steady in the notch of the railing. As the sixth cannonball whistled through the air, the bullet fired from the gun accurately struck the cannonball. Boom. The fireball that exploded in midair illuminated everyone's tense faces. "Zaire, you little brat." A thunderous voice echoed across the sea. Garp held up a giant megaphone, obviously customized. "Sengoku said as long as you return to the Navy." "I refuse." Zaire interrupted the shouting. He could feel the heated gazes behind him without turning around. Guinness' bitten lip had turned pale, and the edges of the bear's Bible were crumpled. Even Xiliu had stopped coughing. These people feared death, afraid that Zaire might agree to Garp's demands. Zaire suddenly laughed, turning to face his crew. "Hey, you don't think I would abandon such interesting companions, do you?" Zaire exaggeratedly said, poking each person's nose with his finger, the caring sniper, the praying violent priest, and this lightning master who just got cut to shreds. Garp's roar came with a new round of cannon fire, but this time Zaire did not dodge. He stood amidst the cannon fire, arms wide open, his voice overpowering the explosions. "Listen up, old man. I now have people I must protect." Xiliu's lightning finally tore through the clouds, not aimed at anyone, but directly striking the sails of the warship. At this moment, the bear's bubble-like energy blasted the most dangerous cannonballs in midair. Guinness bullets specifically targeted those Marines attempting to extinguish the fire. Non-lethal, but enough to send them scurrying for cover. When the mast of the dog-headed warship collapsed under the lightning strike, Zaire vaguely saw Garp's expression. The legendary naval hero was not angry, rather he was smiling. "Vice Admiral Garp." Bogart's voice came through the thick smoke. "Should we use the backup sails to continue the pursuit?" "Chase my ass." Garp's voice was loud enough for Zaire to hear clearly. "Didn't you see the sails are damaged? Tell Sengoku that Zaire ran too fast and got away." Watching the warship grow more distant, Zaire understood that Garp had intentionally let him go. Otherwise, with Garp's strength, none of these little brats on his ship would escape, not even a bone fragment would remain. This is no exaggeration, Garp currently possesses that kind of strength. After leaving the waters of Rog Town, everyone felt a bit more at ease. The pressure exerted by Garp was simply too strong. Ginny emerged from the cabin holding a basket of freshly washed bandages. The sea breeze lifted her pink hair as she glanced at Zell, who was leaning against the ship's railing. After a moment's hesitation, she walked over. "Zell, was that really Garp?" Ginny placed the basket of bandages on a wooden barrel, her voice trembling slightly. "I never expected we could escape from Garp's pursuit." Zell withdrew his gaze from the horizon and gently ruffled Ginny's hair. This habitual action made Ginny instinctively shrink her neck, yet she did not pull away. A dog-headed battleship combined with the ability to throw cannonballs like pebbles. "There's no one else but Garp," Zell said with a bitter smile, unconsciously tapping his knuckles against the wooden railing. "He didn't go all out against us today, or otherwise." His unfinished words hung in the air, more chilling than if they had been spoken. Ginny clenched the edge of her apron, the fabric crumpling in her grip. "Isn't he part of the Navy? Why did he let us go?" "Because he also looks down on the world government. You'll understand this later." Zell suddenly turned towards the infirmary. "Where's Xiliu? How is he doing now?" Mentioning Xiliu, Ginny's shoulders visibly slumped. She pointed towards the cabin, lowering her voice. "Because of the battle, just now his wounds reopened." She bit her lip until it turned pale. "If only my medical skills were better, if only I were stronger, we wouldn't need to have injured fighters in battle." Zell watched Ginny's guilt-ridden expression, feeling as if a stone weighed down on his chest. He turned to look at the large bear quietly reading in the lookout tower, suddenly realizing a critical absence on the ship. "Ginny, stop blaming yourself." Zell gently pressed down on Ginny's shoulder. "You've already done excellently. Letting Shiryu's wounds reopen is my oversight as the captain." After a pause, he continued, "It seems it's time for us to find a ship's doctor." Ginny suddenly looked up, her eyes brightening. "Really? But..." The light quickly dimmed again. "Even if we find a good doctor, what if they don't want to come aboard? We'll take it one step at a time." Zell turned to the nautical chart, his finger pointing at an island in the first half of the Grand Line. "Our next stop is Drum Island, where there are many excellent doctors." In the following 2 months, everyone took their time traveling. They lingered for several days at each island as Zell insisted that the crew fully experience the local customs and culture. The most excited among them was Ginny, as they were quite well off thanks to the generous gifts from the previous pirate cruise. At each port, Ginny turned into a whirlwind, sweeping through all the clothing stores and accessory stalls. The large bear always silently followed behind her, his arms soon filled with colorful shopping bags resembling a moving Christmas tree. This is how it should be. Zell leaned against a coconut tree, watching Ginny try on her newly bought sandals on the beach, while the large bear squatted beside her, carefully tying her shoelaces. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on them. "Girls should be carefree like this." That noon they anchored beside an unnamed island to rest. Zell was grilling fish on the beach, the grease dripping onto the coals with a sizzling sound. Ginny and the large bear went into the jungle to pick wild fruits, while Xiliu was below a tree maintaining his sword. Suddenly, unnatural ripples appeared on the sea. Zell's fish spear paused. He slowly raised his head and saw a massive shadow rising from the sea less than 50 meters from the ship. The seawater was parted by an unseen force, and a steel submarine broke through the surface, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. All hands prepare for battle. Zell dropped the fish spear and moved towards the water's edge. The submarine's hatch opened slowly, and a burly figure stepped out. Sunlight illuminated his muscular torso, and the intersecting scars on his body resembled the totem of some ferocious beast. Just by standing there, the air around him seemed to solidify, and seabirds screeched as they fled from the area. Zell felt his throat tighten. Even from dozens of meters away, the oppressive aura emanating from the man felt tangible against his skin. This was a power starkly different from Garp's, yet equally suffocating. Douglas Barrett. Zell whispered this name, his voice nearly drowned out by the sound of the waves. But Barrett heard it. A grim smile twisted at the corners of his mouth as he strode towards the beach, each step causing the sand to tremble beneath him, as if an ancient ferocious beast draped in human form were walking. "Oh, you know me." Barrett's voice was deep like thunder. "Then this will be easy." He stopped 10 meters away from Zell, his gaze sweeping over the prepared crew before finally locking onto Zell. "I heard Crocodile say he was defeated by a guy who uses lightning, so I came to see what kind of guy this is." Barrett grinned, revealing a beast-like smile. "And conveniently kill him. What an arrogant guy." Xiliu scoffed, drawing his long knife, the cold gleam flashing. In that tense moment, Zell raised his hand to stop Xiliu. "Let me handle this time." Zell took off his coat and threw it onto the beach, exposing his muscular torso. "I haven't had a good workout in a long time." Xiliu squinted at Zell, sheathing his knife. "Then let me see your current strength." He took a few steps back, his tone very calm. "If the captain is too weak, I might just leave." Barrett watched this scene, his anger morphing into a sneer. "You think I'm just a sparring partner?" His muscles tensed suddenly, the sand beneath him collapsing with a loud thud. "Seeking death." Without any warning, Barrett swung his fist towards Zell. Zell did not look at the charging Barrett. He became serious, knowing that Barrett was indeed very strong, but not to the point of being invincible. As for the young Barrett drawing with Rayleigh, Zell did not believe it. If the peak Rayleigh couldn't defeat a teenager like Barrett, then the title of the Dark King would be too overrated. Zell also threw a punch, meeting Barrett's fist. Bang! The two fists collided heavily, creating waves around them and rustling the nearby trees. At the moment when Zaya's fist collided with Barrett's, the air seemed to be compressed to its limit before exploding with a thunderous roar, creating visible shockwaves that expanded in a circular motion, sweeping away all the debris and dust within a 50-meter radius. Zaya felt the bones in his right arm crying out in agony as his body uncontrollably flew backward, crashing into 3 sequoias before finally halting his retreat. Coughing up a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, Zaya pushed against the ground and executed a leap like a carp. At this moment, his right sleeve had turned into ragged strips, revealing the spiderweb-like ruptures of capillaries on his bare arm. In the distance, Barrett also struggled to push away the tree trunk that had fallen on him, his signature black coat long gone. "No wonder you are known as the Devil's Heir on Roger's ship." Zaya flexed his tingling right wrist, a smile of excitement curling at the corners of his mouth. Through this probing, Zaya had gauged his opponent's basic strength, which was about 20% greater than his own. It seemed like a fair match. However, the real trouble lay in Barrett's ability to merge with inorganic matter, allowing him to assume a battle form comparable to ancient giants. Barrett brushed off the wood chips from his military pants, a hint of surprise flashing in his bell-like eyes. He had originally come seeking Xiliu, who possessed the Thunder Fruit, but was astonished that this unknown young man could withstand 70% of his power with a direct punch. "You are a worthy opponent. Let me introduce myself. I am Barrett, destined to become the strongest man in the world. Zaya, captain of the Zaya pirates. I have heard about a crew member on Roger's ship whose physical prowess rivals that of a monster." Zaya raised his voice, purposely emphasizing the words Roger and monster as he stomped his right foot down, fiercely propelling himself like an arrow toward Barrett. Now Zaya was betting on Barrett's pride. If Barrett chose to use his fruit ability, Zaya would fall into an absolute disadvantage. But when he saw the battle intent igniting in Barrett's eyes and the lack of fruit ability being used, Zaya knew he had made the right bet. For Barrett, who pursued ultimate power, defeating a martial artist with fruit abilities was nothing short of an insult. Bang! The shockwave from the second punch created a 10-meter-wide pit in the sand. Zaya felt the bones in his fingers emit a sound of unbearable strain, yet he laughed even more exuberantly. The two moved like mirrored images, retreating simultaneously before charging forward their fists and feet, leaving afterimages in the air. Too slow. Xiliu dodged a heavy punch aimed at his temple, driving his left elbow hard into Barrett's ribs. He heard the sound of breaking bones, but the next moment his abdomen was met with a knee strike. Both men spat out blood, yet neither was willing to retreat, even a single step. Watching from the sidelines, Ginny clenched the medical kit, her nails digging into her palm, without her realizing. As she observed the battle between Xiliu and Barrett, Ginny felt some worry. Mr. Shiryu, the captain. Don't intervene. Shiryu pressed down on the restless Jin Xiong. This is his choice. Beneath the stern visage of Shiryu of the Rain lay a rare gravity. Just 3 hours ago it had been a tactical back and forth, now it had devolved into the most primitive form of mutual brawling. The two stood in the center of the deep pit exchanging punches, as if they were two raging bulls. Barrett's right hook covered in armament Haki struck Xiliu's cheekbone with a metallic clang. Xiliu shook his head and retaliated with an uppercut that landed on Barrett's chin. Is this all the strength you have, Barrett? Spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground, his voice became muffled due to his swollen cheeks. I think Roger is just boasting. The monster he spoke of is nothing more than this. You seek death. Barrett's forehead bulged with veins as his punching speed suddenly increased by 30%. Xiliu crossed his arms to block his forearm muscles, trembling like waves under the immense force. This was the moment he had been waiting for. When an opponent loses control of their emotions, the openings detected by Kinbunchika Haki become magnified tenfold. The sunset elongated their shadows, and Xiliu's vision began to blur as he estimated he had at least 4 broken ribs, while his left ear could no longer hear a sound. However, Barrett was not faring much better. The monstrous man showed the first signs of unsteadiness in his steps. Do you know? Xiliu suddenly grinned, his blood-stained teeth gleaming ominously in the dusk. I promised my crew. Tearing off his already tattered gloves, revealing the unusually thick calluses at his knuckles. If I am to die, I will be the first to fall. So today you are destined to be defeated because I have promised them many things, and I will not fall until I accomplish them. Barrett's pupils constricted sharply as Xiliu's words reminded him of Roger, the man he most wanted to defeat. By the time Barrett regained his senses, he saw the armament Haki on Xiliu's fists undergoing a strange transformation. The pitch-black Haki no longer covered uniformly, but instead condensed at the 4 knuckles. Fist demon penetrate. Xiliu's figure nearly vanished under the acceleration of Soru, and Barrett instinctively swung his fist to meet it, only to hear the brittle sound of his bone fracturing. The 4 points of condensed Haki tore through his proud defense with ease. The impact penetrated through muscle to his internal organs, and just before losing consciousness, Barrett saw Xiliu also struck down by his final punch. Captain! Amid Ginny's cries, Jin Xiong used his rumble fruit ability to instantly teleport to the center of the battlefield, securely catching the falling Xiliu. Shiryu cautiously approached Barrett, and upon confirming that this monster was indeed unconscious, returned to Xiliu's side. Under the moonlight, Xiliu's swollen face was still frozen with a victorious smile. Shiryu recalled the duel 2 years ago in Impel Down, when Xiliu had just mastered armament Haki and dared to challenge Magellan, who possessed the poison fruit. At that time, everyone thought it was a joke until Xiliu broke through the poisonous dragon with his flesh and landed a punch on Magellan's stomach. Although that duel ended in a draw, Shiryu knew that if it were a life-and-death struggle, the first to die would certainly be Magellan, followed by Xiliu succumbing to the poison. The crowd lifted Xiliu onto the ship and began to bandage him, but after tending to his wounds, they were unsure how to deal with Barrett. Shiryu looked at Xiliu, then at Barrett, and said to Jinny, "Give that guy some bandages too." Xiliu seems to have taken an interest in that guy. Oh, perhaps he will become a companion in the future. Seriously, after beating Xiliu to this state, I still have to bandage him. After mumbling a few words, Jinny still bandaged Barrett. However, treating Barrett was much simpler than treating Xiliu. A night has passed since Xiliu and Barrett were injured severely, and neither of them has awoken yet. At the Navy headquarters, Marshal Kong stared at the freshly delivered newspaper, feeling a headache. Xiliu, who had been forced out by the world government a year ago, surprisingly gained the strength to defeat Barrett. Had he known this, he would have done everything to keep Xiliu, as that would have meant 4 monsters among the new generation of the Navy. Putting down the newspaper, Steelbone Kong looked at Sengoku. What are your thoughts on this matter? Barrett has been rampaging the seas after being executed because of Roger, and now he has been defeated by Xiliu. Should we capture Barrett? Then let Garp handle it. It just so happens he is still in the East Sea. Sengoku poured himself and craned a cup of tea and took a gentle sip. I didn't expect Xiliu to grow so quickly. We all know Barrett's strength. Even if we send Sakazuki, it would probably take considerable effort to deal with him. Indeed. That boy's growth rate is astonishing, and his combat intelligence far exceeds his strength. Crane pointed at the newspaper on the table. From the newspaper, it seems Barrett did not use his devil fruit powers in their fight. I guess during the battle Zaire must have outsmarted Barrett, and combined with the boy's physical condition, it makes sense that Barrett was defeated. Exactly. Little Crane is right. Although Zaire's combat power may not be the very best, his insane defensive capabilities can probably only be countered by that one person on the seas. I hope the world government does not regret their past decisions. Sengoku sighed. All right, Sengoku, you take charge of this matter. I am about to retire, and the world government has yet to agree to your succession. This matter is also beneficial for you. If you handle it well, your transition will be much smoother. Not only the Navy is discussing Zaire, but the pirates are also talking about him. On a small island in the New World, Marco handed the newspaper to Whitebeard. Old man, take a look. Barrett from Roger's crew has been defeated by a Navy named Zaire, to be precise a former Navy, who left the Navy a year ago for some unknown reason. Haha, what an interesting little brat. Marco, when that guy arrives in the New World, go and contact him. See if we can get him to join the Whitebeard pirates. Such an interesting kid is hard to come by. On a small island in the East Sea, Shanks looked incredulously at the newspaper. He really didn't expect Barrett to lose. If this weren't Morgan's newspaper, he would think it was fake. Not only Whitebeard has thoughts about Zaire, but the major forces that receive the news are also discussing how to recruit him. Meanwhile, Shiryu and the others are gathered together holding a newspaper, their faces showing surprise. They never expected that Zaire's fierce battle would be photographed and published in the newspaper. Just as everyone was focused on the newspaper, Zaire slowly walked out of the cabin. Seeing Shiryu and the others with their backs to him seemingly engrossed in a heated discussion, Zaire approached them out of curiosity. As Zaire walked behind Shiryu and Bartholomew, he caught a glimpse of the newspaper's content through the gap between their bodies. Instantly, Zaire's expression darkened. I need to find Morgans and talk about this. They made me look too bad. Oh. Ginny was startled by the sudden voice, looked up, and realized it was Zaire. Seeing Zaire awake, both Ginny and Bartholomew sighed in relief. However, before Zaire could speak, Ginny said worriedly, Zaire, why did you come out right after waking up? You are still very weak and should go back to bed to rest. Zaire moved his body a little. Aside from some pain, there were no other symptoms. No need, Ginny. I feel much better now. If I stay in bed, it makes me feel uncomfortable all over. Why don't you go make me something delicious? I'm starving. After sizing up Zaire, Ginny eventually nodded. All right. You sit here for a while. I'll go prepare something to eat for you. Bartholomew, come help me for a bit. After Ginny and Bartholomew walked away, Zaire turned to Shiryu. Where is Barrett? You didn't finish him off, did you? Shiryu nodded towards the direction of the cabin. No, he is still alive, just in the cabin. I had Ginny bandage him up. Oh, after all, he is somewhat of a talent, and I feel like you might want him to join us. I do have that idea, but Barrett is not someone who can easily come aboard. Everything depends on fate. After mentioning Barrett, Zaire suddenly remembered something else and asked, Shiri, you saw the battle between Barrett and me yesterday. If we don't use our devil fruit powers, do you think you could defeat him? Shiryu paused for a moment and then answered without hesitation, no. The answer was straightforward with no hint of doubt. In fact, Shiryu had already thought about this issue in detail yesterday. Soon a tempting aroma wafted and Ginny had prepared a whole table of delicious food. Zaire's stomach immediately growled. He couldn't wait to have a feast. However, just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks, Barrett stumbled out of the cabin. Zaire pointed to the seat next to Shiryu. Come sit and eat. Even if you're leaving, you should have a full meal, otherwise others might think I can't afford a meal. After saying this, Zaire started eating voraciously as if he hadn't eaten in days. Barrett sat down next to Shiryu and asked, why don't you kill me? This question made Zaire, who was eating, pause slightly, but he continued eating. Soon a large plate of meat was devoured and Zaire wiped his hands in front of Bartholomew and lit a cigar. Finally alive again, Zaire looked at Barrett. If you were an enemy, I would use every means to kill you, even employing some underhanded tactics. But you are different. All along, I never regarded you as an enemy. Hearing Zaire say he didn't regard him as an enemy, Barrett stood up in anger and shouted, Bastard! I'm here to take you down. You don't consider me an enemy, are you insulting me? Watching Barrett's rage, Shiryu did not draw his sword, but looked at Zaire with great interest, wanting to see how his captain would coax Barrett onto the ship. Watching the furious Ba-Lete, Zaire raised a hand to calm him and signaled him to sit. After Ba-Lete complied, Zaire exhaled a ring of smoke. Ba-Lete, about our earlier duel. Truth be told, I lost. You? Seeing Ba-Lete about to speak, Zaire cut him off. Don't interrupt me. Hear me out. I did not mean to humiliate you. Yesterday's fight was indeed a defeat for me because I employed a few small stratagems. You used Luo Jie to provoke me, forcing me to prove myself by not using my fruit power. This is the trick you mean, isn't it? Exactly, Zaire snapped his fingers. Your devil fruit power is too troublesome. If you had unleashed it, I would have lost outright. That is why I said I actually lost yesterday. If you truly used your fruit ability, it would no longer be a duel between the two of us. I would have had to Xiong and Xiliu join in to deal with you. In that case, what would the outcome be? I don't know. Most likely a stalemate or the three of us might eliminate you, Zaire admitted. Impossible. If I used my fruit power, you would have no chance against me, Ba Lete retorted stubbornly. Zaire chuckled softly. You are remarkably confident. Zaire nodded toward Deshion. He is called Ba Soa Luo Mixion. He wields the meatball fruit. He can swat people and send them flying anywhere, compress air, and fashion air bombs of terrifying force. If we truly found ourselves outmatched, we could always withdraw. You have no hope of killing us. That is the real reason I do not treat you as an enemy. Having spoken, Zaire watched Ba Lete's reaction. If possible, he would have liked to bring the man aboard. Such a warrior would be a tremendous asset. Ba Lete glanced at the meatball in Deshiong's hand, then resumed eating the food in front of him. He had not known about Deshiong before, and was surprised to find 2 devil fruit users aboard Zaire's ship. When their meal finished, Ba Lete chose to depart. As he leapt onto his submarine, Zaire shouted after his retreating figure, Ba Lete, to surpass Luo, Jia, you must first assemble companions superior even to Lei Li and the others. I can promise you with conviction that the people on my ship will one day be renowned throughout the seas. We will eclipse Luo Jia. Give me 3 years. No matter if you use a devil fruit, I will defeat you. Join my ship. I guarantee you will not regret it. Let me lead you to the summit and show you a different vista. Ba Lete halted at Zaire's words, then turned to look at the boyish face. With a disdainful curl of his lip, he replied, Then wait until you beat me. Next time we meet, I will unleash my full strength. If you win, I'll come aboard. Having spoken, Ba Lete boarded his submarine. Within a few breaths, it vanished beneath the sea. Xiliu came to Zaire's side and said, It seems your attempt to recruit him failed. It's all right, Zaire answered. Defeat him next time, and he will join. There's no rush. We have plenty of time. Zaire did not linger on Ba Lete's matter. He approached Jean and I. Jean and I notify everyone. We set sail soon. Our position has been exposed. Oh, we must leave quickly. Jean and I replied, Understood. He'll inform them at once. Not long after Zaire's party departed, Ka Pu's dog-headed warship arrived. Once ashore, Ka Pu examined the traces of battle between Zaire and Ba Lete, then turned to his aide. Bo Jia, contact Zhanghua and tell him Zaire and Ba Lete have left the island. Their destination is unknown. I'm taking leave to the East Sea. Admiral Ka Pu Fleet Admiral Zhanghua intends to take advantage of Ba Lete's injury and lock him in the underwater prison. Taking leave now might be inappropriate, Bo Jia protested. Ka Pu laughed heartily. Ba, since that fellow has gone, we have no means to track him. We'll capture him when he reappears. Besides, he's not likely to board Zaire's little ship. No need to rush. Given Ka Pu's decision, Bo Jia had no choice but to comply. Half a month later, Zaire's crew arrived at Xiaigudao. The sight of the white, unbroken snow filled Jean and I with childish delight. It was the first time she had seen such thick snowfall. The moment they set foot ashore, a group of soldiers blocked their path. From among them stepped a broad-shouldered man. Allow me to introduce myself, he said. I am the captain of the guard of this nation, Duo Air Dun. After his introduction, Duo Air Dun regarded Zaire. I wonder what illustrious business the famed Zaire pirate crew has on Xiaigudao. If you are here for medical treatment, perhaps I can assist. No need. We are here to find someone. Once we find them, we will leave. We won't delay long. Duo Air Dun scrutinized Zaire a moment longer, then instructed the soldiers behind him, stand aside. With the way cleared, Zaire led his party into the island. Jean and I, as ever, went shopping while Zaire and Xiliu inquired about any doctor of exceptional skill. Duo Air Dun sent men to follow Zaire's group at a distance, and himself went to the palace to report the arrival of Zaire to the king. They walked the streets making inquiries along the way, and finally a villager mentioned an eccentric healer of extraordinary skill. When Zaire heard the name, he momentarily froze. The man's name was Du Q. Zaire had never expected to encounter Du Q here. In the original tale, among the Blackbeard crew, Zaire only respected Xiliu, the others were in his eyes rubbish. Yet upon learning Du Q was here, Zaire resolved to meet him, if possible to recruit him. If not, he would let it go. The party arrived at a house and found a sullen-looking man slumped by the doorway, appearing half dead. Zaire, are we being tricked? This fellow looks like he could die any moment. Can such a man truly serve as ship's doctor? Don't be hasty. Eyes can deceive, Zaire said, approaching Du Q and extending his right hand. My ship lacks a doctor. Are you interested? Du Q did not answer. Instead, he pushed forward a basket filled with apples. Zaire smiled wryly. A bit of dark humor, isn't it? He plucked an apple from the basket and began to eat. Zaire finished the apple without incident. You're fortunate. Only one of these apples doesn't explode, and you picked it. You're here to recruit me, aren't you? I accept your offer. No sooner had Du Q spoken than he collapsed to the ground. Xiliu looked at Zaire. Is this man really a doctor? I have the uneasy feeling that having such a ship's doctor might be worse than having none at all. Inside the royal palace of Drum Island, Dalton was reporting to the elderly king on the situation concerning the Zell pirate crew. Zell Nos, the captain of the Zell pirates, has a bounty of 125 million berries. Xiliu, the user of the Rumble fruit, bounty 50 million berries. Bartholomew Kuma, the user of the Pawpaw fruit, bounty 30 million berries. Ginny, the sniper of the Zell pirates, bounty 8 million berries. Your Majesty, it appears the Zell pirates have not come here to provoke trouble. For now, we should avoid any confrontation with them. Once they locate the person they seek, they will depart. Just as Dalton finished speaking, and just as the king began to nod in agreement, a minister burst into the chamber breathless and panicked. Your Majesty, terrible news. Prince Wapol has clashed with the Zell pirates, and has been captured by them. What did you say? The old king shot upright. Tell me at once, what happened? After hearing the minister's account, the king was utterly dismayed. What on earth was his son thinking? To even consider abducting one of the Zell pirates as a bride, truly treating a billion-berry outlaw like a soft, pliable fruit. The king urgently ordered Dalton, go immediately and rescue the prince. Grant whatever demands the Zell pirates make. So long as they release him, the crown will comply without hesitation. Though he held little regard for Prince Wapol, Dalton accepted the king's command without hesitation. By the time he reached the town square, Wapol lay battered beyond recognition. Dalton approached Zell and bowed respectfully. Lord Zell, I offer my deepest apologies for the prince's reckless conduct and for the offense inflicted upon you and this noble lady. We beg you to spare Prince Wapol's life. Should you name any condition, His Majesty will fulfill it without reservation. Impressed by Dalton's courtesy, Zell voiced his demand. I hear from your prince that your palace houses a devil fruit. If you wish to reclaim this fool, hand over that fruit. Otherwise, his voice turned icy. Otherwise, I shall have no qualms installing a new monarch upon this throne. The idea of acquiring the gulp fruit had crystallized the moment Zell learned Wapol intended to seize Jinny as a wife. When first told that Wapol planned to abduct Jinny, Zell had been stunned. Having just defeated Bartholomew Kuma, he found it astonishing that someone would so brazenly court his wrath. To walk away without extracting compensation would be an insult to his own stature. He had not originally sought the gulp fruit, but since Wapol had provoked him so recklessly, Zell resolved to claim fair recompense on Jinny's behalf. Dalton moved swiftly. Within half an hour, he delivered the chest containing the devil fruit directly into Zell's hands. Zell opened it, confirmed its identity as the gulp fruit, and handed it to Jinny beside him. Jinny, this devil fruit is the king's restitution to you. Accept it, but do not consume it. It is a paramecia-type fruit, the gulp fruit, and ill-suited to your nature. In time, I shall secure one more fitting for you. Cradling the chest, Jinny could scarcely find words. With Bear Boy standing guard at her side, the fallen man hadn't even laid a finger upon her. Yet after delivering a sound beating, she'd received a devil fruit as reward. Only after watching Zell and his crew depart did Dalton exhale in quiet relief. He truly feared they might storm the palace. Against such force, he knew he stood no chance. Glancing at the mangled figure of Wapol, Dalton turned to the guards. Take the prince for immediate medical treatment. Aboard ship, Zell's crew soon set sail. Bear and Jinny gazed down at the man sprawled upon the deck, deeply puzzled. In their minds, their captain was unfailingly astute. So why recruit such a frail, bedraggled figure as ship's physician? If he possessed genuine healing skill, why hadn't he healed himself? Sensing their confusion, Zell pointed toward the prostrate man, Dokikyu, and said, do not judge him by appearances. He is in truth a masterful physician. And this horse beside him, his name is Zhuang. A snort escaped Jinny. Then laughter erupted, rich and unrestrained. Ha ha ha. This horse looks just as wan and wretched as Dokikyu himself, and yet they named him Zhuang. Mighty one. Dokikyu, Zell declared. Now that you've joined our crew, certain rules must be understood. First, never raise a hand against a comrade. This is absolute law. Should I learn of anyone violating it, I will execute them myself. Second, refrain from harming civilians whenever possible. I care not who my enemies are. Even the world government holds no terror for me. Yet I refuse to be branded a bully of the weak. Thus indulge your darker whims only upon pirates. Should vengeance come knocking, let them come. I welcome any challenge our crew may face. Dokikyu, who had lain motionless until then, rolled onto his back and leaned against the railing. Understood, Captain. Then let fate decide the fates of those pirates. Xiliu approached Zell. Now that we have a ship's doctor, we're next. I grow eager to test my strength against the new world's elite. Not yet. The time is not ripe. I intend to sail to Eni's lobby, to commission a vessel worthy of our crew. Our numbers swell daily, and this captured ship can no longer serve our needs. Jinny, safeguard the gulp fruit for now. Though its combat utility is modest, its strategic value is immense. It shall become the cornerstone of our crew's treasury. What we lack is a crewmate capable of unlocking its full potential. Keep it secure. When the right candidate joins us, it shall be entrusted to them. Yes, Captain, I understand. With all matters settled, Zell's crew raised anchor and set sail. Though the snow-draped landscape was breathtaking, none wished to linger. As the ship glided smoothly toward Eni's lobby, a lone figure appeared on the shore. Watching the vessel recede into the distance, a broad, knowing smile spreading across his face. To celebrate Dokukyu's induction, the crew hosted a lively welcome feast. Surveying his crew, Zell suddenly realized he had not merely poached Blackbeard's future crew member, he had done so twice. He wondered whether the elder Blackbeard, imprisoned deep beneath Impel Down, would still seek out additional allies in the abyss. Yet Zell felt no great concern. He had already crossed the threshold of another world. Some threads of destiny had long since unraveled from their original weave. Chishui capital felt desolate at first glance. The island was dominated by shipyards, the icebergs had not consolidated them, and with the maritime trains yet unopened, the harbor wore a chaotic air. The docks thrummed with representatives from every yard vying for business. After asking the locals for directions to Tangma's workshop, Zaire strode toward the derelict ship pier alone. Soon he spied a burly fishman at work hammering out a hull. Zaire came up behind Tongmu and spoke. "Hello, are you Master Tongmu? I wish to commission a ship. Do you have the time?" Tongmu turned upon hearing his name and looked at Zaire. After a moment, Tongmu laughed heartily. "Of course I have time. What kind of ship do you want?" Zaire answered, "A vessel that can traverse any sea. Price is no object." Tongmu beckoned him inside. "Come in and tell me. Kekaluo business. Make 2 cups of tea." Soon 2 cups sat upon the table. Zaire tasted his and found it acceptable. He set the cup down and produced a blueprint. "Master Tongmu, this is my design. See if anything needs altering." Tongmu took the plans and studied them intently. As minutes passed, his eyes grew brighter with each careful inspection. After a few minutes, Tongmu laid the drawing upon the table. "Mr. Zaire, your schematics are exquisite. With that unique sail system, the ship will be astonishingly swift. Did you devise this yourself?" Zaire asked. "Oh, Master Tongmu, you know me." "Of course," Tongmu replied. "You are Zirno's captain of the Zaire pirate crew. You're famous. I never expected you here at Chishui capital. I thought you had already sailed to the New World." Zaire paid little mind to the flattery and instead pressed the practical matters. "Master Tongmu, since we are pirates, will you still build the ship for me?" Tongmu roared with laughter. "What has your being a pirate to do with my craft? A man must stand proud before his ship." At that moment, 2 bruised, scuffling boys entered. Tongmu waved them over. "Bingshan Falamu, come quick, we've got big business." One of them grinned and asked, "Really? Do you want me to mount some super powerful weapons on the ship?" A fist slammed down hard on Falama's head. "Idiot, don't do anything so dangerous. Do you want the Navy to take notice of us?" Falamu shouted, "You bastard Bingshan, how dare you hit me?" Tongmu pulled them apart. "All right, stop fighting in front of our guest. It's rude. We don't install weapons, at most we reserve mounting points for armaments." Ignoring the 2 rascals, Zaire asked the most important question, "Master Tongmu, how much will this ship cost?" Tongmu paused to consider. "About 150 million belly. As for time, give me roughly 3 months. Zaire scoffed at the price. "That's extravagant. My bounties aren't worth that much." Then he told Tongmu the money will be delivered tomorrow morning. "I will collect the ship in 3 months. A week passed quickly. Zaire led his crew to a small island not far from Chishui capital to recuperate. Because the Navy had a base in Chishui, Zaire avoided unnecessary trouble and brought his people here to rest and to train the crew. On the second morning ashore, Zaire clapped his hands and called out, "Everyone wake up. Today's training is basic armament Haki and observation Haki." After breakfast, assemble immediately. The crew emerged from their tents, rubbing sleep from their eyes, and wandered toward the hastily set tables in small groups. After breakfast, more than 20 crewmen formed neat lines on the clearing. Zaire stood upon a raised rock and surveyed them from above. "Armament Haki and observation Haki are our essential skills for surviving in the New World," Zaire said without preamble. "Today I will teach you how to cultivate both. I cannot guarantee everyone will learn." He added, "But I can promise this, if you master armament and observation Haki, your chances to survive will rise dramatically." Zaire raised his right hand. A dark crimson energy as if alive coiled about his arm and gathered into his fist. "Watch closely." With a violent punch, he struck a rock half a man's height. The instant his fist met stone, it shattered into fragments. "Wow," Ginny cried. "Captain, can you teach me that? I want to learn to infuse bullets with Haki." Zaire answered, "Of course. Everyone run around the island. To learn armament Haki, you must build a strong body." Training began in earnest, and Zaire resumed his own practice. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Xiliu sitting beneath a tree. Xiliu was polishing his blade, showing no sign of participating in the drills. Zaire crossed the soft earth until he sat beside him. Xiliu only glanced up after Zaire settled. "Why aren't you training?" Zaire asked bluntly. "Do you think you've mastered armament Haki already, or do you rely on the Xianglei fruit and consider Haki useless?" "A little of both," Xiliu said as he sheathed his sword. "I feel these drills mean little to me. Only battle pushes me forward." Zaire fell silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping the crew hard at work in the distance. His voice turned grave. Xiliu nature-type powers are not unique to you. You once served time in the undersea prison. You should know the Navy possesses 3 top-tier nature-type devil fruits: the ice fruit of Qingji, the light fruit of Huanyuan, and the magma fruit of Qiguan. When a fruit's power cannot finish a fight, combat returns to swordsmanship and physical technique. The strength of one's armament Haki directly shapes the outcome. Xiliu's eyes flickered, and his fingers unconsciously caressed the sword's hilt. Zaire seized the moment. Think about it. If your lightning has no effect on an opponent, and their Haki easily pierces your defenses, what will you do then? Then I'll let my sword speak, Xiliu replied, without hesitation, a spark of battle in his eyes. Zaire added, a sword without Haki is as fragile as a toy before a true master. Zaire rose and offered his hand. Come, stop pondering, and feel how Haki suppresses fruit abilities. Xiliu stared at the hand for 2 seconds, gripped it, and stood. They walked to a clearing at the camp's edge. Other crew members noticed the commotion and halted their training to gather round and watch. The rules are simple, Zaire said, shrugging off his coat and tossing it aside. You may use every power of the Xianglei fruit. I will only employ armament Haki. Let us see whether your lightning or my Haki proves stronger. Xiliu sneered. You will regret this, Captain. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his body blurred and vanished like a streak of lightning. An hour later, Zaire emerged from a massive pit while Xiliu lay inside. This was the first time the crew had witnessed the captain battling against Xiliu. They never expected their captain to be so formidable, defeating an officer amidst raging thunder. Picking up his clothes from the ground, Zaire walked up to the others, saying, Did you see that? This is Haki. Without Haki facing the nearly invincible state of a Logia user, there is only a dead end waiting for you. Keep training. After sending the crew away, Zaire said to Poison Q, treat Xiliu. Poison Q walked into the pit, examined Xiliu, and then proceeded with a simple and crude bandaging. After being bandaged, Xiliu felt even worse than before. After putting on his clothes, Zaire sat down beside a large tree. At that moment, he did not appear as carefree as he looked. Although he had defeated Xiliu, he was also injured. After all, Xiliu's swordsmanship was not weak, and with the thunder fruit, Zaire felt a lingering numbness throughout his body. Time passed slowly, and 3 months soon flew by. Big Bear had grasped the basics of Haki, while Ginny still had a bit more to learn. In Water 7, everyone looked at the massive sailboat before them, filled with excitement. The dark hull of the ship exuded a strong sense of oppression. This was the blueprint that Zaire had drawn based on the Black Pearl from his previous life, only enlarged. Ha ha, what a magnificent ship. Tom approached the ship. Mr. Zaire, this is built according to your design. I made some adjustments where it seemed unreasonable. This might be the fastest ship I've ever built. Thank you, Mr. Tom. Now that the ship is ready, we should set sail. With that, Zaire boarded the ship. Looking at the spacious deck, Zaire was very satisfied. Suddenly, he thought of something and said to Tom, Mr. Tom, thank you for building us such a wonderful ship. To show my gratitude, I have some news to share with you. Oh, what news does Mr. Zaire want to tell me? It's nothing much, just that the world government CP has set its sights on you. Please be careful. Those people have no bottom line. If you can, I advise you to leave. Hearing Zaire say he was being targeted, Tom began to worry, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, I guess the world government found out about me building Roger's ship. But it's fine. As a man, one must face the ships they build with pride. Seeing that Tom did not take this matter seriously, Zaire did not insist further. He didn't have much of a bond with Tom, and he felt he had done enough by saying this. Besides, Tom might not even want to leave. Once everyone was on board, they looked at Zaire with eager eyes. Now that they had their own ship, they needed to give it a name. Seeing the looks on everyone's faces, Zaire understood they were waiting for him to speak. Zaire stood at the bow, cleared his throat, and said, Everyone, our pirate crew has been established for some time now. Fate has brought me together with all of you, and I feel fortunate to have partners I can trust with my back. Today we have our very own pirate ship, which signifies our crew is becoming more complete. I believe that one day we will make a name for ourselves across the seas, instilling fear in all. That's right, the captain is right. Our pirate crew will surely be the next Roger Pirates. Nonsense. I believe the captain will surpass Roger. I've felt this way since the first time I met him. Listening to the flattery, Zaire simply smiled and said nothing. When everyone had finished speaking, Zaire raised his right hand. Everyone set sail. With the sails lowered, the Black Pearl slowly departed from the dock. After Zaire finished speaking, there was a moment of silence among the crowd, followed by a loud cheer. Good name, Black Pearl, Black Pearl, Black Pearl. Even the indifferent Xiliu found the name quite good. He thought the name suited him well. Captain, I like the name Black Pearl, Ginny said, smiling while holding a gun. After everyone expressed their opinions, Zaire raised his right hand. Everyone, let's hoist the sails. As the sails were lowered, the Black Pearl slowly sailed away from the dock. Tom looked at the Black Pearl sailing further away, sighing, what a great captain. Perhaps he really can surpass Roger. Having left Water 7, the Black Pearl sailed towards Skypiea Archipelago, the gateway to the New World. Now, although there weren't many officers on the ship, their combat power was decent. To progress quickly besides training, they must engage in battles against strong opponents. Only through life and death struggles could they rapidly enhance their strength. After a long voyage, they finally arrived at Skypiea Archipelago that afternoon. Roger had just opened the era of great voyages with his own life, encountering numerous pirates along the way, but they were all easily handled by Xiliu and Big Bear, leaving no chance for Zaire to intervene. Seeing the bubbles everywhere on the island, Ginny's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zaire, I want to go buy clothes on the island. I haven't bought clothes in a long time. Sure, let Bear accompany you. I plan to take Xiliu to meet a real powerhouse. I've noticed he is becoming overly reliant on the thunder fruit. Zaire clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention to himself. Leave 2 people to guard the ship. The rest can go explore the island. But I must remind you that this place is very close to the Navy headquarters, so do not cause any trouble on the island. Once we finish coating the ship, we will leave. However, don't be too cautious. If any foolish pirates provoke you, just take care of them. With that, Zaire took Xiliu towards Area 13. Meanwhile, Sengoku received news of Zaire's arrival at Skypiea Archipelago. Kizaru also heard the news through the din Mushi lazily asking Sengoku, do you need me to handle this? Zaire is not a typical pirate that can be dealt with. No, it seems they intend to coat their ship at Skypiea and then head to the New World. Let this little monster go to the New World and stir things up. Alright, actually I'm quite interested in Zaire. I heard from Kuzan that his physical strength is extraordinary, and even Zephyr Sensei wanted him to join the training camp. I just didn't expect him to choose to leave the Navy. The dusk of the Shambodi Islands is always painted with a dreamlike hue, with countless soap bubbles rising from the roots of the mangroves, refracting colorful light under the glow of the setting sun. Sir stepped on a fallen leaf, looking up at the dilapidated yet charming bar before him. Xia Qi's Shakedown Bar. The inscription on the wooden sign had faded somewhat, yet the rebellious aura it exuded remained undiminished. Are there really strong warriors here, as you said? Xiliu squinted, his right hand unconsciously resting on the hilt of his knife. As a swordsman, he possessed an almost instinctive sense of danger, and this seemingly ordinary bar made his muscles tense up. Zur smirked, the sea breeze causing the hem of his black coat to flap. You'll find out once you go in. As he pushed the door open, the hinges let out a piercing creak, as if warning the newcomer to think twice. The interior of the bar was much more spacious than its exterior suggested, with the wooden floor emitting faint groans underfoot. Behind the bar, a woman with a neat bob cut was polishing a glass, a wisp of blue smoke rising from the cigarette pinched between her fingers. The most striking sight was the blond man sitting at the bar. His back was to the entrance, but his broad shoulders and casually resting arms exuded an undeniable presence. 2 drinks with ice, Sir said unceremoniously as he sat down next to the blond man, as if they had known each other for years. Xiliu's pupils constricted slightly. The closer he got, the stronger the oppressive aura from the blond man became. His thumb was already pressing against the blade of his knife, revealing a hint of cold light. Calm down, Xiliu, Zur said without turning his head. You're not a match for this person yet. Come over and have a drink. The blond man slowly set down his glass, the bottom of the glass clinking against the wooden bar, producing a crisp sound before he turned his head. Time had etched marks on his face, but it could not dull the sharpness in his eyes. You seem to know me. His voice was deep and magnetic. I don't recall having met the famous captain of the Zur pirate crew Zernos before. Haha, come on, what am I to be called famous? I'm just a new pirate who has just set sail. Compared to you, the right arm of the pirate king, I'm just a minor character. The right arm of the pirate king. Xiliu gasped, finally understanding why this man exerted such an intense pressure on him. Silbaz Rayleigh, the legendary Dark King vice-captain of the Roger Pirates. A hint of surprise flashed in Rayleigh's eyes, which quickly returned to calm. So you do know me. I wonder what you seek from me. If it's to learn about One Piece, I won't tell you easily. Upon hearing the term One Piece, Xiliu's breath quickened noticeably, and he instinctively looked towards Zur. As a pirate, no one could remain indifferent to the legendary treasure. That so-called One Piece, I'm not very interested. If I truly wanted it, I would go find it myself. Zur picked up the glass that Xia Qi had just placed in front of him. The amber liquid swirled around the ice cubes. I find it disgusting to eat what others have already eaten. Then what brings you to me? A hint of appreciation flickered in Rayleigh's eyes as his hawk-like gaze scrutinized Zur, a young man of interest. 2 things. Zur extended 2 fingers. First, I want Ms. Xia Qi to keep an eye out for some news about the devil fruits. Second, my partner relies too much on the devil fruits, and I want him to experience the gap between himself and true strong warriors. You're quite an interesting little guy coming to me for information, but the price won't be cheap. Xia Qi elegantly exhaled a smoke ring and pushed another glass of wine in front of Xiliu. Zur placed a heavy box on the bar. This is the deposit. The box opened to reveal neatly stacked berries. Once I receive the information, I will have the remaining payment sent over. You're quite generous, little guy. Xiachi closed the lid of the box, accepting the deal. After discussing the matter of the fruits, Zer turned to Rayleigh. Mr. Rayleigh, I wonder if my partner could witness what it means to be a true strong warrior. Why should I agree to you? Rayleigh sipped his drink, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. The bar fell into silence momentarily as Xiliu's hand gripped the hilt of his knife tighter, feeling the pulse in his temples, both from tension and excitement. If he could spar with such a legendary figure, even if just for a move or two, it would be an invaluable experience. Seemingly having anticipated this response, Zer considered for a moment before pulling out a stack of bills and a delicately crafted den mushi, placing them on the bar. This is for the drinks. Once you have news about the teleportation fruit, contact me with this den mushi. He then gently patted Xiliu on the shoulder. Let's go. Since he doesn't want to make a move, he'll take you to the new world to witness what true strong warriors are like. Xiliu hesitated for a second, but still followed in Zer's footsteps. Just as they were about to step out of the bar, Rayleigh's voice came from behind. Young man, the new world is no playground. Zer did not stop his steps, merely raised his hand to wave. It doesn't matter to me, the new world is a playground, but the ticket to this playground is one's life, and I've long bought my ticket. After the bar door closed, Xiachi thoughtfully exhaled a smoke ring. I thought you would give this junior some pointers. He seems quite special. Rayleigh finished his drink in one gulp, his Adam's apple rolling with the swallowing motion. He isn't the one Roger is waiting for, and besides, he doesn't need my guidance. Xiachi raised an eyebrow. Oh, you think so highly of him? Rayleigh gazed at the door, as if he could see the departing figure through the wooden door. He resembles Roger from back then, a type who never turns back once a goal is set. After leaving the bar, Xiliu could no longer help but ask, since we are here, why are we leaving in such a hurry? It's nothing. Since Rayleigh doesn't want to make a move, there's no need for us to linger. There are plenty of strong warriors in the new world. There's no need to hang ourselves on one tree. Zer suddenly stopped, turning to face Xiliu. More importantly, we don't have that much time to waste. This place is too close to the Navy headquarters, and they might already know about our arrival on the island. We need to leave quickly. Xiliu finally realized Zer's consideration. Being a new pirate crew with a bounty over 100 million, they were undoubtedly seen as a juicy target by the Navy. When they returned to the Black Pearl, docked near the 13th mangrove, the sun had completely sunk below the horizon, and everyone had come back. Back on the ship, Zell counted the number of people and realized that except for Ginny and Big Bear, everyone else had returned. Zell stepped forward to address everyone we. As the words left his mouth, he suddenly turned around, sensing someone had appeared behind him. Xiliu had already drawn his sword, and the crew members assumed fighting stances. What a fine ship indeed! Rayleigh had somehow boarded the ship. Zell relaxed, signaling the crew to sheath their weapons. He then picked up a bottle of rum from a nearby table and accurately tossed it to Rayleigh. A person of your stature wouldn't have come just to see the ship, would you? No, Rayleigh replied, taking a swig and wiping his mouth. The rum is good. Although I don't want to teach your companions, I would like to help you coat the ship. After all, it's hard to find a generous guest like you. Zell's eyes flashed with surprise, then returned to calm. All right. The ship is in your hands. I'll come to collect it in 3 days. Sure, Rayleigh nodded. Then his gaze fell on Xiliu. Kid, your swordsmanship is decent, but your killing intent is too heavy, which will affect your speed in drawing your sword. He pointed to his heart. A true swordsman must be as tranquil as still water. Thank you. I understand, Xiliu said gratefully, and followed Zell off the ship. Zell had already led his crew deeper into the illegal zone of the island. Having heard that there was an auction tonight, he planned to see if there were any good candidates to take aboard. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, a report about Zell's pirate crew encountering Rayleigh in the Sorbet archipelago was handed to Sengoku. Navigating through the chaotic streets, Zell and his group quickly arrived at the auction house. On the way, Zell encountered Ginny and Big Bear. Upon hearing that Zell was going to the auction house to find crew members, Ginny abandoned her shopping and came along with Zell. The guards at the entrance of the auction house saw Zell's group and immediately cleared the way. They had seen Zell's bounty notice. Those working at the auction house primarily recognized people. If they inadvertently offend a big shot, their boss could suffer. The rusty copper bell clanged in the sea breeze as Zell entered the auction house, where the bidding for the third item had already begun. A damp, musty smell mixed with the strong perfume of the nobles assaulted Zell's senses, causing him to wrinkle his nose. Over here. Zell lowered his voice and gestured behind him. Xiliu held a cigar, his wide-brimmed hat revealing hawk-like eyes. Ginny toyed with her old flintlock pistol, the scratches on its barrel glimmering in the dim light. Big Bear resembled a moving mountain, each step causing the wooden floor to groan under the strain. As the group settled into the last row of the corner, a few well-dressed merchants in the front row glanced back, their eyes lingering on Big Bear for a few seconds before nonchalantly turning away. These so-called elite always had an unusual interest in those with extraordinary physiques. Next up is a rare gem from the sapphire mine in the New World. The host shouted, and under the spotlight a sapphire the size of a pigeon egg gleamed on the velvet cushion. Xel yawned. The gem was indeed beautiful under the candlelight, but it was less substantial to him than a barrel of rum. Ginny leaned closer, her hair brushing against Xel's cheek. Captain, can we really recruit crew members here? Let's try our luck. Xel lit a cigar for himself. I heard there are good items up for auction today. Let's see if there are any special races, and if so, buy them. As the auction reached the 7th item, Xel was becoming increasingly impatient, wanting to leave this place. Suddenly, the host's voice rose an octave. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is a pinnacle of firearms artistry, the last masterpiece of the firearms master Lancelot, the famous gun Lucky Star. Upon hearing Lucky Star, Ginny straightened her back, her eyes wide with astonishment. On the display stand, a silver-white flintlock gleamed under the spotlight, the handle inlaid with sapphires arranged in the shape of stars, the streamlined gun body etched with intricate vine patterns. The starting bid is 3 million berries. 3,500,000. A man in a top hat in the front row immediately raised his bid. For million. Xel nearly sprang from his seat, his voice loud enough to turn heads all around. Ginny tugged at Xel's sleeve, whispering, "That's too expensive." Xel turned to mess up Ginny's hair. "You should have replaced that old antique long ago." He turned towards the display stand and caught the provocative gaze of the man in the top hat. "For 1,500,000. 5 million. Xel refused to back down. As the price soared to 7 million, the venue finally fell silent. The host wiped the sweat from his forehead. 7 million for the first time. 7 million for the second time. Sold. Congratulations to this gentleman. Holding the newly acquired Lucky Star, Ginny carefully ran her fingers over the patterns on the gun body, her eyes sparkling. Xel looked at her childlike smile and suddenly felt that the money spent was worth it. Just as Xel and the others were about to leave, the host suddenly rapped the wooden hammer. "Esteemed guests, please hold on. The grand finale item is about to be unveiled." His voice turned ambiguous. "This is a special lady." As the curtain opened with a clatter of iron chains, a female giant over 10 meters tall was led onto the stage by 4 strong men, a bomb collar with a red indicator light around her neck, her tawny skin covered in bruises. Despite her dire situation, she held her head high like a captured queen. From the Elbaf pure-blood giant tribe, the host excitedly announced, "Not only is she immensely strong, but..." He paused meaningfully. "As you can see, her beauty is remarkable even among humans," with a starting bid of 7 million berries. The venue erupted with excitement as Xel saw the top-hat man in the front row licking his lips, while in the corner a buck-toothed man with a face full of pockmarks eagerly raised his bid. 8 million. 10 million. The price surged like a runaway horse, and Xel saw the suppressed rage and humiliation in the giant woman's eyes. When the price broke 20 million, Xel raised his bidding paddle. 30 million. The crowd gasped. The buck-toothed man glared fiercely. 35 million. 36 million. 40 million. The buck-toothed man nearly screamed his bid. Xer glanced at the man competing against him, suddenly smiling as he tossed his bidding paddle to the ground. "I'm done playing." He turned to Xiliu and said, "Wait at the entrance for a moment. Whoever buys her, bring her back for me and kill the buyer as well. It should have been this way. Spending money to buy things is simply disgraceful for pirates." Their conversation was not low, so most people in the venue could hear them. Silence, an eerie silence. Someone remarked, "That person is the captain of the Xer pirate crew, a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. This one sentence instantly rendered the venue silent, as everyone stared in horror at Xer. Currently, there was no currency inflation, unlike in Luffy's era, where committing 2 crimes could lead to a bounty of over 100 million. Thus, Xer still held significant deterrence. The man bidding against Xer, hearing that Xer had a bounty over 100 million, slumped directly in his chair. Just as Xer was about to turn and leave, a staff member in a vest blocked his path, holding a transponder snail. "Mr. Xer, our boss wants to speak with you." When the atmosphere was thick with tension, the person in charge had contacted the boss behind the scenes. As Xer reached for the microphone, he heard a very annoying voice from the transponder snail. "Do you dare to mess with me?" Xer yanked the staff member's collar. "This is clearly a baboon, and you let me talk to a baboon. Do you believe I will destroy your auction house?" Suddenly the voice stopped, and the transponder snail displayed an angry expression. "Xernors, I am Don Quixote da Flamingo. I believe you have heard of me. During your time in the Navy, you executed many missions in the North Sea and even injured Toripol." "Oh, it's you." Xer feigned surprise. "How's that subordinate of yours? If it weren't for Vice Admiral Kizaru holding me back, I would have wanted to kill him." Doflamingo on the other end fell silent for a few seconds, then responded, "Xernors, I will take revenge for Toripol sooner or later, but now I want to discuss something else with you." "What is it?" "You can take that female giant with you, but you need to help me with something." "Go ahead, I'm listening." "I haven't thought of what the matter is yet. As long as you agree, they'll let you take her away. This deal is quite profitable." Zer thought for a moment, sure, but I think one thing is too few. How about this? I will help you with 3 things. Doflamingo was momentarily taken aback by Zer's unexpected suggestion, but quickly regained his composure. What else do you want? Nothing much, just keep an eye on a few devil fruits whereabouts. If someone eats them, it doesn't matter, they'll take care of him, and wait for the devil fruits to be reborn. Okay, I'll let you know if I hear anything. You can take the giant now. After saying this, Doflamingo hung up first. Once outside the auction house, Zer tossed the key to Hela, which was the name of the female giant. Hela, hey, race the key. You can choose to leave directly or join my pirate crew. Rest assured I won't force you no matter what. Looking at the key in her hand, and then at Zer's sincere eyes, Hela revealed a long-lost smile. Then I will be in your care, Captain. Great. There is finally another girl on the ship, Ginny exclaimed as she hugged Hela's leg excitedly. After settling Hela's matter, Zer took everyone to Shaki's bar. Ms. Shaki, we have nowhere to stay right now. Can we let Ginny and Hela rest here for 2 days while the men set up tents outside? But the price won't be cheap, Shaki said playfully as she looked at Zer. Zer took out a few stacks of money and placed them on the bar. No problem. Choosing to stay here was a well-considered decision for Zer. Firstly, it's safer here than other places, not because he was afraid of other pirates. Mainly, he was worried that before the coating was finished, if he encountered the world government or those bubble-wielding pigs, it would be troublesome. With Hela's arrival, the happiest was undoubtedly Ginny, who took Hela to buy clothes early the next morning, while Big Bear continued to be responsible for protecting Ginny. Although Big Bear always held the Bible and looked foolish if anyone dared to bully Ginny, he would directly exorcise them on the spot. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In front of the bar in the evening, the crew lay exhausted on the ground after 3 days of rigorous training. Shaki brought out several boxes of wine, which excited everyone who had trained for 3 days. For 3 days, Zer hadn't let them drink a drop. As pirates, that was worse than killing them. After placing the wine down, Shaki came to Zer's side. Your pirate crew is truly rare. They actually find time to train. Don't pirates usually hold banquets whenever they have free time? You also said that's other pirate crews. Zer pointed at the crew who were drinking. They are all personally selected by me. The moment they boarded the ship, they became my companions. Zer then looked towards the direction of the New World. There are too many strong people there. I hope they can survive well in the New World. If anyone harms my companions, I will absolutely take revenge, but I truly do not wish for such a day to come. I hope they can rely on their own strength to survive rather than always hiding under my protection. That would be unfair and unrealistic. The crew who were still drinking silently put down their drinks and began training again upon hearing Zer's words. Nice speech. Your crew seems inspired by your words. I really wonder how far you all can go in the future. Who knows? After saying that, Zer also began to cultivate, but it was unknown whether his previous words were meant for Shaki or himself. What an interesting young man. Returning to the bar, Shaki saw Rayleigh had already returned. When did you come back? Is the ship coated? Yes, it's ready to set off at any time. When I came back, I heard you and Zer talking, so I just came in directly. Shaki poured a glass of wine and pushed it in front of Rayleigh. Although you said Roger isn't waiting for Zer, I think it's hard for the people Roger is waiting for to surpass this mountain called Zer. There are many who are not afraid of death. But those who are not afraid of death possess strong power and high intelligence. As long as nothing unexpected happens, they will become a dominant force sooner or later. Maybe. Rayleigh drank the wine in one gulp. Then let me see how far he can grow. The next morning, after bidding farewell to Rayleigh and Shaki, Zer took everyone to the Black Pearl. Looking at the transparent bubbles, everyone was very excited. Although sailing was not unfamiliar to them, sailing underwater was a first. Zer jumped to the bow of the ship and shouted to the people below, "Next stop, Fishman Island, let's set sail." As the air sacs below opened, the Black Pearl was soon enveloped in a layer of transparent bubbles, and the ship slowly descended. The coated hull descended slowly beneath the ocean surface, sunlight filtering through the membrane to cast shimmering, undulating ripples across the deck. Zell stood at the bow, his fingers lightly brushing the seemingly fragile, yet astonishingly resilient bubble film. Crew members crowded along both sides of the railing, faces pressed nearly flush against the transparent membrane, eyes wide with wonder. "Look, the rainbow fish," Ginny cried, pointing as an iridescent fish longer than a human forearm glided past the ship's flank with effortless grace. Toxcu's unnaturally pale face broke into a rare smile. He extended his bony finger, meeting the gaze of a curious lanternfish that drifted close, separated only by the thin, luminous film. Xiliu leaned against the mainmast, arms crossed, watching his awestruck comrades with detached disdain. Meanwhile, Big Bear sat quietly in a corner, his heavy Bible open upon his knees, utterly unmoved by the marvels unfolding beneath the sea. As depth increased, sunlight dimmed like a lamp, being gradually turned down, layer by layer, its brilliance fading. When the depth gauge read 3,000 meters, darkness swallowed the world. Only the ship's lamps carved stark, pallid beams through the abyss. Ginny unconsciously gripped the handrail, her own breath echoing sharply in the hushed silence. Relax, Ginny, Zell said without turning. Rayleigh's coding technology is exceptionally reliable. No mishaps will occur. From the gloom, wrecks slid silently past the ship's flanks like phantoms, some intact, their masts still crowned, with banners fluttering in the current, others shattered beyond recognition, their hulls scarred with colossal claw marks. Hela raised her hammer toward an overturned merchant vessel. Through its fractured porthole, skeletal remains floated weightlessly inside. All fools bound for Fishman Island. Xiliu sneered. The gateway to the new world isn't opened for just anyone. A heavy, suffocating silence settled over the ship. Not even the most boisterous crewman dared utter a word. At 8,000 meters, Jinny began counting heartbeats to distract herself. 137. 138. Then, a faint glimmer pierced the abyss below. Sunlight, shouted the lookout from the crow's nest. The light intensified until it flooded the entire expanse, bathing the deep sea in radiant gold. Cheers erupted among the crew. Even Xiliu narrowed his eyes, savoring that long-lost warmth. To behold sunlight beneath the waves was no less miraculous than finding an oasis in the desert. As the black pearl passed through the dual-layered bubble membrane into Fishman Island, the coating dissolved soundlessly. Jinny leaned over the railing, gasping deeply, as though she'd forgotten how to breathe. Salt and coral perfume hung in the air. In the distance, a city built from living coral and gleaming pearls shimmered beneath the sun. Fishman Island, we've arrived. Zell rolled his shoulders. Leave 2 men aboard. Everyone else, follow me. The island's streets lay deserted, their footsteps on the shell-paved road rang out crisp and clear. Xiliu suddenly gripped his sword hilt, lightning flashing in his eyes. Combat ahead. Following his gaze, Zell's lips curled into a knowing smile. Perfect. Time to test what you've trained for these past months. Rounding a towering coral archway, they beheld a brutal battlefield. Over 20 Fishman guards locked in desperate combat with an equal number of pirates. 7 or 8 corpses already littered the ground. What stirred deeper fury was the sight of several iron cages holding trembling mermaid maidens, their beautiful tails slapping helplessly against the bars. Slave traders. Zell's voice turned glacial. Go stretch your limbs. Leave no survivors. At their captain's command, the crew surged forward, feral, unstoppable like beasts unleashed from cages. Big Bear's palms rippled with dense spherical waves. He struck once, sending 3 pirates crashing into a wall. Xiliu's blade trailed cobalt lightning, felling foes like wheat before the scythe. Even the frail, feverish Toxq swung a massive scythe, each horizontal sweep unleashing a crimson mist. Jinny remained at the rear, Lucky Star's barrel spitting fire. She targeted only those attempting ambushes, each gunshot striking true with a precise, lethal crack. Zell leapt onto a high coral platform, surveying the carnage. The Fishman guards stared in stunned disbelief, not only at the strangers' overwhelming power, but at their merciless ferocity. These humans hated slave traders more fiercely than Fishmen themselves. As the battle neared its end, Zell felt a sudden sharp pang in his chest. He jerked his head up, his observation Haki screamed a dire warning. Something terrifying approached. The pressure eclipsed even that of facing Vice Admiral Garp. Full alert now? Zell barked. As if answering his cry, figures emerged from the far end of the street. Their leader towered nearly 7 meters tall, golden whiskers curling like crescent moons, wielding a naginata with the solemn majesty of a god descending from heaven. Zell's pupils contracted. Edward Newgate the Whitebeard, later hailed as the strongest man in the world, one of the 4 emperors. Gerlala, Brad, are you arresting Neptune's subjects? Whitebeard's voice rumbled like an undersea volcano erupting. Xiliu's blade slid 3 inches from its scabbard. Big Bear peeled off his gloves. Jinny's gun barrel trembled, but held steady, aimed unflinchingly at Whitebeard. The air froze solid. Even the groans of wounded pirates ceased mid-breath. Courage worthy of praise. Whitebeard roared with laughter, coral shards raining from nearby structures, and behind him a streak of azure flame erupted, coalescing into the form of an immortal phoenix hurtling straight towards Zell's group. Zell did not stir. Just 5 meters from impact, a black blur shot forward. Big Bear's meaty palm slammed full force into the flaming bird. The blue fireball rocketed backward, cratering the ground at Whitebeard's feet. Marco staggered up from the smoking pit, wiping blood from his lip. Old man, the intel was right. They're all monsters. A fierce spark ignited in Whitebeard's eyes. His naginata began to glow with a blinding white aura. Zell flexed his wrist. He too wished to measure the gulf between himself and this legend. He knew he would lose, yet retreat was unthinkable. To be a pirate meant advancing without hesitation, facing death with unwavering resolve. At that razor's edge moment, a colossal figure stepped between the 2 forces. Newgate, stand down. King Neptune of the Fishmen stood drenched in blood. They saved us. Whitebeard halted mid-motion, his brow furrowing in quiet confusion as he looked to his old friend. Neptune then turned to Zell and bowed deeply. My profound gratitude, for without your intervention many more merfolk would have been abducted today. Let's go, Zell told his crew. Time to find somewhere we can drink. Old man Marco's voice drifted on the wind, that one strong, stronger than any of us I'd wager. Except you. Watching Zell's retreating silhouette, Whitebeard burst into booming laughter. Gerlala, the Grand Line grows restless again. What a fascinating young man. Let's go. Drinking's fine, but old man, could you please pay for it yourself? I'm almost broke. Marco grumbled. In reply, Whitebeard's massive hand descended, ruffling Marco's hair vigorously, twice. Inside the royal palace of Fishman Island, Zur was drinking with Whitebeard. In truth, Zur had merely sought a place to drink, had no desire to accompany Neptune to the palace. Yet after repeated invitations from Neptune, he reluctantly acquiesced and came along. Whitebeard drained an enormous cup of liquor in one gulp, then slammed it down onto the table with a resonant clack. Gururara. Excellent brew. Young Zur, you're fascinating. I see great promise in you. Join my family. Become my son. Uft. Kuma and the others sprayed their wine straight into the faces of Whitebeard's crew across the table. In contrast, Whitebeard's crew remained utterly unruffled, merely glancing sidelong at their captain. After all, Marco and the others had long grown accustomed to their father's eccentricities. No interest, Sir replied, lifting his massive cup and emptying it in a single draught before slamming it down just as hard. Your crew is formidable now, but I have my own path to walk, and frankly I have no intention of babysitting your lot. Zur raised his gaze, scanning the assembled members of Whitebeard's crew, then paused, fixing his eyes upon a small, dark-skinned stout man. Pointing directly at him, he said, of all your crew, only Marco, that stout fellow, and perhaps you yourself, possess any real substance. His gaze shifted back to Whitebeard. You stand now at the zenith of your power, but how long can such a peak endure? 10 years. 20. When age inevitably dims your strength, only Marco and that stout fellow will be left capable of shouldering the burden. His eyes returned once more to the stout man, yet I sense he deliberately diminishes his presence, harboring ulterior motives. Once he attains what he seeks, he will surely depart. Those words drew every eye toward Thatch. Even Whitebeard turned his gaze upon him. But moments later, Whitebeard simply looked away again. Gururara. Boy, are you trying to sow discord among my crew? And frankly, I don't even know him. Why would I bother sowing discord? It is merely my observation, Haki, sensing something deeply amiss within him in his heart, that compels me to speak plainly. With anyone else, I wouldn't waste a breath. Having spoken, Zur resumed drinking. Though Blackbeard was a master strategist, Zur held no regard for him. In Zur's view, wagering decades of cultivation on a single devil fruit was sheer folly. Such a choice squandered precious time for cultivation, leaving him vulnerable in the original timeline, where even minor figures could best him in combat. Only through acquiring 2 devil fruits did he eventually ascend to the rank of 4 emperors. Should those fruits ever fail and combat devolve into pure physical prowess, Zur believed Big Mom and Kaido would beat Blackbeard so thoroughly his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Deprived of the Yami Yami, Nomi, Blackbeard likely wouldn't dare step beyond Whitebeard's protection. Such a man was beneath Zur's notice, and certainly unworthy of being his rival. Zur desired 2 specific devil fruits, but he held no obsession over them. Whichever he obtained would suffice, after all, no human could consume more than one. To Zur, devil fruits were mere embellishments, grace notes upon an already complete symphony. Their absence would not impede his ascent to the summit, his own strength would carry him there. At that moment, Queen Odoheim, the wife of Neptune, approached Zur holding a wine cup. Thank you for aiding Fishman Island. Should you require anything, we shall do our utmost to fulfill your wishes. No need. It was merely convenient circumstance. I despise slavers above all things, and along this journey I've encountered many. Each met the same fate, sunk to the ocean floor. The deep sea is precisely where they belong. Odoheim, unprepared for such ruthless candor from this young man, instinctively glanced toward Neptune. Noticing her gaze, Neptune stepped forward beside Zur. Mr. Zur, regardless of your reluctance, we beg you to allow us to offer some token of gratitude. It is but a modest expression of our sincere appreciation. Seeing their earnestness, Zur pointed toward a broad-shouldered warrior seated beside Neptune. My ship lacks a helmsman. I wish for him to join my crew. May you grant permission? Neptune turned toward Jinbe, who served as Fishman Island's chief guard. I must decline, Mr. Zur. Jinbe said, stepping forward from his seat. It is an honor to be considered, but Fishman Island still requires my protection. I cannot leave at this time. Protect. If you truly protected this island, slavers would not roam its waters so freely. And today I watched your soldiers engage slavers, yet hold back from delivering fatal blows. I ordered at Odoheim, replied, meeting Zur's gaze. Lethal force only deepens the enmity between fishmen and humans. Thus we detain slavers, educate them, and release them once reformed. Foolish, absurdly foolish. Fishman Island's misfortune lies in having a queen like you. Inamar. Sir, please choose your words with greater care. We treat you with courtesy and respect. Why utter such cruel barbs? Neptune's voice boomed in rebuke. Sir set down his cup and rose, stepping close to the king. Careful, careful my foot. Were it not for your fine food and generous wine, I wouldn't waste a single syllable on you. In my homeland the two of you would be called the saintly fool and the willfully blind. Still unsatisfied, Zer gestured contemptuously toward Fishman Island beyond the hall. You two fools, how many fishmen vanish each year? This wretched state is your doing. That is not true, Mr. Zer, it is not so simple. King Neptune has striven tirelessly to protect our people. Enough. Zer raised a hand, cutting her off. In my eyes, failing to protect is indistinguishable from refusing to protect. I ask myself, given Fishman's overwhelming advantage beneath the waves, why not sabotage the coating on slave ships and rescue captives immediately? He pointed squarely at Neptune and Odoheim. Yet you, fearing slavers might perish, allow your subjects to be taken without resistance. That you have allowed Fishman Island to decay into this state. Do you feel no shame? Have you never contemplated abdication? Perhaps the next sovereign would govern far more capably. Even if the next ruler falters, I doubt they could fare worse than the two of you. In truth, you are complicit. Slavers cage the body. You imprison the spirit, stifling rebellion. By that measure, you are more despicable than any slaver. Growing angrier still, Zer jabbed a finger toward Whitebeard. Look at this old man. He commands fishmen among his crew, yet no slaver dares lay hands upon them. Why? Because any who try are sent straight to the abyss. That is the mark of true leadership. A leader must possess both compassion and thunderous resolve, or else remain forever at the mercy of others. Having vented his fury upon Neptune and Odoheim, Zer's mood finally lightened. He returned to his seat and resumed drinking. His words had been spoken, not to compel obedience, but to awaken awareness. Salvation begins within, no outsider can deliver it without that will. Whitebeard stood momentarily stunned. No one had ever dared call Neptune a fool to his face. It was nothing short of astonishing. Yuki was utterly bewildered by Zeal's scolding, unable to fathom that her diligent efforts to resolve the conflict between the fishmen and humans were deemed worthless. Throwing herself in front of Neptune, Yuki burst into tears, saying, No, I just don't want our next generation to live in hatred. Zeal, affected by Yuki's crying, lost all interest in drinking and turned to the nearby bears, saying, Xiongzi, you and Hella hold the drinks, let's head back to the ship to drink. Before leaving, Zeal cast one last glance at Yuki and sighed, alas. If all the slaves I saved had such kings and queens, I fear the Navy would mobilize entirely and still fail to save all the slaves. It seems leaving the Navy is a good option after all. Upon hearing Zeal's words, Yuki was somewhat puzzled, and just as she was about to ask something, she realized Zeal had already departed. Yuki looked at Neptune with her misty big eyes and asked, What did Mr. Zeal mean by that last sentence? I don't know either. Neptune scratched his head awkwardly, saying, Perhaps Mr. Zeal was just speaking off the cuff. In truth, he couldn't be blamed. He didn't know much about Zeal and had only seen his name in the newspaper before. At this moment, Whitebeard gave Marco a look, urging him to ease Neptune's awkwardness. Seeing Whitebeard's gaze, Marco reluctantly put down his drink. Opportunities to enjoy free drinks were rare, and he didn't particularly agree with Yuki's actions. Despite his reluctance, Marco spoke up. Zeal was once in the Navy. He saved many slaves. He left the Navy due to conflicts between the slaves and the world government. I fully agree with his last statement. If we don't deal severely with human traffickers, no matter how many navies we have, we won't be able to save all the slaves. Having spoken, Marco sat down to continue drinking, completely ignoring Whitebeard's murderous glare. Just then, Zeal and the others returned to the Black Pearl, and Jinbe approached. Looking at Jinbe's troubled expression, Zeal curiously asked, Are you here to seek justice? No, Jinbe replied as he sat down in front of Zeal. I want to ask how to protect Fishman Island. If Neptune asked, there might still be hope for Fishman Island. Your coming here is of little significance. Even if I tell you the method, you wouldn't be able to implement it. Zeal poured a glass of wine for Jinbe, saying, If Neptune orders defensive measures to be established at sea, every ship leaving must undergo your inspection, and those who resist should have their coatings destroyed. This method could completely prevent fishmen from being captured. Feeling a bit thirsty, Zeal raised the wine and drank a large bowl in one go, burping. Comfortable. In the sea, I believe that as long as you fight with all your might, you can defeat 99 of human traffickers. And those formidable figures who can defeat you in the sea won't come to capture fishmen for trafficking. That would be too degrading. After pondering Zeal's earlier words, Jinbe stood up and bowed deeply, saying, Thank you, Lord Zeal, for your enlightening words. I am immensely grateful. Forget it. A good idea still requires someone to execute it. The king of Fishman Island lacks that kind of determination, but you staying on Fishman Island is quite a pity. Have you ever considered joining my ship? Thank you for your appreciation. Xiliu held Jinbe up, who was about to bow again, saying, no need for the bow. If one day you wish to find a support for Fishman Island, feel free to look for me. My ship will always welcome your arrival. With Jinbe leaving, Xiliu leaned against the railing, contemplating the upcoming matters. At that moment, Xiliu approached Xiliu with a somewhat teasing tone, saying, another failure. First it was Barrett, and now it's this Fishman. At this rate, I'm really worried I won't be able to recruit anyone in the future. Why not let me give it a try next time? Get lost. Are you trying to become the captain? Dare to steal my job? We still have 2 days before sailing tomorrow. Let's find that dual-wielding swordsman from the Whitebeard pirates to spar. The loser can't drink for a month. I won't lose. After Xiliu left, Xiliu recalled Barrett, wondering what that guy was up to now. According to the timeline in the original story, Barrett seemed about to be imprisoned in an underwater prison soon. Xiliu waved to Ginny. Ginny, bring me that obviously untrustworthy phone bug. Soon Ginny placed a phone bug wearing glasses and dressed in a feather coat into Xiliu's hands. Xiliu gently patted Ginny's little head and then slowly picked up the receiver. Quickly, an annoying voice came from the other end of the phone bug. Foo 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 foo. Shut up. Can you speak properly? What a disgusting habit. With that, the phone bug immediately fell silent, but its expression gradually shifted to one of anger. Ignoring the phone bug's change, Xiliu spoke directly. Listen carefully, I need you to help me find Barrett's whereabouts. I must know where he is now. As long as you can help me find him, I can do something else for you. If you have any news, let me know immediately. Alright, I'm hanging up now, while I'm still drinking. With that, Xiliu hung up the phone with a click, and then handed the phone bug back to Ginny. Now Ginny was the ship's major steward, keeping everything from money to devil fruits. Looking at the already hung-up phone bug, Doflamingo really wanted to smash it. However, he managed to suppress the impulse to smash the phone bug. After all, it still had its uses. After adjusting his emotions, Doflamingo turned to the side and instructed Torpal, go check where that Barrett is. Doff, are you being too lenient with that guy, Xiliu? How about this? Let me and Diamante take him out once and for all. Torpal said indignantly. Doflamingo looked at Torpal with a gaze of disbelief, saying, can you beat him? Torpal was speechless, opening his mouth, but not knowing how to refute. Alright, Xiliu is an ambitious and capable fellow. Having him owe us a favor is a good thing. Perhaps we will need his help when we go to the New World. If only Xiliu could hear this, he would surely burst out laughing. From the beginning to the end, Xiliu never intended to fulfill any promises. Now that Whitebeard is also at Fishman Island with the intelligence capability of the Whitebeard pirates, it is definitely stronger than Doflamingo and the others. Xiliu doesn't look for Whitebeard precisely because he can't afford to owe him anything. As for Doflamingo, Xiliu doesn't care about owing him. After all, he isn't afraid of Doflamingo turning on him. 3 days later, the Xiliu pirate crew will also set sail. Currently, Fishman Island has raised the Jolly Roger of Whitebeard, signifying that it will now belong to him, and Fishman Island must pay a protection fee to Whitebeard every year. Although Neptune has a good relationship with Whitebeard, he still needs to pay a symbolic fee. Xiliu led the crew to the ship, but he did not board. Instead, he turned around to survey his crew, leaving them puzzled and staring at him. Xiliu pulled out a cigar, lit it, and exhaled a puff of thick smoke, speaking in a very serious tone. Everyone, while we were at the Sorbet archipelago, someone told me that the New World is not an amusement park and is not easy to navigate. My response at that time was, the New World is an amusement park for me, but the ticket is my life, and I have long since purchased my ticket. Suddenly, Xiliu's voice rose. I want to ask you now, are you ready to buy your tickets? If anyone is not prepared and wants to leave, there are many treasures on the ship. Those who leave can take enough treasure and live like wealthy men. I will not stop them. Everyone fell silent except for Xiliu, who shoved past Xiliu and walked toward the ship. Boring speech. If I weren't being hunted, I'd definitely leave this dull captain of yours. At this moment, Jinny was also pulling Hyla and Bear's pants as they made their way onto the ship. Hurry up, Bear and Hyla, the captain's gone crazy again. Captain, fate has brought us together. It is destined. Before Poison Q could finish speaking, Zhuang directly knelt before Xiliu. Hyla turned around and lifted him onto the ship. The others also walked onto the ship, muttering, the captain really is something, saying all these strange things. Yeah, for us, what's most worthless is our lives. How could we possibly be afraid to buy a ticket? Seeing everyone aboard, Xiliu smiled with satisfaction, jumped to the bow of the ship, and raised his right fist. Set sail for the New World. The Xiliu pirate crew is coming to the New World. Get ready to be conquered. The crew shouted with their hands raised. The members of the Whitebeard pirate crew watched this scene, some with admiration and others with disdain. In their understanding, many who head to the New World are full of vigor, but quickly fall to its harsh realities. On the Moby Dick Marco side, as he looked at the rising black pearl, The 17th this year. I wonder how many will last 3 months. Gulalala. Whitebeard took a swig of his drink, casting his eyes over a certain corner. Teach, what do you think? Teach hurriedly swallowed his cherry pie. This little pirate crew. Cough, cough. I don't know either. At this moment Teach was cursing. He was hiding well within the Whitebeard pirates, yet they claimed he was strong. Now many people have started paying attention to him. However, to obtain the dark fruit, he could only continue to disguise himself. He had already thought it through. Once he got the dark fruit, he would take the large meatball fruit. It was just too useful. He had seen Bear use the meatball fruit before and was immediately impressed. The ascent was much faster than the descent, and the black pearl quickly broke through the surface of the sea. Yada no Kagami. As soon as they emerged, a very lewd voice rang out. Following the sound, they saw a dense barrage of light bullets in the air, which sent chills down their spines. They all knew the new world was dangerous, but they never expected it to be this perilous. At that moment, a barrage landed nearby, and only then did they realize there was another ship beside the Black Pearl. When the light bullets struck that ship, it exploded violently, and soon it sank. A figure also landed on the deck of the Black Pearl. Seeing the yellow monkey dressed in a black and gray suit, Zaire waved his hand to signal everyone to lower their weapons, then approached the yellow monkey. Admiral Kizaru, long time no see. Your demeanor is still so special. Zaire had intended to say lewd, but thought better of provoking him. It's really frightening to encounter a traitor of the Navy and a traitor from the underwater prison. Should we drop you both into the sea together? This provocative remark, combined with Kizaru's tone, truly infuriated people. If you have the ability, then come and try it. Shiryu was the first to draw his sword. Zaire reached out to stop Shiryu, saying, All right, Shiryu, Admiral Kizaru is joking. I've known him for a long time, let me handle this. Zaire pulled Kizaru aside and whispered, Admiral Kizaru, you aren't here waiting for me on purpose, are you? Of course not. Admiral Sengoku asked me to eliminate the wild horse pirates returning to the Grand Line. Such a person returning to the Grand Line is a hassle. I didn't expect to run into you here. I see. Since you finished your cleanup, I won't hold you back. Your ship is right there. If you really want to make a move against us, your men will likely not make it back. Let's act like we never met. What do you think? Really now? Kizaru pulled out a cigarette to light it. The little brats who used to salute me now dare to threaten me. However, I genuinely don't intend to fight you. After all, Admiral Sengoku only asked me to deal with the wild horse pirates. Since I have a good impression of you, we'll share some news. That old guy in the underwater prison is very angry about Shiryu's defection, and he has decided to have Akiji take over Magellan's post in the underwater prison for a while, allowing Magellan to capture Shiryu. This time the world government will also send people. Is it really okay for you to share such important information with us? Aren't you afraid the world government will cause you trouble? Zaire displayed a look of disbelief. It doesn't matter, you will soon find out anyway. I share this news because I'm quite satisfied with your actions. Although I have no quarrel with the world government, there are some things I can't stand. After speaking, Kizaru flew back to his ship. Once aboard, he took out a den mushi and said, Moshi Moshi, this is Kizaru. Is that Admiral Sengoku? Moshi Moshi. A mop-headed officer reminded him, Admiral Kizaru, that's a listening den mushi. It's recommended to use Admiral Sengoku's den mushi inside the cabin. Oh, is that so? Then I'll report to Admiral Sengoku now. On the Black Pearl, upon learning that Magellan would come to capture him, Shiryu had a disdainful expression. Before, I still had some reservations about him without a devil fruit. Now he is no match for me at all. In fact, Zaire was not very concerned about this matter. He just wanted to inform Shiryu to prepare. Aboard the warship, Huang Yuan was on the line with Zhanghua. Admiral Zhanghua, are we truly going to reveal the operation to Zaire? Though I admire that junior, he is after all a pirate. Bo Lu Sali Nua, this is a decision I reached after much deliberation. The Navy cannot apprehend every pirate. Perhaps it is wiser to cultivate and steady one instead. A rustle of paper came through the Dianhua Chong as Zhanghua continued. Since Sarah left the Navy, he has only struck at the Sorbet Kingdom forces in the South Sea. The others he has killed were almost all pirates or slavers. That shows he has limits. He would not slaughter ordinary civilians lightly. That is to our advantage. What a proud man he is. If he spares ordinary people, and that conflicts with the world government's actions should the Navy intervene. I was slightly injured in the clash with the Yima pirate crew just now. Why not send Saka CG in my stead? I think he is better suited to this mission. There was a few seconds of silence from the Dianhua Chong before Zhanghua roared, Bo Lu Sa Li Nu, are you mocking this old man? Did the Yima pirate crew wound you? Hurry and go monitor Zaire. When the CP operatives and the others fail to subdue him, then you strike. Honestly. First you speak of supporting him, and now you insist on arresting him. I can never fathom what you high command are thinking. Enough complaining. This is the decision I reached with Fleet Admiral Kong. My promotion reports have long been suppressed by the world government. This time, we will show them the true strength of the Navy. We are not comparable to those CPs. Just as Huang Yuan was about to hang up the Dianhua Chong, a voice came through. Bo Lu Sa Li No, you must give this everything. If Zaire does not survive the encirclement, there is no point in supporting him. Understood, I know. After ending the call, Huang Yuan looked at the Dianhua Chong and muttered, good grief, I haven't had a break in 2 months. Am truly envious of Ka Pu, the Vice Admiral. Aboard the Heijinju, Zaire received a call from Duo Fu Lang Mingo. Zaire knows the man you seek has surfaced. 3 days ago, Ba Lei landed on Aoc Island. It seems the Navy is pursuing him as well. I have done what I promised. Do not forget your promise to me. I know. With the intelligence he needed in hand, Zaire ended the call to the Dianhua Chong and had a map brought to him. Having confirmed the location, the Heijinju set a course for Aoc Island. 40 days later, Zaire and his party reached the island. They drew a sharp breath at the sight around Aoc. A dozen or so warships had formed an impenetrable ring around the island, and Zaire even spotted Ka Pu's Go-To warship among them. Zaire, with a fleet of this scale, we will have no hope of landing. If we force an approach, we will be shredded by the ship's cannonade. Turning, Zaire patted to Xiong on the shoulder. I know. I am not foolish enough to clash head-in with the Navy. We must devise a plan. At that very moment, aboard the Go-To warship Zhanghua and Ka Pu also received news about Zaire. Zhanghua hastily contacted Huang Yuan. The call connected, and Zhanghua unleashed a torrent of scolding at the Dianhua Chong. Bo Lu Sa Li Nu, didn't I order you to monitor Zhou? How did he get to Aoc Island? If Zaire is already there, where were you? So Zaire has gone to Aoc Island. 10 days ago, I lost track of them. Their ship was too swift for ours to pursue. Though he still wanted to curse, Zhanghua restrained himself. Very well. If you lost them, then go to the North Sea to assist Sa Ka CG. Leave this matter to me. After the call, Zhanghua summoned the communications officer. Only when he learned Zaire had already departed did he finally relax. In Zhanggua's view, Zaire's departure was fortunate. An immediate arrest would have disrupted his own plans. Under cover of night the next day, Zaire and Xiong boarded a small skiff and made for Aoc Island. Explosions and human cries still echoed across the island. The two men dodged incoming shells as they ran toward the heart of the battlefield. Soon Zaire and Xiong reached a low hill. Below, Ba Lei fought the Navy and appeared wounded. The soldiers facing him were senior officers. The ordinary troopers had long since been cut down by Ba Lei. Zaire glanced toward the distant Go-To warship, puzzled as to why Ka Pu had not intervened. These naval officers were clearly outmatched. Several vice admirals had already been felled by Ba Lei. At that moment, an order to retreat sounded aboard the warships. The Navy men promptly disengaged and ran for the shore. Ba Lei did not pursue. He was breathless from exertion. 2 minutes after the Navy's withdrawal, the encircling fleet opened fire. Hundreds of cannons unleashed a deafening volley. When the shells slammed down on the island, the very ground trembled. Zaire at last understood the Navy's intent. It was not that Ka Pu could not defeat Ba Lei, but that the Navy feared Ba Lei might flee if pressured. Their tactic was to first wear him down, then bombard him with heavy guns. Once the bombardment had softened him, they would go ashore to collect the spoils. It was a prudent stratagem, clearly Zhang was thinking. Yet Zaire considered it excessive. Given Ba Lei's obstinate nature, he was unlikely to flee. Watching the battered automaton take continuous hits, De Xiong asked with concern, "Shall we intervene? He does not look like he can hold on much longer." "Not yet. We want Ba Lei as an ally, but that stubborn brute will not board willingly. Only when he is utterly helpless might there be the slimmest chance. The odds are low, yet I must try. Someone like him would be a tragic loss behind bars." The bombardment dragged on for a full 4 hours. By then, Ba Lei had exited his combined state. As the sun slowly rose from the horizon, the cannonade ceased. One warship drew toward the shore, the Go-To warship commanded by Ka Pu. When the ship put in, it was not Ka Pu who disembarked, but Zhanghua. Zaire had not expected Zhanghua to come ashore. He had assumed Ka Pu would be the one. That meant Ka Pu was still aboard. Sure enough, Zaire spotted Ka Pu on the ship's deck, contentedly eating a donut. De Xiong, the plan has changed. Execute Plan B. These two old dogs are beyond our present strength. When Ba Lei collapses, you must immediately push him to the place we agreed upon. Then take me and leave. Try to resolve it within 10 seconds. Understood. I will not fail. Ba Lei had already locked into combat with Zhanghua. As time passed, Zell sensed his plans slipping from his grasp. The battle between Shichibukai and Bartholomew dragged farther and farther away, worsening their chances of rescuing Bartholomew. When Bartholomew was hurled skyward by the Golden Buddha's colossal strike, Zell knew he could wait no longer. "Bear Boy, carry me before Shichibukai. You go save Bartholomew." With a gentle touch of Bear Boy's massive palm against Zell's back, Zell vanished instantly, reappearing the next moment directly before the Golden Buddha. "Admiral Shichibukai, long time no see. I've come here especially to pay you a visit." Hearing that voice, Shichibukai stiffened in surprise. He had never anticipated Zell's sudden appearance before him. Before he could fully regain his composure, Captain Garp's voice boomed from the warship. Shichibukai, stop that giant at once. They're trying to rescue Bartholomew. Snapping back to awareness, Shichibukai saw the hulking figure already standing beside Bartholomew and raised his enormous hand without hesitation. You wretch, daring to snatch someone right under my nose. Soar. In an instant, Shichibukai reappeared before Bear Boy and brought down his golden palm with crushing force. Admiral Shichibukai, you might at least show me some respect. After all, I once served aboard your ship. Is it truly appropriate to treat me with such utter disregard? Zell likewise activated Soru, materializing before Bear Boy in a blur, and drove his fist forward with devastating force, fist demon penetration. His arm coated in armament Haki collided Hiden with the golden palm. At the moment of impact, a violent shockwave erupted from the golden palm, hurling Zell backward like a ragdoll. Thanks to Zell's timely intervention, Bear Boy managed to extract Bartholomew in the final second, only to be flung dozens of meters away by the same concussive blast. Zell shoved aside the rubble rising from the crater, coughing, then spitting out a gush of blood. How utterly merciless. To strike a former subordinate with such brutal force. Zell, are you all right? Bear Boy arrived beside him just then. I'm fine, just shaken up. I'll need rest for a while before returning to duty. Shichibukai's forehead tightened with pulsing veins, an oversight he could not forgive. In one careless moment, Zell had snatched Bartholomew from under his nose. The Navy's operation had ended in total failure, a humiliation he refused to accept. Deactivating his devil fruit ability, Shichibukai stepped forward. Zell, surrender Bartholomew to me, and I shall overlook your transgressions. Refuse, and I will erase both of you here and now. Before the words faded, Captain Garp appeared beside Shichibukai, having rushed frantically, yet still arriving too late to prevent the rescue. Two legendary admirals in one place. How impressive. At present we are clearly outmatched. But neither of you will detain us. Bear Boy now. Bear Boy placed a hand on Zell's shoulder and tapped his own chest lightly. Instantly both vanished from sight. So swift was their departure that even Shichibukai and Garp failed to react. By the time they turned, Zell and Bear Boy had already disappeared. Ha ha, what a remarkable young man Zell is. Escaping right beneath our very eyes. Watching Garp burst into laughter, Shichibukai nearly struck him. How could he find humor in such a mortifying defeat? Yet after decades as Comrades in Arms, Shichibukai restrained himself, merely shooting Garp a sharp, disapproving glance. Enough laughing. Start thinking how we'll explain this to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The world government will certainly demand accountability for this failure. Accountability? What does that have to do with me? I'm merely a vice admiral. Let Sengoku handle them himself. Shichibukai sighed inwardly at his eternally optimistic old comrade, and turned silently toward the warship, already rehearsing how he would face the fleet admiral. On an unnamed island dock, Q tended to Bartholomew's wounds. Moments earlier, a towering man had materialized unexpectedly upon the shore. Shirley glanced briefly at Bartholomew, then instructed Doc Q to begin treatment. He'll be our ally from now on. After examining Bartholomew's condition, Doc Q confirmed no serious injury and began bandaging his wounds. Just then Zell and Bear Boy appeared nearby. Ginny dashed forward. Bear Boy, Zell, you're back. Are you both unharmed? I'm fine, but Zell took a direct blow to buy us time. I'm perfectly all right. Just a single strike, nothing serious. Cough, cough. Before he could finish, Zell spat another mouthful of blood. That blow had carried Shichibukai's full power. Zell felt his internal organs shift within his body. Doc Q, forget about that giant for now. Come treat Zell immediately. Ginny cried out, tears streaming down her cheeks. It's all right, Ginny. I'm fine, Zell murmured, gently stroking her hair. Let's tend to Bartholomew first. Don't let him die. By noon, Bartholomew had awakened, robust as an ox, his collapse caused only by temporary exhaustion. A good night's rest was all he needed. Zell sat with the crew at lunch when Bartholomew emerged from the cabin. Zell gestured toward an empty chair. Sit down and eat. It's been quite some time since our last meal together. I almost miss it. If I recall, last time Ginny bandaged you, this time it's Doc Q. You who aspire to surpass Joel D. Roger, why do you keep getting injured? Did Roger get hurt this often? Damn it, I was tricked last time. This was pure coincidence. Without you, I'd have defeated them just the same. Bartholomew avoided mentioning Roger altogether. After grumbling at Zell twice, he simply took a seat at the table and began eating. After the meal, Zell led Bartholomew to a submarine docked nearby. This is your weapon, isn't it? Bear Boy and I retrieved it while you were unconscious. Now that you're awake, leave. This is the first and last time I'll ever save you. I have my own voyage to pursue. Our paths part here. Without waiting for Bartholomew's reaction, Zell turned and walked toward the Black Pearl. Wait, Bartholomew called out, raising a hand. Why did you save me? You must have had a purpose. And why send me away now? Shouldn't you be inviting me aboard? Hearing those words, Zell froze mid-stride. His right foot suspended in air, then slowly lowered it. Turning fully, Zell studied Bartholomew for several long moments before speaking calmly. I saved you because I admire you. I let you go because we walked different roads. What I seek are comrades I can entrust with my back, not a lost and broken man. You know better than anyone how formidable Roger was, yet you fixate only on his strength, blind to the irreplaceable value of his crew. This grand line is vast, so vast that no solitary soul can survive its waters. Even if such a person existed, any pirate sailing alone would inevitably end and impel down. Can a person not survive on the sea? Barrett pondered Zell's words, then recalled the days spent aboard Roger's ship. Barrett, you are strong, but even the strongest person has their limits. Try to trust your companions. After saying this, Roger burst into laughter, ha ha ha. Seeing Barrett deep in thought, Zell turned and walked towards the Black Pearl, saying, as he went, guarding is far more difficult than killing and destruction. The path Roger walked is the hardest one. If all you do is kill and destroy, you will never surpass Roger. Try to protect something. You will find that this path is truly difficult, far more so than fighting everywhere. In the process of protection, you will understand that the fist of guarding carries more power than the fist of attack, because your fist bears too much. On the Black Pearl, Xiliu saw that Zell had returned and immediately walked over. You saved him, didn't you want him to board the ship? Why let him leave again? He must be willing to board. Forcing him is meaningless. Besides, he needs to understand what he wants. Otherwise, he is just a ticking time bomb, and as captain, I cannot accept having a ticking time bomb on my ship. That would be irresponsible to the others. All right, let's rest for a night. We set sail tomorrow. Garp and Sengoku are nearby. We need to leave quickly. At this moment, Barrett was still thinking about Zell's words. His mind was in chaos and his beliefs were wavering, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Early the next morning aboard the Black Pearl, everyone was preparing for departure. There were no towns on this small island, and it was impossible to resupply. Only some fresh water was replenished. Soon the preparations for departure were completed. After receiving the captain's command, the Black Pearl slowly raised its sails. Zell reached the bow and shouted to Barrett, who was still in a daze. Barrett, think about what I said. Come find me when you have it figured out. If you can't, then go on destroying, but this time no one will come to save you. I wish you surpass Roger soon. Back on the deck, Zell found everyone looking at him with disbelief. Is something wrong? Everyone shook their heads no. Then everyone went back to their own tasks. Watching everyone busy with their own things, Zell went to the deck to begin his cultivation. After being struck by Sengoku, he realized the gap between himself and true powerhouses. After sailing for an hour, Ginny, on the lookout, shouted, Zell, it seems something is approaching from the seabed, getting closer. Should we attack? No need, our companion is coming. Zell stopped cultivating as his observation Haki had sensed it long ago. Soon a shadow from the seabed broke the surface, revealing Barrett's submarine. I didn't expect he would really come, Xiliu said, looking at the submarine. Has this guy figured it out? Zell smiled confidently. I suppose so. If he hadn't figured it out, he probably wouldn't have come. The door of the submarine opened and Barrett walked out, looking at Zell by the ship's side. He loudly asked, Zell, you say the fist of guarding is more powerful. Who does your ship have something worth protecting? Hearing Barrett's question, Zell revealed a happy smile, pointing at the people by the ship. They are my crew and also my companions. They are now your companions too. Try to use your fist to protect them. Let me make it clear, this is not an easy task, and it might even be more dangerous than when you were alone. All right, I accept this task. Please take care of me, Captain. Fusing now. As Barrett spoke, the front of the submarine instantly transformed, wrapping around the bottom of the Black Pearl. The crew on the ship were astonished, as it was the first time they saw Barrett use his devil fruit abilities. 1 minute later, a layer of steel protective casing appeared on the outside of the Black Pearl's hull, with wood and steel perfectly fitted together, making the Black Pearl look even more imposing. Barrett jumped onto the Black Pearl, and the submarine and the ship were now fully integrated. Zell hugged Barrett tightly, saying, Buddy, it's great that you figured it out. Without you, the sea would lack a true powerhouse. Barrett, perhaps not used to being hugged, awkwardly pushed Zell away. Don't be sentimental, man. Aren't we supposed to hold a feast for the new crew member? I see Roger did it this way. Ha ha ha, no problem. Zell turned to Hella. Hella, could you make something delicious to celebrate Barrett joining us? No problem, Captain, leave it to me. At this moment, Zell was very happy. He had finally managed to get Barrett on board after a long scheme involving coaxing and brainwashing. Previously, letting Barrett leave and then leaving himself was all a feigned retreat, as it was really difficult to get Barrett on board. The crew looked at the 4 men at the bow, feeling a strong sense of security. Xiliu now stood at 2 meters and 9, while Zell was slightly taller at 3 meters and 10, both towering figures. Now Kuma was already over 5 meters tall, even taller than Barrett, and according to Zell's estimation, Kuma could grow to over 6 meters. At that moment, a newspaper fell from the sky and landed in Zell's hand. Opening the newspaper, he immediately saw the headline, shocking. The naval trader actually managed to escape from the joint siege of the naval admiral and naval hero. Below was a photo of himself fighting Sengoku. These newspaper sellers will say anything to sell papers. Why not say I defeated Garp and Sengoku instead? Suddenly, 3 bounty notices slipped from the newspaper. Zelnor's bounty of 200 million berries dead or alive. Bartholomew Kuma bounty of 100 million berries dead or alive. The last bounty notice was interesting. Barrett member number 7 of the Zell pirate crew bounty of 150 million berries dead or alive. Zell handed the bounty notice to Barrett. Look, the Navy fears you coming on my ship. Not only did they lower your bounty, but they also labeled you as member number 7. It seems they are quite wary of you. They want to use this method to drive you away. Boring tricks. Barrett tore the bounty notice apart. I don't care about these things. My goal is to become stronger. This time Zell was right. Steelbone Kong knew that Zell had saved Barrett and urgently convened a meeting, the theme of which was how to create conflict between Barrett and Zell. The threat of the Zell pirate crew was growing, and they could not allow such a powerful person to join. In the end, it was Crane who thought of labeling Barrett as member number 7 and lowering his bounty. It must be said that if Barrett had seen this newspaper before boarding, he might not have come on board, but now that he was already aboard, it didn't matter. Sea breeze thick with salt and moisture swept across the deck as Barrett stood bare-chested, his skin glistening with fine beads of sweat under the sun's golden glare. His arms coiled with deep violet armament Haki, each punch tearing through the air with explosive, thunderous cracks. 56,997, 56,998, 56,999. Barrett gritted his teeth, counting through clenched jaws, muscles taut as tempered steel. Yet before the final number left his lips, a familiar footfall echoed behind him. Barrett, there are 2 unpleasant things I'd like to say. Care to hear them? Zell's voice froze Barrett's fist midair. He exhaled slowly, a heavy, deliberate breath, then turned, his gaze flashing with quiet impatience. Speak plainly. Don't interrupt my training. Truly, you show little regard for your captain's dignity. Zell lit a cigar, the playful curve of his lips fading into razor-sharp focus. Barrett, your strength is extraordinary. With your devil fruit power, even I wouldn't stand a chance against you. Yet. Barrett furrowed his brow and snatched a towel draped over the railing, wiping sweat from his brow. Yet what? Zell stepped beside him, eyes fixed on the distant horizon, where sea and sky bled into one seamless line. Your combat style wastes armament Haki recklessly. You coat your entire body in it. In prolonged battles, that kind of expenditure will drain you far too quickly. From the far side of the deck, Xiliu, who had been polishing his saber, let out a dry, derisive chuckle. I've said it before, this brute fights with nothing but brute force. A vein pulsed angrily at Barrett's temple, but to everyone's surprise, he held his tongue. Instead, he stared down at his calloused fists, recalling his duel with Xiliu. Though he'd emerged victorious, an unfamiliar bone-deep weariness had settled upon him at the end. So what would you suggest? Barrett's voice was low, stripped of its usual edge. Zell raised 2 fingers. First, apply armament Haki only to your fists, unless an opponent strikes elsewhere, in which case reinforce only the point of impact. This alone slashes your Haki consumption by more than half. As he spoke, Zell demonstrated black armament Haki, instantly sheathing his forehead while the rest of his body remained untouched. See, efficiency, not excess. Barrett narrowed his eyes, then gave a slow, thoughtful nod. Second, Zell continued, your merged form is simply too large. Yes, it amplifies your destructive power, but it also accelerates fatigue. In a war of attrition, such a form becomes a liability. That massive silhouette, it's a target waiting to be struck. Any better solutions? Barrett crossed his arms. Sunlight traced the chiseled contours of his musculature. Zell offered a faint, enigmatic smile. Not so much a solution, more like counsel. First, fortify your physical body. The body is the foundation of all power. Without it, even the mightiest devil fruit remains crippled. Obvious, Barrett scoffed, but his eyes sharpened with genuine attention. Second, restrain the scale of your merged form. As I said, size invites vulnerability. Rather than inflating, further refine both your own physique and your combat automaton. Zell withdrew a strangely shaped devil fruit from his coat, a grotesque mouth-like orb. Your merged fruit doesn't merely stack matter. It disassembles and reassembles it with precision. He tossed it to Barrett, who caught it effortlessly, then studied the unfamiliar fruit with furrowed suspicion. This is the gluttony fruit, a paramecia type. It lets you assimilate anything you consume into your own body. See if your combat automaton can ingest it. This could prove invaluable to you. Zell paused, then added thoughtfully. Oh, and the gluttony fruit can fuse metals, forging entirely new alloys. I don't know whether your reconstructed alloys surpass them, or vice versa, but experimentation may yield synergistic results. You must have others aboard without devil fruits. Why not give it to them? And how exactly is a machine supposed to eat a devil fruit? Its battlefield utility is modest, offers little direct power gain. When I assign fruits, I seek the perfect match, not mere convenience. Zell paused, then softened his tone. As for machines consuming devil fruits, perhaps you've simply never witnessed an inanimate object do so. If you're uncertain, hold onto the gluttony fruit for now. When I meet someone who knows the answer, I'll ask how to make it work for you. Barrett tucked the fruit away and uncharacteristically murmured, "Thanks." Just then a sweet, heady aroma drifted across the deck. Hela approached bearing a tray with 3 vibrantly hued drinks. "Captain, try my refined spirit. I believe you'll enjoy it." "Is that so? Excellent. I'm parched." Zell accepted the amber-hued glass. "Hela, you're indispensable. I wonder which lucky young man will win your favor. Should you ever choose one, I'll personally vet him to ensure he's worthy of our Hela." "Captain, how embarrassing. I haven't even considered it yet." Hela flushed, hastily offering the second glass to Xiliu. Finally, she stepped before Barrett and presented a deep crimson drink garnished with a delicate lemon slice. A custom vitality spirit, infused with honey and restorative herbs. It restores stamina swiftly. Her voice, softer than usual, carried a quiet warmth. Zell noticed Barrett's glass differed distinctly from the others, and a knowing smile flickered across his lips. Saying nothing, he raised his glass, drained it in one smooth motion, and sighed with deep satisfaction. "Exquisite. Hela, your craft grows finer by the day." Xiliu downed his own glass in a single sharp gulp. His sharp gaze darted between Barrett and Hela, then lingered meaningfully on Zell. Barrett took the glass, lifted it, and drank deeply, the chords of his throat shifting rhythmically with each swallow, while Hela watched his profile unblinking. "Not bad." He returned the empty glass, voice still gruff, but his eyes for the first time held a gentler light. As Hela took the glass, her lips curved upward almost shyly. "I'm glad you liked it. I could make it for you, often." The sea wind kept sighing across the deck, but the air itself felt different today. Xiliu leaned against the rail, observing silently, uncharacteristically, without mockery. Hela gathered the glasses, her glances drifting again and again toward that towering figure. Upon the boundless ocean, a single ship sailed onward, carrying warriors of clashing temperaments toward an uncharted horizon. And today something subtle, yet undeniable, had shifted aboard her decks. A month passed by unknowingly. One noon, the lookout shouted down to the crowd below, "Captain, there are islands ahead. It seems there are people living there, because I see many buildings." Upon hearing about the islands, everyone rushed to the side of the ship. Life at sea was quite boring, and only the presence of islands made it interesting. "This should be Dressrosa," Ginny said, holding a map. Hearing that this was Dressrosa, Zell also perked up, taking a look through the telescope and noticing a large number of troops busy on the shore. "Everyone full speed ahead. We will dock on the island to rest for a while." "If you're short on money," asked Ginny. "No troublemaking allowed. As I've said before, do not harm ordinary people. If you encounter pirates, feel free to kill them. I've got your backs." Upon hearing Zell's words, the crowd cheered. "Great. I want to eat beef. Oh, I really don't want to eat fish anymore. I'm about to throw up from all the fish I've eaten this month." "Yeah, I also don't want to eat fish anymore. Although high-loss cooking is excellent, eating the same thing all the time is enough to make anyone sick, don't you think?" At this moment, Zell held back a laugh, wanting to say, "I'm tired of it too." But seeing Hyla pick up a hammer, he decided to help these poor folks out. "Hyla, don't be angry. Eating the same thing does indeed create that feeling." "Umph." Hyla snorted coldly and then put down the hammer in her hand. She merely wanted to scare these people and never intended to actually hit them. At this time, Ginny came to Hyla's side and tugged at her pants. "Hyla, let's go shopping later. Your clothes are too few. We can have some custom made on the island to avoid needing to patch them up when they tear." Soon the Black Pearl docked at the pier. When Zell and the others disembarked, they noticed the troops nervously watching their group. "Hello, Mr. Zell, I am Liku, Dord, the king of this country. How may I assist you?" King Liku lowered his posture significantly. Although the man before him had only recently arrived in the New World, he already had quite a reputation, having managed to retreat unharmed from naval admirals and heroes. Such a person deserved his utmost caution. "No need to worry, Your Majesty. I have no interest in your country. We are merely passing through, stopping to rest and resupply. We will be leaving soon." After saying this, Zell turned to the others. "I'll repeat what I just said. Do not harass the citizens here. As for pirates, you may do as you wish." "Understood, Captain. Let's hurry and go to the island." After cautioning the crowd, Zell looked at King Liku. "Your Majesty, as you can see, I have already warned them, so please rest assured. I mean no harm to your country. Now can we go to the island?" King Liku hesitated for a moment, then immediately cleared the way. "Please, Mr. Zell." Although King Liku heard that Zell's pirate crew did not harm civilians, it was still just hearsay. Seeing it firsthand confirmed the rumors, yet the thought of Zell's penchant for wiping out a nation's military left King Liku a bit worried. It wasn't entirely King Liku's fault for thinking this way. Xel had indeed eliminated quite a number of troops in the Sorbet kingdom, and with the smear campaign by the world government, many believed Xel enjoyed dismantling a nation's military. However, Xel himself didn't care about others' opinions of him. Once on the island, everyone went out to shop and drink. Even Shiryu and Barrett found a place to drink, leaving only Poison Q by Xel's side. Mr. Xel, may I ask what your plans are? If you have nothing pressing, I would like to invite you to the palace for a visit. No need. Xel raised his hand to decline King Lycus' invitation. Your Majesty, I heard there is an arena here. Could you take me to see it? All right. Please follow me. Soon Xel followed King Liku to the arena. At that moment, two people were fighting in the arena, and a young man wielding a giant sword easily knocked down his opponent, a 5-meter giant. As the giant fell, the host shouted in a high-pitched voice, "Congratulations to Cyrus for achieving his 2,351st consecutive victory in the arena. Another fateful encounter, Captain. You came here for that young man, didn't you?" Exactly. Xel glanced at Poison Q, then turned to King Liku and said, "Your Majesty, I would like to spar with Cyrus. Please arrange this for us." Sigh. Very well. If possible, King Liku truly wished to decline Xel's request. Now King Liku realized that Xel had come specifically for Cyrus, whom he had high hopes for, fearing he might not be able to keep him. After finding Cyrus backstage, King Liku conveyed Xel's wish, and Cyrus agreed without a moment's hesitation. Watching Cyrus back, King Liku felt a pang of sadness, sensing something was slipping away from him. Soon, under the enthusiastic commentary of the host, Xel and Cyrus stepped onto the stage. "You must be Cyrus. You are quite strong, but it's a waste to linger here. Come out to sea with me." Xel directly extended an olive branch to Cyrus. Cyrus was taken aback by the invitation from the person before him. After a moment, Cyrus firmly rejected him. "No way. I will not go out to sea with you. I am a murderer. This place is my prison." Xel, unfazed by Cyrus' rejection, instead smiled, genuinely happy. "Interesting. In that case, let me help you break out of this prison." At this moment, the host began the pre-fight introduction. Now the 2,351st consecutive winner Cyrus will facing Xel. Nos, Xel reminded the host. "All right, thank you. Now the 2,351st consecutive winner Cyrus will face Xel Nos. Let the match begin." As the host finished speaking, he suddenly felt something was wrong and remembered something, looking down in terror. At this moment, Cyrus had charged at Xel, who stood still watching as Cyrus swung his sword at him. Just as the giant sword was about to strike, Xel moved, saying, "Shave." In an instant, Xel appeared behind Cyrus's arm, cloaked in Haki, delivering a powerful punch to Cyrus' back. Fist demon meat smash. Cyrus, who had won over 2,000 matches in the arena, had excellent combat instincts. Upon seeing Xel's move, he immediately turned to block. In the stands, Doku Q watched as Xel sent Cyrus flying, then remarked in his gloomy voice, "How gentle our captain is. He didn't even unleash his full strength. If Barrett or Xiliu were to witness this, they'd surely be furious." Beside him, King Riku sat utterly stunned. After all, a single punch had sent their arena's strongest sword fighter soaring through the air. And yet Doku Q dared call it gentle. Clearly, he harbored a profound misunderstanding of the word. Midair, Cyrus swiftly adjusted his posture and landed lightly at the edge of the arena. Once grounded, he did not immediately attack. Instead, he studied Xel carefully, the young man before him no older than himself. The sheer force of that earlier blow remained seared into Cyrus's memory. Had he not reacted instantly, raising his blade to parry, he would almost certainly lie gravely wounded now. Though he had narrowly evaded the strike, a thin trickle of blood now edged his lips. Clenching his sword with unwavering resolve, he charged forward once more, without hesitation. This time Cyrus had grown wiser. He no longer rushed headlong, but instead maintained a precise distance, just one sword's length away. Thus Xel's attacks could not reach him, while Cyrus retained the freedom to pivot and evade in an instant, leaving no opening, no vulnerability. Noticing Cyrus's tactical shift, a flicker of genuine admiration lit Xel's eyes. His crew already brimmed with reckless brawlers, adding someone as sharp and perceptive as Cyrus would indeed be a welcome boon. Faced with Cyrus's massive greatsword, Xel moved with effortless grace, sidestepping with fluid ease, evading the strike as if it were mere child's play. Yet Cyrus refused to relent. His blade coiled like a venomous serpent, sweeping upward from below, aimed unerringly at Xel's vital points. 10 minutes passed. Cyrus now labored for breath, having struck thousands of times in that span, yet not once had his blade so much as grazed Xel's hem. Xel stepped forward several paces. "Enough. Your turn is over. Now it's mine." He surged toward Cyrus. Seeing him come, Cyrus gripped his greatsword with both hands, raised it high above his head, and charged in kind. At the very moment their paths converged, Cyrus launched himself skyward. Thunderbreak sword. Interesting. Shave. In a blink, Xel appeared before Cyrus, his obsidian black palm clamping down upon the descending greatsword. Then with brutal precision, his left fist shot forth, fist ghost penetration. A choked gasp. Then a violent spray of crimson erupted from Cyrus's mouth as he collapsed onto the ground. Silence descended upon the stands, thick, suffocating absolute. The crowd could scarcely believe Cyrus had fallen so decisively. Even King Riku wore an expression of utter disbelief, while Doku Q merely smirked, as if confirming a long-held certainty. Time slipped away unmeasured. When Cyrus finally opened his eyes, azure sky stretched above him, vast, serene, boundless. Strangely, a deep, quiet lightness filled his chest. As he drifted within his own tangled thoughts, a clear, resonant voice pierced the stillness. Awake. Then come drink. Or do you intend to lie there forever? The voice jolted him fully awake. He shot upright instantly, eyes darting across the space before settling inevitably on Zell seated directly opposite him. Zell smiled, a calm, self-assured smile, his gaze steady and unhurried. I lost, Cyrus murmured, voice low and heavy with bitter resignation. Yes, you did, but you're still alive. And one day you'll have your chance to defeat me. There was no mockery in Zell's words, only sincerity, warmth, and quiet encouragement. With that, Zell reached out, placed a bottle of liquor gently before Cyrus, and said, Here, have a drink. Does victory or defeat truly define your worth? What meaning lies in endless triumph? I don't know. Perhaps my purpose is simply to fight, until death claims me on the battlefield. That last punch could have killed me. Why did you hold back? Ha ha ha. Cyrus, you're fascinating. Only now do I grasp the mindset driving your battle. You sought death upon this stage. How foolish. Prisons confine only the weak. The strong set their sights on stars and oceans beyond. Zell lifted the bottle and took a long, fiery draught, the burn of the spirit warming him deeply. Nothing compares to a bold, unyielding liquor. Perhaps only such fire reminds me I'm still alive. Cyrus, you've imprisoned yourself here for no reason. These people are no match for you. Will you sail with me instead? Since you call this place a prison, why not change your surroundings? To you, location means little, yet a new horizon may awaken something long dormant within you. Hearing Zell's invitation again, Cyrus fell into profound uncertainty. He truly did not know where to go, or whether death moments ago might have been the cleanest path. Seeing Cyrus remain silent, Zell's lips curved faintly upward, confident, knowing. Step aboard my ship, and you become my crewmate, my comrade. I will stand beside you, always, as we search together for the meaning of your life. What say you? Cyrus paused, still solemn, then slowly reached for the bottle resting upon the table, his expression grave as though weighing a decision of cosmic weight. May I refuse, eh? Of course you may. Zell blinked, genuinely surprised, before recovering instantly with a warm, easy laugh. I loathe being forced, and I despise forcing others just as fiercely. If you choose to sail with me, we'll be steadfast companions. If not, no harm done. We can still be friends. Cyrus nodded slowly, acknowledging the sincerity behind every word. Still, my treatment of friends differs vastly from that of comrades. With friends I may simply say no, but with comrades, I will honor any request, even if it demands defiance of the entire world. Cyrus met Zell's gaze, surprise flickering in his eyes, stirred by the depth of that vow. After a long silence he spoke quietly. I hope you truly mean what you say, Captain. At last, Cyrus's acceptance. Zell nearly leapt to his feet. Cyrus, welcome aboard. Come, I'll introduce you to the rest of the crew. I'm certain you'll adore them. Wait, no? I mean you'll loathe them. Ha ha ha. Cyrus. At the port of Dressrosa in the evening, the sunset elongated the shadow of the Black Pearl. On the deck, Zaire patted the shoulder of Juries and revealed his signature cheerful smile to the circle of crew members. All right, everyone, let us officially welcome our new companion, Juries. Zainer's voice was particularly clear in the evening breeze. Though some of you already know Juries, I still want to reintroduce him. Zaire pointed to a tall man with a cigar in his mouth. That's Xiliu, skilled in swordsmanship, but with a fiery temper. He then pointed to a muscular man nearby, Barrett, a powerhouse. These two are brutes. Remember to keep your distance during fights to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Xiliu exhaled a smoke ring, scoffing. Barrett laughed heartily, shaking the deck. This is Kuma. Zaire turned to a burly man with a gentle demeanor, the kindest person on our ship. Zaire deliberately prolonged his tone, provided you don't bully Ginny. If anyone dares to touch a hair on Ginny, Kuma will immediately send them to the afterlife, scattering their ashes while reciting a eulogy. Kuma scratched his head shyly, his cheeks slightly flushed, while Ginny lightly elbowed him, causing everyone to burst into laughter. This is Ginny, Zaire continued, our sharpshooter and housekeeper. If you need money or want to procure something, just find her. Of course, remember to pay her back if you borrow money, otherwise her bullets won't be forgiving. Ginny shot Zaire a glare and smiled, saying, Don't listen to his nonsense. I'm quite reasonable. This is Hella, our chef. Zaire pointed at Hella, who was cleaning a knife. Her skills are top-notch, especially with fish dishes. However, I suggest you don't disturb her while she's cooking. That knife is not just for cutting fish. Hela didn't look up, merely flipping her wrist the knife, carving an elegant arc in the air, before precisely embedding itself in a cutting board 5 meters away. As for Poison Q, Zaire shrugged. I won't elaborate, you've already met him since he treated your injuries today. Poison Q emerged from the shadows, a peculiar smile on his pale face. I hope you enjoy my special potion, mister. Jury's the side effects. Shouldn't be too severe. Jury's instinctively recalled today's treatment, swallowing hard. Zaire clapped his hands, drawing attention back to himself. All right, that concludes the introductions. To celebrate Jury's joining us tonight, the feast begins. With his announcement, the crew cheered, and Hela, along with a few assistants, brought out the prepared delicacies and fine wines from the kitchen, quickly filling the deck with an array of gourmet dishes. Barrett dragged out a whole barrel of rum from somewhere, smashing the lid with his fist, and the aroma of the liquor immediately filled the air. The feast continued late into the night, the starlight replacing the sunset. Due to his introverted nature, Jury's remained mostly silent throughout the night, sitting in a corner and downing drinks with Barrett. Zaire noticed this scene, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. There were not many who could gain Barrett's approval. It seemed Jury's drinking ability earned the respect of this brute. Half a month later, the Black Pearl finally departed from Dressrosa, sailing back into the vast sea. Zaire stood at the stern, watching the island gradually fade away, an inexplicable sense of unease swelling in his heart. On the evening of the second day at sea, Xiliu suddenly approached. Something's off, someone has been following us. I felt watched while we were at Dressrosa, and just now I spotted a fleet behind us. There are 4 ships, and they seem to be coming for us. Zaire frowned, and quickly followed Xiliu to the deck. He squinted at the horizon, but saw nothing. Are you sure? Zaire asked, though he already believed Xiliu's judgment. After acquiring the Thunder Fruit, Xiliu's observation Haki had indeed reached an astounding level. Xiliu nodded, coldly pointing southwest, about 15 nautical miles away, 4 ships, one of which is a warship. They are very professional, consistently staying out of our sight. Zaire pondered for a moment before swiftly making a decision. Full speed ahead. Let's shake them off. If that doesn't work, we'll find an island. Naval battles are not in our favor. With a leap, Zaire ascended to the lookout and shouted to the crew on the deck, everyone pay attention. We're being targeted. Full speed ahead to shake off our pursuers. If we can't lose them, we'll find an island and deal with them on land. With the order given, the Black Pearl immediately entered battle mode. Ginny checked the ammunition in her sniper rifle. Kuma silently removed his signature gloves. Barrett excitedly loosened his shoulders. Even the usually lazy Poison Q emerged from the infirmary, fiddling with several oddly colored vials. However, despite the Black Pearl's speed, they were caught up to by the morning of the third day. When the 4 ships emerged from the morning fog, Zaire finally saw the enemy's formation. A trio of specially designed speedboats from the world government, along with a standard naval warship. Damn, Zaire cursed, they used external propulsion ships. This new type of vessel, combining steam power and sails, far exceeded the speed of ordinary sailboats. Zaire hadn't expected the world government to deploy such advanced equipment to pursue them. 3 days of relentless chase had exhausted Zaire's patience. Standing at the bow, the sea breeze tousled his black hair, and anger burned in his eyes. We can't go on like this. Zaire turned to the crew. We must take the initiative. Kuma, take me, Xiliu, and Barrett to those 3 ships. Once we've done sufficient damage, you can pick us up. After dealing with the small fry, we'll settle things with them on the next island. Kuma nodded, removing his gloves. Understood. Without any warning, Kuma's hand suddenly appeared behind Zaire. With the sound of a bubble popping, Zaire felt a dizzying sensation, in just a few seconds he found himself standing on the deck of the nearest enemy ship. The world government agents clearly hadn't anticipated anyone boarding their ship, and chaos erupted on the deck. Seizing the opportunity, Zaire rushed towards the main mast and delivered a punch, causing the sturdy mast to crash down. Then Zaire turned to the helm and threw another punch, completely destroying the control system. Flying finger gun. A cold shout came from behind, and Zaire dodged sideways. A sharp air bullet grazed his cheek, leaving a neat round hole in the ship's railing. A figure wearing a white mask emerged from the shadows, striking a unique pose with both hands. CP0, Zaire recognized their identity. It seems we are quite valued. The masked man did not respond, only launching another attack. Just as Zaire was about to engage, he suddenly felt a gentle pat on his shoulder. The voice of Big Bear rang in his ears. Almost done, Zaire grinned. The ship is finished. Another sound of a bubble bursting followed as Zaire returned to the Black Pearl. Big Bear did not linger and immediately disappeared again to assist Xiliu and Barrett. Moments later, Barrett was the first to return, a satisfied smile on his face, his fist stained with blood. That was exhilarating. He casually grabbed a barrel of wine from the deck and took a big gulp. Xiliu was the last to return, and his demeanor was clearly different. His clothes were torn in several places, and a rare seriousness was etched on his face. What happened? Zaire frowned and asked. How could someone make you look so disheveled? Magellan, Xiliu coldly uttered the name, his gaze fixed on the battleship. I was ambushed by that guy, but it was just my clothes that got torn. I'm not injured. Everyone pay attention. Zaire quickly adjusted the plan. An island has been spotted ahead, full speed ahead. Xiliu, you handle Magellan. I'll deal with that CP0. The rest of you engage freely. Bear Cub, you are in charge of providing support, especially to protect Ginny and Hela. The Black Pearl adjusted its course, heading towards the vaguely visible island in the distance. Behind them, the speed of the 3 damaged government ships significantly decreased, but the battleship continued to pursue relentlessly. Ginny crouched at the railing, her sniper rifle ready. They won't let us reach the island easily. Looking at the battleship, Zaire felt that something was off. Logically, there should be a vice admiral on board, and when the ship was attacked earlier, the battleship should have provided support, yet it remained still, which was unusual. Especially now, it seemed the battleship was eager to let them land on the island. All signs indicated that the people on the battleship also wanted to resolve matters on the island. Sure enough, the battleship began firing its cannons, but the cannonballs were aimed not only at the Black Pearl, but also blocked both lateral directions, clearly intending to drive the Black Pearl towards the island. An hour later, everyone had docked the Black Pearl, and they all disembarked onto the island just as the battleship was nearing. Meteor volcano. Countless magma fists descended from the sky, landing precisely where Zaire and the others stood. Sakazuki. Zaire finally understood the source of his earlier unease. Everyone take cover immediately. Cancel the previous plan. Ginny and Hela, take the others to guard the ship. The rest of you come with me to confront that monster. Although Ginny wanted to fight alongside Zaire, seeing him show such a serious expression for the first time, she could only lead the others to guard the ship. At that moment, the magma fists arrived, creating numerous large craters around Zaire, as trees were consumed by magma, and stones glowed red from the heat. Watching this scene reminiscent of a natural disaster, Zaire realized he truly needed to fight for his life this time. He quickly rearranged the plan as the battleship arrived. The first to leap off the battleship was Mad Dog Sakazuki, a nickname Zaire had given him during his time in the Navy. Next was Magellan along with 3 CP personnel. Isn't that Vice Admiral Sakazuki? I thought the one chasing me would be Vice Admiral Borisolino. Oomph. A lazy voice came from nearby. Seems like you miss me a lot. A flash of light appeared next to Sakazuki, revealing it to be Kizaru. At that moment, Zaire wanted to slap himself for his loose tongue. Oomph. Akainu scoffed. Zaire, Nas, you disgrace of the Navy, I will execute all of you here. Great eruption. A colossal magma fist surged toward Zaire and the others. Barrett, you hold off Borisolino. The rest find your opponents. I'll handle this magma user. Fist demon penetrate. The pitch-black fist struck the magma giant's fist, and at the moment of contact, magma sprayed everywhere, corroding the ground with a sizzling sound. In just a few seconds of contact, Zaire was sent flying. Without giving Zaire a moment to breathe, Akainu charged at him. As someone who used to be a Navy officer, you should know my strength. That prideful Haki of yours is useless against me. Useless? But I have to give it a try. Zaire emerged from the smoke, charging at Akainu. Let me see the strength of the Navy's monster today. I've wanted to fight you for a long time to see who the real monster is. Even though Zaire exerted all his strength, he still fell behind and was sent flying once more. As he was thrown back, Zaire finally understood why Ace was beaten by Akainu in the original story. His strength was one reason, and the other was weight. Indeed, it was weight. The magma had weight, while fire did not, compounded by the disparity in physical abilities. As for the fruits countering, Zaire believed it was the least influential factor. With Akainu's strength, even without a fruit, he was not someone Ace could defeat. Your captain seems to be in trouble. Kizaru taunted while fighting Barrett. I never expected you to join a young man's crew. Humph. Barrett glanced at Zaire, who was fighting Akainu. That guy won't die so easily. Even if he dies, it doesn't matter. It just means his claims were wrong, and then I can continue to pursue my own beliefs. On the other side of the battlefield, the fight was equally fierce. Thunder Dragon Slash. Xiliu unleashed a dragon-shaped slash directed at Magellan. Behind Magellan, a massive purple poison dragon soared into the air, directly lunging towards the Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon did not back down, its entire body shimmering, with dazzling lightning, releasing a furious roar as a thick bolt of lightning struck towards the poison dragon. The thunder and poison collided in midair, producing a deafening sound. Instantly, countless droplets of poison splattered like raindrops, dyeing the surrounding space a vibrant green. The splattered poison seemed to possess a life of its own, rapidly spreading and forming a zone enveloped in poisonous mist. In this area, the poison mist thickened, releasing a nauseating odor that made one want to vomit, deterring anyone from approaching even a step closer. Xiliu, come back with me. The old man is very angry about your affairs, but if you come back with me, I will plead for you. Huh. Killing a few criminals leads to confinement. If you want me to return, it depends on whether you have the strength for it. Since you are so stubborn, I can only kill you and bring your corpse back with me. Bastard. Xiliu looked at Magellan with a displeased expression. You bastard, as if you can easily kill me. Then let me show you my strongest technique. Xiliu pointed his sword at Magellan. Thunderstorm. At that moment, countless blade-shaped lightning struck down from above Magellan, landing directly on him. The piercing sound of electric current echoed in the air, enveloping Magellan's towering figure in blue and white lightning. At this moment, Magellan's signature venomous armor became the best conductor as sword-shaped thunder danced over his body like a living creature, each bolt of lightning producing a puff of charred black smoke. Cough. Magellan knelt on one knee, a mouthful of blood spattering onto the stone slab instantly evaporated into a mist of blood by the residual current. He struggled to lift his head, purple venom dripping from the corner of his mouth, mingling with the charred flakes of skin. Didn't expect this, did you, Magellan? Xiliu, with a cigar in his mouth, had arcs of crackling electricity coiling around his long blade. Thunderstorm. Venom is indeed an excellent conductor. Magellan's pupils slightly contracted. He indeed knew that Xiliu had acquired the thunder fruit, but he hadn't expected the other party to have reached such a level of mastery with it. Armament Haki rapidly enveloped his entire body, yet the burnt skin still sent waves of tearing pain. There can be no traitors. Magellan struggled to stand up, venom seeping from his pores again, but at a noticeably slower pace. Especially not. You bloodthirsty madman. Xiliu sneered, pointing his blade directly at Magellan. Let's see who falls first. Meanwhile, another battle in the middle of the island was reaching a boiling point. Dog bite Red Lotus. The right arm of Akainu completely turned to magma, forming a monstrous lava hound lunging at Zell. Zell grinned, his fists covered in dark armament Haki advancing rather than retreating, fist demon rampage. Bang, bang, bang. Every punch struck precisely at the vital points of the lava hound, splattering magma onto Zell's exposed arms, instantly scorching them with dark wounds. Yet Zell seemed oblivious to the pain, his offensive becoming increasingly fierce. Useless. Akainu said coldly, his body elementalizing to evade a direct punch. Logia types cannot be defeated by brute force. Zell suddenly changed his approach, his right leg snapping out like a whip, crush flesh. This kick landed solidly on Akainu's waist, causing his body to sway slightly. A flicker of surprise crossed Akainu's eyes. How could Zell's armament Haki touch him in his elemental state? Break bones. Zell seized the opportunity, delivering an elbow strike aimed at Akainu's throat. Hellhound. Akainu reacted faster, his left hand turning to magma and suddenly extending towards Zell's chest. At the critical moment, Zell barely sidestepped the magma fist, grazing his shoulder and taking away a large patch of flesh. Hiss. Zell stepped back a few paces, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He glanced at his charred shoulder and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. That really hurts. Akainu did not pursue but stood his ground, magma dripping from him with a hissing sound as it hit the sea. Surrender, your armament Haki is good, but it won't win against me. Zell suddenly smiled, a smile that made Akainu feel inexplicably uneasy. Logia types are indeed troublesome, so I prepared a backup plan. He looked up at Akainu's back. Bartholomew, now is the time. Akainu turned sharply, only to see a tall figure standing behind him. Bartholomew Kuma. Oh no. Before Akainu could finish his sentence, Kuma's palm gently pressed against his waist. In the next moment, Akainu flew out like a cannonball, tracing a red arc in the air, quickly shrinking into a small dot on the horizon. 8 Shakuyata no Kagami. Countless light bullets suddenly rained down from the sky, engulfing the area where Zell and Kuma stood in an explosion. After the smoke cleared, Kizaru hovered in midair, holding the Yata no Kagami, sword, his face unusually free of his usual laziness. Where have you taken Sakazuki? Kizaru asked with an unusual seriousness. If something happens to Sakazuki, Sengoku will be very angry. Bururu, bururu. A series of telephone bugs interrupted the tense atmosphere. Kizaru fumbled to pull a black telephone bug out of his coat. Moshi moshi, it's Borsellino. Zell couldn't help but facepalm. Kizaru, that's a listening telephone bug. Oh, is that so? Kizaru pulled out another telephone bug, finally connecting properly. Moshi moshi. The voice on the other end was Akainu's, suppressed with anger. Borsellino. Get here immediately. I'm flying out of control, surrounded by sea. After hanging up, Kizaru looked at Kuma. Where have you taken Sakazuki? Kuma silently stared at Zell, who subtly nodded. 40 nautical miles northeast with a deviation of no more than 300 meters. Kuma replied calmly. Kizaru squinted as if weighing the pros and cons and finally transformed into a streak of golden light, disappearing into the sky without leaving even a threatening word. Poison Q hunched over, wielding a massive scythe that swung with ferocity. Opposite him, the CP agent was already battered, half of his mask shattered, revealing terrified eyes beneath. Illnesses. Cough cough. The inevitability of life. Poison Q staggered forward, dragging the scythe across the ground with a deafening sound. Let me. Cough cough. End your suffering. The CP agent suddenly lunged, aiming his gun directly at Poison Q's throat. However, the scythe swept out at an incredible angle, a flash of cold light. Swish. The agent's body was severed in midair, blood raining down like a storm. Poison Q leisurely walked to the corpse, taking an apple from his pocket and placing it in the pool of blood. May your death. Cough cough. Bear sweet fruit. On the other side, Shiria's blade was pressed against Magellan's throat, the latter powerless to resist, yet his eyes remained defiant. Shiryu silently stared at Magellan for a long time before suddenly sheathing his sword and turning towards Zell, retrieving a cigar from the latter's pocket to light it. Let him go. Shiryu exhaled a puff of smoke. He was the only one who spoke for me in the underwater prison. All right, I respect your choice. As long as it's a request from a comrade, I usually won't refuse. Zell shrugged, turning to the others. Clean up, we should retreat. Kizaru and Sakazuki could return at any moment. Ginny had been nervously watching the battle. Seeing everyone return safely, she immediately leaped into Kuma's arms. Kuma gently patted her back, a rare softness appearing on his face. Zell watched this scene with a smile of satisfaction. Although this victory was somewhat fortuitous, so what? A victory is a victory, who cares about the means? A day later at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku removed his frog-shaped glasses and rubbed his temples. Xiaohe, it seems our previous plan has fallen through. Sengoku pushed the documents across the table, saying, I truly didn't expect that little Zell could escape from Akainu and Kizaru. Indeed. Hijin's voice was as calm as a windless sea. Kizaru recounted the situation at the time. I was surprised by Bartolomeo Kuma's abilities. Though it was a sneak attack, we all know Akaina's strength. To succeed in a sneak attack, this person's power cannot be underestimated either. Sengoku stood up and walked to the window. Dozens of warships were docked at the port, their masts rising like a forest. In the distance, new recruits were undergoing physical training, their shouts faintly audible. Sigh. Sengoku sighed heavily. Marshal Kong said the world government wants to establish a Shichibukai to use pirates to intimidate other pirates. What a ridiculous plan. Although I disagree, it is ultimately the world government's decision. At the time, I thought of pushing Zell into a corner, and then I could discuss the Shichibukai with him. If that little brat becomes a Shichibukai, it would also be a good thing for us. He frowned slightly. You sent Kizaru to work with Akainu, intending to negotiate with Zell at a critical moment. Exactly. Sengoku returned to his seat. Although Kizaru is lazy, he is reliable at critical moments. I thought that once Akainu pushed Zell to a dead end, Kizaru could intervene and give him a way out. Sengoku gave a wry smile. But I didn't expect it to develop into this. Hijin glanced at Sengoku, feeling that her old comrade was somewhat delusional. Sengoku, although I don't want to discourage you, I must say, based on my understanding of Zell and his conduct in the Navy over the past few years, I doubt he would agree to join the Shichibukai. Oh. Seeing the puzzled look on Sengoku's face, Hijin's eyes flashed with a hint of reminiscence. I once asked him what kind of justice he believes in. Do you know what he said? What did that little brat say? Sengoku leaned forward, intrigued. He said. Hijin paused, recalling Zell's words. He said there is no justice left in the Navy. It's just self-comfort after compromise. Hijin imitated Zell's sarcastic tone. He also said Akaina's absolute justice is a joke. There are so many pirates serving the Celestial Dragons. Because of the Celestial Dragons, how many have become pirates? Yet we don't see Akainu daring to lay a hand on the Celestial Dragons. Sengoku's expression darkened. Such thoughts were too dangerous. Ignoring Sengoku's grim face, Hijin continued. Thus it is evident that the Navy serves the world government. Whatever justice exists is merely to cater to the world government. Hijin took a deep breath. If there were true justice during the God Valley incident, the Navy should have eliminated those indiscriminately killing Celestial Dragons. In fact, I hope Rox would win. I really wanted to see what the world would be like if he won, or perhaps it would be more chaotic. Who knows? The office fell into a long silence, and the cries of seagulls outside suddenly became piercing. Sigh. Sengoku sighed, weariness evident in his voice. Xiaohe, do you think I was wrong? Perhaps I shouldn't have brought him back to the Navy in the first place. Sengoku removed his glasses and wiped the lenses with his sleeve. If I hadn't brought Zell back to the Navy, not allowing him to witness these dark realities, perhaps he would have lived his life as an ordinary person. This isn't your fault. I would also be tempted by such a promising talent. Hijin stood up and walked to the window beside Sengoku. According to Kizaru, although Zell is not Akaina's opponent, he has caused Akainu quite a bit of trouble. Are you saying? Sengoku's gaze shifted to Hijin. We should take this strength seriously. Hijin turned, leaning against the windowsill. After all, Zell is still very young. By the time he reaches Akaina's age, his strength might be even more terrifying. Have you thought about how to deal with it? As Sengoku was about to respond, the office door was suddenly pushed open, violently crashing against the wall with a loud bang. Both turned their heads to see Akainu standing at the door, his suit covered in dust and blood, clearly just returned from the battlefield. Admiral Sengoku. Akainu's voice rumbled like the roar of a volcano before an eruption. Why did we retreat? Give me one more chance, and I will definitely annihilate Zell's pirate crew. Sengoku's expression instantly became serious as he put his glasses back on. Akainu, you should knock before entering. That is basic etiquette. Akainu strode into the office. Blood seeped from the bandages on his right arm, remnants from his battle with Zell. Etiquette? Akainu scoffed. When traitors roam free, you talk to me about etiquette? What about the Navy's dignity? He observed Akainu without showing any emotion. The vice admiral, known for his iron-fisted approach, had flames of anger burning in his eyes, with veins clearly visible on his forehead. She understood this personality well. Absolute justice does not tolerate any blemish. Sengoku did not get angry, but instead took out a document from his drawer. Akainu, put aside the matter of Zell's pirate crew for now. There is something more important that requires your attention. Receiving the document, Akainu quickly scanned its contents, his frown deepening. Scholars are studying the true history. Isn't this the world government's concern? What does it have to do with our pirate capture operations? It doesn't really relate, Sengoku replied calmly. But the world government wants us to cooperate with them. I have decided to assign you and Kazan to this matter. Sengoku paused for a moment, his tone growing more serious. When the world government takes action, the Navy must follow suit, and if necessary, we will launch the Demon Extermination Order. Upon hearing the words Demon Extermination Order, Akainu's pupils constricted slightly. As a high-ranking member of the Navy, he understood all too well what that codename meant. An indiscriminate, large-scale destructive strike that would erase the target area from the map. As for Zell's pirate crew, Sengoku's voice was low. Let them go fight among themselves in the new world. Akainu fell silent for a moment, then burned the document in his hand. In the end, he said nothing and turned to leave the office, slamming the door behind him, causing the frames on the walls to shake. Once Saka's footsteps receded, he leaned in and asked softly how much bounty Zaire should carry this time. Jean Guo sank back into his chair and rubbed his temple. You handle it, he said. Make it high. Hearing Jean Guo instruct that Zaire's bounty be set lofty, a faint smile tugged at his lips. She understood exactly what her old comrade intended, to let fame become a blade. By inflating the bounty, the pirates of the Xiliu would be drawn to trouble Zaire. Whether Zaire cut others down or others cut him down, the Navy would profit either way. I understand, he nodded. How about 300 million Bailey? For a newcomer freshly entered into the Xiliu that should summon the attention of those great pirates. Jean Guo closed his eyes and gave a light nod. Do as you say. That very evening, the newsbirds carried the latest bounty order across the world. Zaire Nua's young, defiant face splashed the front page of every paper beneath it, an astonishing number. 300 million Bailey. The headline, printed in heavy black type, declared the most dangerous traitor in Navy history, Quan Gue Zaire. In an office atop Malin Fan Duo, Jean Guo stood before the window, watching the sun slip toward the horizon. The sea breeze tugged at his coat and stretched his shadow long across the floor. Zaire. Jean Guo murmured the name, as if tasting a bitter recollection. How far will you go? Jean Guo had once held Zaire in high regard. Before Zaire left, he had even contemplated making him his adjutant, a post once held by Huang Yuan. Now Zaire had become a pirate, and the thought sat uneasily in Jean Guo's chest. The sky of the Xiliu was bluer and more treacherous than that of the sea high. When the first shafts of sunlight pierced the clouds and silvered the heaving sea, an explosive report swept the world like a tidal wave. Zaire, newly arrived to the Xiliu and captain of his crew, had been slapped with a staggering 300 million Bailey bounty by the world government. 300 million. A newcomer just into the Xiliu. In a tavern, a scarred old pirate slammed his fist on the table and hurled the paper down. I've spent a decade in the Xiliu and my bounty's only 120 million. The patrons erupted in commotion, dozens of pirates pressing forward to examine the stilling-scented paper. The front page bore a photograph of a black-haired youth standing amid molten rock. Below, an emphatic type, extremely dangerous. Life or death notwithstanding. Bounty 300 Bailey. I heard he drove off 2 admirals from Navy headquarters. A pirate wearing a tricorn lowered his voice. Even Saka and Bo Lu Sali Nua together couldn't take him. For a few seconds, the tavern grew silent. The names Saka and Bo Lu Sali Nua were enough to make ordinary pirates tremble. The former was famed for ruthless, iron-handed measures. The latter possessed a terrifying power likened to light speed. Aboard the Moby Dick of the Bai Huzi crew, Bai Huzi roared with laughter, his crescent white whiskers trembling with each guffaw. That brat has made a name for himself so quickly. Marco, you should take a lesson from that kid. Marco, standing to one side, curled his lip. Come now, father, he only repelled 2 admirals. He didn't repel Kapu. Is he worthy of such praise? By whose this great hand ruffled Marco's head as he laughed heartily. Guralala. He went on more sober now. Marco, acknowledging another's excellence is a virtue. Sakasiji and Bo Lu Sali Nuan are formidable. If Zaire could fend them off, it means his strength has grown since our time on Yurin Dao. Consider the training that boy put himself through on the island, then look at you all. Doesn't that prove the point? By whose this tone turned stern. Father, I was wrong. Marco lowered his head, recalling Zaire battering at historical slabs. He had no doubt that an ordinary stone would have long since shattered under Zaire's blows. Guralala, enough, Marco. No one grows strong by idling. That brat has many things to teach you. By whose he hoisted his massive flask for a draft. Notify every captain, intensify training. You must not be outshone by a newcomer. Meanwhile, on Cake Island in Totland of the 10 Nations, Xia Luo Te Ling Ling peered at the paper and emitted a chilling laugh. Ma. Katakuli, fetch that brat and bring him to me. Make him join my banner. If he agrees, I will marry one of my daughters to him. The towering Katakuli stood beside her, his scarf concealing the lower half of his face. Mother Intelligence says he once refused by Huzi. He will not yield easily. Ma. Xia Luo Te Ling Ling's eyes glittered with a dangerous light. How splendid if he were of a special race. Then I would make him my 27th husband. She licked her lips and added, if he refuses, then kill him outright. Katakuli inclined his head slightly. I will go to him myself. A flicker of battle lust passed through his gaze. As the strongest son of the Xia family, he had scarce met an opponent worthy of his hand. On Wano-Kiri Island, Kaido crumpled the newspaper into a ball and flung it to the floor. A presumptuous brat, that's all. He tilted his head and downed a great draught of liquor. Jean, does that fellow show any oddity? Jean drew close and said in a low voice, Mr. Kaido, there is no abnormality from Guangyu Tian. Is it time to strike? Not yet, Kaido replied. Just keep him under surveillance. Then abruptly he transformed into a vast azure dragon, broke through the roof, and soared into the sky. In the East Sea, aboard a modest skiff, the red-haired Xiang Kusi lounged on deck reading the news. Impressive, he said with a playful smile. To make a name so soon in the Xiliu, I wonder how long he can hold on. The young face wore an amused expression. Ben Beekman at the helm with a cigarette between his teeth asked, Xiang Kusi, are you envious of him? Ha, Ben, what nonsense are you talking? Xiang Kusi laughed and sat up. I'm merely impressed. Our job now is to recruit crewmates. Let him make noise in the Xiliu. We'll meet him sooner or later. Xiang Kusi gazed toward the distant horizon, a gleam of expectation flashing in his single eye. The Xiliu, he murmured, is becoming ever more intriguing. On a small island in this new world, Zell and his crew engaged in fierce combat against another pirate crew, infamous outlaws whose bounties each exceeded 100 million. Half an hour later, Zell returned to the Black Pearl, dragging a man by the collar and unceremoniously tossing him into a box woven from island mist, then placing several fruits inside. As Zell emerged from the ship's cabin, Xiliu and the others had already returned. Any casualties? Ginny bounded over, beaming with pride. Zell, 3 of us sustained minor injuries. Dokakyu has already dressed their wounds. Everyone else is unharmed. How dare such weaklings even challenge us? Today alone, I personally defeated 5 enemies. Watching Ginny's smug little expression, Zell hesitated to dampen her enthusiasm, but still said firmly, You fought well, Ginny. Yet your armament Haki remains inconsistent. Later have Bear teach you thoroughly. Next time I expect your bullets to carry armament Haki. All right. Understood, Captain, she replied, and immediately leaned against Bear's leg while he gently stroked her hair. Xiliu interjected, I saw you bring Black Panther Mokuruni into the cabin. Why not execute him outright? He seems utterly useless now. Recruit him. Zell scoffed. A brute who burns, slaughters, and plunders. Such a man is unworthy of standing beside me as a comrade. Then what is your intention? Zell clapped Xiliu's shoulder. Though I disdain the man, I am intrigued by his Black Panther devil fruit. I intend to extract it. Last time we failed to obtain the great horned ox fruit. I must continue experimenting. If we cannot secure suitable devil fruits, when they appear, opportunity will slip away. Drawing upon memories from his past life, Zell had tried numerous methods, but the great horned ox fruit remained elusive. Clearly the theories circulating on forums were flawed. He would devise new approaches. If Old Black could succeed, so could he. It was only a matter of time. Barrett tossed Zell a stack of bounty posters and 2 newspapers. Take a look. These were recovered from Black Panther pirates. Lately countless foes have sought us out, all because of you. Zell skimmed the newspapers Barrett handed him and laughed. The world government is trying to elevate me only to destroy me. But it mattered little. Anyone bold enough to provoke me would be struck down. I am already a pirate. Why should I fear provocation? Glancing briefly at the bounty posters, Zell found them uninspiring and disembarked to train. His recent battle against an animal-type devil fruit user had revealed a critical flaw: his speed remained insufficient. Aware of his weakness, he resolved to overcome it, a discipline that had always fueled his relentless growth. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the Zell pirates' fame soared as wave after wave of challengers fell before them. Aboard the Black Pearl, Zell sparred with Kairos. Kairos' training regimen had grown even more intense than Zell's own. Once confident in his strength, he soon realized, upon joining the crew, that every soul aboard was a monster. Zell, Shirlu, Barrett, Bear, each possessed terrifying power. Kairos surpassed only the ordinary crewman. Yet undaunted by this legion of monsters, Kairos trained harder still, determined to match their pace. After sending Kairos staggering backward with a single punch, Zell halted his assault and offered guidance. Kairos, your attack speed lacks precision. Your raw power remains inadequate. Your strategy of trading blows for damage is inefficient. Intimidating against weaker foes perhaps, but fatal against stronger ones. That recklessness leaves fatal openings. And having outlined his flaws, Zell then acknowledged Kairos' strengths. Your feral combat instinct is exceptional. Willingness to trade injuries reflects both courage and danger. Without such resolve, one's potential is inherently limited. Once you complete your physical conditioning, seek Shirlu's counsel. Though his swordsmanship suits you poorly, sparring with him will sharpen your instincts. So now I'm just your sparring dummy. Shirlu retorted. You do better training Kairos yourself. Ha ha ha. Don't be so stingy. You're our finest swordsman. My instruction has its limits. Only you can truly refine him. As Zell and Shirlu spoke, Barrett boarded the ship, fresh from training. Zell, let's spar. Let me see how much stronger you've grown. At Barrett's challenge, Zell winced inwardly. Barrett demanded sparring sessions several times each month, and each ended with both men bruised and swollen. Zell turned to Shirlu. Shirlu, why don't you? And before he could finish, Shirlu grabbed Kairos and walked away. No, I refuse. He'll just transform the moment he's losing. Utterly unfair. Indeed, Shirlu dreaded these matches. They'd agreed to spar using only swordsmanship and hand-to-hand combat. But Shirlu habitually unleashed his devil fruit ability, triggering Barrett's transformation and inevitable thrashing. Seeing Barrett's determined stance, Zell accepted without hesitation. They moved to an open stretch of deck and began exchanging brutal, unrelenting blows. Their duel was stark and primal, no Haki, no tricks, just fists meeting flesh. The first to collapse would lose. From the deck, Ginny and the others watched the two madmen pummel each other, helpless and exasperated. Where do you think these two are quite normal? This happens 2 or 3 times each month. Are today's enemies no longer enough to satisfy their thirst for battle? And the captain fulfills a vow, Bear replied solemnly. A vow? What vow? Ginny asked, puzzled. Before we join, Zell declared, until I fall in battle, no one shall harm any of us. He trains, not for glory but to uphold that oath. Zell's words echoed vividly in Ginny's mind. A fated encounter never disappoints. Truly an extraordinary captain. The group glanced briefly at Dokikyu, then turned back to watch the brawl. By noon, the sparring concluded. Barrett once again lay defeated. Crewmates rushed forward to help them aboard, and Dokikyu began treating their wounds. After dinner, Zell sat staring blankly at a newspaper, its headline announcing the annihilation of O'Hara. Zell calculated the timeline Vegapunk would soon arrive in O'Hara. The morning sunlight spilled onto the deck as Zaire stood at the bow, the sea breeze causing his black coat to flutter. Zaire turned to the people behind him. For this trip to O'Hara, I only need Xiongzai and Barrett. Xiliu, you are responsible for protecting the others. Xiliu, holding a cigar, merely nodded. That was his personality, a man of action rather than words. Hey, Captain, we're not kids anymore. Ginny laughed, resting her hand on Hella's leg. Right. Hella. Yes. We're quite capable, Captain, so you don't need to worry. But why are you going to O'Hara? Zaire smiled mysteriously to uncover some truths buried by the world government. Xiongzai had already prepared the small boat, his gentle eyes looking at Zaire through round glasses. We can set off any time. Barrett stood nearby with crossed arms, his muscular body like an iron wall. What are we waiting for? Let's get going. The three boarded the small boat, and Xiongzai clapped his hands, activating the abilities of the meatball fruit. A ring of light red bubbles appeared around the small boat, which then soared into the sky, heading towards the West Sea. Zaire leaned over the side of the boat, watching the island below rapidly shrink. Xiongzai, no matter how many times I see this, I still think your ability is incredibly convenient. The flight lasted a full 3 days, and on the morning of the 3rd day, the small boat finally descended slowly onto the surface of the West Sea. Zaire stood up and stretched, his bones cracking. Xiongzai, your ability is just not very accurate. This doesn't seem to be O'Hara. Sorry, I've never been to O'Hara. I could only get us to the West Sea first. No worries, Zaire waved his hand. I was just speaking casually. Now we need to find a local to ask for directions. Barrett's sharp gaze swept across the sea, suddenly pointing in a direction. There's a small boat over there. As the three approached, they found a little girl curled up on the boat. She had short black hair, her small body trembling, and Zaire's pupils constricted. Nico Robin. The girl woke up, her eyes widening as she looked at the three unfamiliar men, her body shaking uncontrollably. Who are you? Zaire crouched down, trying to soften his voice. Don't be afraid, we're not good. Not bad people, we just want to ask how to get to O'Hara. Upon hearing the word O'Hara, the girl's tears suddenly streamed down her face as she hugged her knees tightly, her frail shoulders shaking violently. It's all gone. The girl sobbed. The warships. The cannon fire. My mother. O'Hara was. Barrett impatiently interrupted. Kid, where is O'Hara? I don't have time to hear this. The girl shrank back in fear, nearly tipping out of the small boat. Zaire quickly steadied her and shot Barrett a glare. Don't scare the child. Then he turned to Robin and gently asked, can you tell us which direction O'Hara is? The girl timidly pointed in a direction. That way should be O'Hara. I've been drifting for several days, so I hope I'm not mistaken. Zaire noticed the bruises on her arms and her cracked lips, feeling a bit of pity. Let's go. He picked up Robin and gently placed her on his boat. Why are we bringing this brat along? Barrett asked in confusion. Don't we already know the location of O'Hara? Can't you see? Zaire said helplessly. She is a survivor of O'Hara. I can't bear to let her drift alone on the sea. Xiongzai nodded silently and began to row the boat. Barrett snorted but did not oppose further. At noon, Xiongzai suddenly stopped rowing. Zaire, the boat is frozen. A cold air spread visibly, and in the blink of an eye the surrounding sea surface froze over for dozens of meters. In the distance, a tall figure slowly approached on a bicycle. It's him. Robin trembled all over, gripping Zaire's clothes tightly. The man who killed Saul. Run. Zaire gently patted Robin's little hand. Don't be afraid, we are here. Kazan stopped not far away, lazily scratching his head. La. I didn't expect to run into the Zaire pirates here. Zaire stepped forward a few paces, facing Kazan. Admiral Kazan, are you here to wipe us out? It's part of my duty. Kazan's gaze passed over Zaire and fell on the trembling Robin. The remnants of O'Hara cannot be left alive, otherwise this operation by the Navy will be deemed a failure. Seeing Kazan's insincere demeanor, Zaire did not expose him. Without him, how could Robin have possibly escaped? Then Zaire smiled, his laughter laced with cold sarcasm. She is now a member of my Zaire pirates. You can try to take us out before killing her. Kazan's right hand began to freeze. Zaire, you were once a Navy officer. You should understand the dangers of historical texts. All I know, Zaire said, coating his hands in armament Haki, is that those who target a child are unworthy of discussing justice. The air froze instantly. Zaire did not believe Kazan would strike, but he still assumed a combat stance. Who knew if Kazan would launch a sneak attack? Sure enough, Kazan did not attack, but instead looked at Robin. Do you really want to join them? I can tell you, you might have a chance to survive on your own, but following them could very well lead to your demise. The New World is not a place for a child like you. Robin looked at Zaire, then at Kazan, and nodded firmly. I want to join them. Don't be fooled by Robin's youth. She can still see the situation clearly. These three are clearly protecting her, while the other one wants to kill her. There is no need to consider how to choose. Kazan remained silent for a long time before finally retracting his power. I hope you won't regret your decision today. He mounted his bicycle and slowly departed. Seeing Kazan leave, Robin ran to Zaire. Sir, can I really join you? Zaire knelt on one knee, looking into Robin's eyes. From today on, you are our partner. We will protect you and help you find all the historical texts. Welcome aboard. Xiongzai stepped forward and gently patted Robin's little head. Barrett stood to the side, still looking displeased, but no longer opposing. They pried the boat free from the ice and continued sailing towards O'Hara. The frightened Robin was now resting on Zaire's shoulder, watching the sun gradually sink below the horizon, feeling for the first time that perhaps living on isn't such a terrifying thing after all. In the distance, Kazan stood on the ice watching Zaire and his party depart. A day later, Zell and his companions finally arrived at O'Hara. Salty sea winds laced with the acrid scent of ash swept across their faces. Zell stood at the ship's bow, gazing toward the island that had once housed the world's entire repository of knowledge. Today, O'Hara existed only as a charred silhouette, ugly and scar-like against the horizon. Brooke stood behind Zell, arms crossed, his spectacled eyes scanning the island. Little Robin clutched Zell's coat hem with small trembling hands. Though only 8 years old, she strove to remain composed, but Zell could feel the faint quiver running through her frame. This was her first return to her homeland since fleeing O'Hara. Soon they set foot on the island. As their boots touched O'Hara's blackened soil, the sight before them left everyone momentarily speechless. Dozens of giants labored amid the ruins. With immense, yet astonishingly gentle hands, they sifted through rubble, carefully salvaging books still unscorched and placing them into specially designed waterproof crates. Giants from Elbaf, Barrett frowned. What are they doing here? Zell shook his head unconcerned. The giants merely glanced up, then resumed their work, as if strangers held no significance whatsoever. The group approached the giants. Robin's voice hushed and hesitant asked, "What are you doing?" "We are saving knowledge." One giant spoke suddenly, his voice a deep, rolling thunder. "O'Hara's crime should not be borne by these innocent words. Nor do I believe O'Hara was wrong. Such judgment belongs solely to the world government." Zell offered no reply, only turned to Brook and said, "Let's set up camp." They lit a fire in an open clearing well away from the giants. Zell laid his coat upon the ground for Robin to sit, then walked toward the shore. "I'll fetch dinner." The seawater was icy and biting. Diving beneath the waves, Zell quickly locked onto several plump silvery fish. When he surfaced, two giants stood motionless on the shore watching him. Zell raised the fish in silent gesture, but they turned and walked away without a word. Back at camp, Barrett had already gathered ample dry wood. Zell immediately skewered and roasted the fish. Soon their rich, savory aroma filled the air. Zell sliced off the juiciest portion and handed it to Robin, then glanced toward the giants still laboring in the distance. "I'll take them some food." He picked up the largest fish and strode toward the giants. This time, as Zell approached with the roasted fish, the giants paused their work. They exchanged glances, then the one who had spoken earlier stepped forward. "We appreciate your kindness, but we're pressed for time. The world government must not learn we've been here. To do so would bring trouble upon Elbaf." Zell did not insist. He simply nodded. "If you need assistance, we're glad to help. One of my companions is a child. She was once a resident of O'Hara." Hearing that someone from O'Hara still lived, the giant's expressions softened markedly. After another silent exchange, the same giant withdrew a small booklet from his tunic and handed it to Zell. "We found this in the ruins of Dr. Clover's home. Perhaps the girl would wish to keep it." Zell accepted it solemnly. It was a hand-bound volume, its flyleaf inscribed with the words, "Knowledge is meant to be shared." Back at camp, tears spilled instantly from Robin's eyes the moment she saw the book. Her trembling fingers traced the inked letters on the flyleaf, and then she clutched it tightly to her chest, as though holding the rarest treasure in all existence. As night fell, Brooke erected a small tent for Robin. She curled inside her sleeping bag, the book still cradled in her arms. The three men settled around the crackling fire. "So, just who exactly are we waiting for?" Barrett asked bluntly. "Don't tell me it's those book-collecting giants." Zell tossed another log into the flames. "Someone who can answer certain questions of mine. If intelligence serves, he'll arrive tomorrow. Someone worth your personal weight. I imagine he must be quite extraordinary," Brooke mused. Zell smiled, but remained silent, lifting his gaze instead to the star-strewn sky. O'Hara's night sky was exceptionally clear. Stars glittered like scattered diamonds. At dawn the next day, the trio shared a simple meal. Little Robin still slept. Suddenly, Zell stiffened. His observation Haki had sensed movement along the coast. Someone had landed, and their presence radiated formidable power. "Brooke," Zell murmured softly, "stay and watch over Robin." "Barrett, come with me." 20 minutes later, when the second figure stepped ashore, Zell had already confirmed their identities. Zell signaled Barrett to follow. Together, they moved swiftly toward the ruins of the Tree of Knowledge. There, standing amidst the shattered remains, were two figures. One possessed an abnormally large head, grossly disproportionate to his body, with a long tongue dangling down to his chest. He knelt, gently wiping dust from a weathered gravestone. The other wore a deep green cloak, his vigilance sweeping the surroundings. "Dr. Vegapunk, greetings." Zell's voice made both men pivot sharply. "I've waited here for you a full day. You're finally here. Oh, and what do you want with me?" Vegapunk narrowed his eyes, studying the young man before him. "I don't know the famed Captain Zell of the Zell Pirates. Or perhaps you intend to kidnap me." He gestured toward the cloaked man beside him. "Since you served in the Marines, you surely recognize him, Monkey D. Dragon. Even if you're strong, you stand no chance against him." Dragon remained silent, but Zell felt an invisible pressure descend like a shroud. Instantly, Barrett stepped half a pace forward, muscles coiled tight. "Doctor, I have no intention of kidnapping you," Zell replied with a calm smile, raising both hands. "I couldn't possibly afford to maintain a walking financial black hole like you. I merely wish to ask a few questions, and yes, I'm prepared to pay." Vegapunk's curiosity visibly stirred. Tilting his enormous head, he said, "Name your payment. If it satisfies me, I may consider answering your questions." "Doctor, you're a scientist, and you plan to join the world government. Offering money. Wait." Vegapunk cut in sharply. "Joining the world government was my decision, made just 7 days ago. Only the world government, and I know of it." "How did you find out?" A cryptic smile curved Zell's lips. "That remains confidential. But I'll share this: the world government's habit is to discard what they no longer need, even kill it. When you become expendable, they won't let you live. My offer: I'll save your life when it hangs in the balance. What do you say? Vegapunk's expression froze. For the first time Dragon spoke, his voice low, resonant, and edged with danger. Are you questioning the world government's credibility? No, Zell turned calmly to Dragon. I'm stating a fact, just as I know you're assembling the revolutionary army. These are not speculations. They are certainties. Dragon's pupils contracted sharply. His cloak billowed, though no wind stirred. Barrett instantly assumed a combat stance. Sparks seemed to crackle in the thick, charged air. An oppressive silence stretched for over 10 seconds, until Vegapunk broke it. Very well. I'll trust you this once. Let me finish paying my respects to Dr. Clover, and then we'll speak further. Zur, your insight is profoundly astute. I've gained much from our exchange. Truly, have you never considered joining the self-brave army? I would gladly entrust you with its leadership. No thank you. Zur, hearing Dragon's invitation once again, declined firmly. The very nature of your self-brave army dictates that before it matures it must remain hidden and elusive. Such a path contradicts my temperament and runs counter to what I seek. Elder, please abandon this notion entirely. 3 days had passed since Zur first set foot on the island. During that time, he had shared with Dragon numerous insights on revolution. As a transmigrator armed with the wisdom of great historical figures, guiding Dragon was effortless, akin to child's play. Though enlightening Dragon brought him deep satisfaction, it came with an unwelcome side effect: Dragon's relentless invitations, and even his earnest proposal that Zur assume command. Just as their fervent discussion reached its peak, Barrett descended from Vegapunk's ship. Zur rose and stepped forward, eyes blazing with anticipation as he fixed his gaze upon Barrett. Was it successful? Before Barrett could reply, Vegapunk emerged from behind him. Young Zur, do you dare doubt my capabilities? To make inanimate objects consume devil fruits. A trivial matter for the world's most brilliant scientist. As for the control system and battery you described, those require slight refinement, yet remain well within reach. Had Vegapunk remained silent, Zur might not even have noticed him standing just behind Barrett. Thank you, Doctor. Rest assured, I stand at your service whenever needed, and I shall execute every task flawlessly. That won't be necessary. Since joining the world government, I am already surrounded by those eager to assist me. Simply honor our agreement. That is all I ask. Dragon approached as well. Doctor, won't you reconsider joining the self-brave army? We need your genius desperately. No thank you. Your self-brave army is far too impoverished, even poorer than young Zur himself. It cannot possibly sustain the exorbitant costs of my research. Well then, I must depart. I have urgent matters to discuss with the world government, and cannot linger here with you. With that, Vegapunk strode toward his vessel. As the ship slowly powered up, it glided smoothly away, vanishing beyond the horizon within moments. Zur, Dragon said, voice sincere and weighty. Thank you for your guidance these past 2 days. You've clarified truths I'd long overlooked. The self-brave army will always welcome you. No thanks are necessary. I spoke only casually. Whether your mind found value in it is your own affair, not mine. Just as Zur prepared to tell Dragon, he too would soon depart, his din mushy rang. Rup, rup. He drew it out and answered immediately. Shirlu. What is it? We're returning now. Cough, cough. Zur, we were just ambushed. Our assailants were extraordinarily powerful. By the time I repelled them, Ginny and Hela had vanished. Cough, cough, cough. At this news, Zur's expression darkened instantly. His voice turned glacial. Who did this? The world government. Most likely retaliation for the incident last time. And the others, how are they faring? Though deeply alarmed for Ginny and Hela, Zur was equally anxious about the rest of his crew. Yet Xiliu's next words eased his dread. All sustained grave injuries, but none are life-threatening. Doc Q has already begun treatment. Cough. Zur, I'm sorry, I failed. Before Shirlu could finish, Zur cut in sharply. Enough, Shirlu. This is no fault of yours. Regroup elsewhere to recover. Leave the rest to me. No, I lost them under my watch. I will join the next operation. Cough, cough, cough. Shirlu shouted, blood flecking his lips. Zur paused, then softened his tone. Xiliu, this mission isn't about brute force. More hands would only hinder us. And aboard the ship, you're now the strongest. With everyone wounded, they need you more than ever. Ugh. Shirlu sighed heavily and acquiesced. Fine. We'll await you in the new world. You will return, you bastard. I refuse to lose the captain I serve. Enough sentimentality. You're giving me goosebumps. Tell me, when did they leave? After hanging up, Zur relayed the situation to Bartholomew Kuma. What? Ginny's been captured. Where are they? I'm going to save her now. Kuma tore off his gloves as he spoke. Seeing Kuma's wild, unmoored furies, Zur seized his arms and roared. Kuma, calm yourself. Shirlu doesn't even know when she was taken. Rushing off blindly solves nothing. If you wish to rescue Ginny, you must follow my lead. Zur. The burly man's eyes brimmed with tears. You will bring her back? You promise me, don't you? Zur met Kuma's gaze with solemn, unwavering resolve. then released him, drew out his den mushi and dialed Don Quixote Doflamingo. Fufufu, you wretched. Doflamingo, listen closely. I have no time for your games. Give me the locations of several celestial dragons. Now? If you waste another second with mockery, once I settle this matter, I'll raise the North Blue to ash. Not even your celestial dragon status will shield you. Understood? Silence fell on the other end. Then, after a pause, 20 minutes. I'll have my subordinates verify the data. The line went dead. In little Robin's eyes, Zer had always been gentle. This was the first time she'd ever seen him enraged. Instinctively, she shrank backward. Noticing Robin's fear, Zer knelt and gently stroked her hair. Little Robin, don't be afraid. My crew faces a small emergency. Wait here for me. I'll come back for you, alright? Sir, don't leave me. I'll be good, I promise. Robin flung her arms around his neck, voice trembling with tears. Little Robin, you are my crewmate. I would never abandon you. I'm only stepping away to handle something urgent. Okay. Okay. I'll wait for you here. After soothing Robin, Zer drew Dragon aside. Elder Dragon, please watch over Robin for a few days. If I do not return, see that this child receives safety, kindness, and a childhood worthy of her spirit. Rup. Hardly had Zer finished speaking when his den mushi rang again. Yes, it's me. Do you have the information? So far, only 4 celestial dragons are confirmed on Sorbet archipelago. The rest reside in Mary Geos. But you, click. Zer severed the call without a word. Watching him stand there, resolute, unyielding, as if marching towards certain death, Dragon urged gently, Zer, you must stay calm. The world government's depth of power exceeds even your imagination. Do not act rashly. Elder Dragon, Zer raised a hand, silencing him. I am calm. I swore to my crew no one, not even a celestial dragon, shall harm them while I still draw breath. With that, Zer turned sharply toward Kuma and commanded, Kuma, prepare the ship. We sail for Sorbet archipelago to bring Ginny and Hela home. 3 days later, Zell arrived at the Sorbet archipelago with Barrett and Bear, marking their second visit to the island. Upon landing, Zell confirmed the residences of several celestial dragons with Don Quixote Doflamingo. Having verified their addresses, Zell immediately led his companions to the celestial dragon's compound. Though the celestial dragons were contemptible swine, their guards were numerous. Yet against Zell and his 2 allies, those guards stood no chance, falling swiftly and effortlessly. Fueled by fury, Bear struck without restraint this time, slaying many outright. In the Fleet Admiral's office at Marineford, Sengoku stared incredulously at Fleet Admiral Kizaru. Are you certain you're not joking? Isn't Zell currently in the New World? How could he possibly be assaulting celestial dragons on the Sorbet archipelago? Sengoku, I would never jest about such a matter. I've just received word from the world government. I urge you to depart immediately, taking as many officers as necessary to ensure the celestial dragon's safe return. Aboard the ship, Sengoku remained dazed. Logically, Zell was no impulsive fool, so why had he ignited such a cataclysm? Seeing his old comrade lost in thought, Vice Admiral Tsuru approached. Sengoku, cease your speculation. We'll soon face Zell ourselves, and perhaps uncover truths hidden from us. Most likely the world government is concealing something. Tsuru, Sengoku said, returning to reality and turning to her. When we meet him, please speak with him. During his service in the Marines, he held most in cold regard, yet always treated you with profound respect. See if you can secure the celestial dragon's release without bloodshed. I'll try, but since leaving the Marines, Zell has changed markedly. Whether he'll still grant me that courtesy remains uncertain. Across the Sorbet archipelago, numerous pirates had already fled, aware that celestial dragons had been attacked and knowing the admirals would arrive imminently. Haki and Rayleigh observed the trio at the plaza center. Not 3, but 7 figures for already collapsed upon the ground. Rayleigh, why would Zell seize the celestial dragons? Weren't they meant to be in the New World? Rayleigh did not reply at once. Instead, he lifted his sake flask and took a slow, deliberate draught, then said, anyone knows attacking celestial dragons invites the admirals. Yet they made no move to flee. They're clearly waiting for Sengoku. As for what truly transpired, even I am left in the dark. What a reckless brat. Few pirates dare lay hands on celestial dragons. Only. Enough, Haki, Rayleigh interrupted, gesturing toward Zell's opposite flank. There comes Sengoku. The truth will soon unfold. Haki followed his gaze, and indeed saw Sengoku and his entourage approaching. Meanwhile, Zell, weary of waiting, sat squarely atop one of the celestial dragons. The moment he settled, Zell spotted Sengoku and the Marines advancing toward him. Sengoku strode straight to Zell and bellowed, voice thick with rage, Zell, you wretch. Release the celestial dragons at once. Do you seek war with the Marines and the world government itself? You. A gunshot cracked. The bullet tore into a celestial dragon's leg, twisting his features in agony. Admiral Sengoku, under ordinary circumstances, I'd welcome a conversation. But today, I have urgent business. Cease your sermons, or I cannot guarantee their safety. You, Sengoku, stunned that Zell had truly fired, instinctively lunged forward, only for Tsuru to seize his arm. Sengoku, calm yourself. Let me speak with Zell. Her grip jolted him back to awareness. He realized with quiet shame how recklessly he'd nearly acted. Tsuru stepped forward. Zell, tell us. Another shot rang out, this one striking the earth inches before her feet. Vice Admiral Tsuru, please go no further. My hand may falter, and you, madam, are perilously dangerous. Anyone who mistakes you for a gentle elder walks perilously close to death. Zell spoke no falsehood, though Tsuru rarely engaged in combat. Her power was formidable, surpassing even Don Quixote da Flamingos in his current state. Tsuru retreated 2 paces, her expression serene, as she said, now it's safe. Speak plainly. Why have you seized the celestial dragons? You waited for us deliberately. Surely you intend to negotiate terms. Precisely. A testament to your acumen, Vice Admiral Tsuru. Since you've grasped my intent, I'll dispense with pretense. It would be disrespectful to do otherwise. He gestured with his pistol toward the 4 celestial dragons. My demand is simple. Exchange these 4 swine for my 2 comrades and 2 devil fruits. What say you? Your comrades? Tsuru turned questioningly to Sengoku. Sengoku recoiled, then strode beside Tsuru and roared at Zell. Zell, you scoundrel. When did the Marines ever arrest your comrades? You didn't, but the world government seized them while I was away. This is my recourse. Otherwise I wouldn't waste breath on such vermin. Hearing Zell accuse the world government, Sengoku glanced at Tsuru. Tsuru gave an almost imperceptible nod. Her meaning clear. It was highly probable the world government, stung by its prior failure, had abducted Zell's allies during his absence. That silent affirmation confirmed Sengoku's suspicions, nearly all of them. Turning back to Zell, Sengoku sighed, weariness edging his voice. Zell, the world government holds your comrades. We hold no authority to compel their release. You know this well. 3 sharp reports echoed. The bullets punched crimson holes through 3 celestial dragons. Zell ground his boot into one's chest and shouted, if you lack authority, summon someone who does. Do you take me for a man of endless patience? Zell, don't act rashly. Let's speak calmly. Tsuru intervened, urgently, fearing he might execute them on the spot. Calm. I ask only this: who commands authority here? Bring that person to me now, or I shall slaughter these swine where they lie. Sengoku stood paralyzed. Brilliant strategist though he was, his leverage had been stripped away, how his strength rendered useless against an adversary holding his own weakness in hand. Just as tension coiled to its breaking point, a messenger rushed to Sengoku's side. Admiral Sengoku, the world government is calling. They request immediate communication. Sengoku took the den mushi, stepped several paces back, and answered the call. 3 minutes later, Sengoku approached Crane, raising his hand to toss the den mushi to Zell. Someone wants to speak with you. This is a significant figure with the authority to decide whether to release your companions. You can talk among yourselves. Zell raised his hand to catch the den mushi tossed by Sengoku. Hello, this is Zell. Who am I speaking with? An aged and authoritative voice came from the den mushi. Zell Nor's released the celestial dragon. This time we can overlook the matter. Damn, who the hell are you? You come here demanding I let people go. Zell raised his gun, firing another shot at the celestial dragon. Did you hear that? This is the consequence of your poor communication with me. Do you still expect me to release them? Silence fell, a deathly silence, as everyone was paralyzed by Zell's madness. Moments later, the den mushi emitted another voice. Zell Nors, if you release the celestial dragon, I can make you a warlord, granting you the legal right to plunder. You. A gunshot rang out, blood blooming on the celestial dragon. Old man, am I giving you face? If I want to plunder, do I need your consent? That would make me a fool. Right now. Immediately. Bring back Ginny and Hela. Zell Nors, do you wish to oppose the world government? You are seeking death. Hearing the threat from the den mushi, Zell turned to Bear and Barrett. Did you hear that, Bear? This old man dares to threaten me and uses the world government to press me. Are you scared? Bear said nothing, raising his hand to fire 2 shots at the celestial dragon, demonstrating his stance through action. Zell looked at Barrett again. What about you? Boring. I've never been afraid since I was born. The world government. Hum. Barrett's words trailed off, but that hum spoke volumes. Receiving the answer he wanted, Zell brought the microphone to his lips. Old man, did you hear that? My companion's answers reflect my intentions. Can we discuss the matter of exchanging my companions now? Zell Nors, do you wish to go to war with the world government? You are seeking death. Since that's the case, we shall not take those celestial dragons. Next, the world government will hunt you down with all their might, leaving you no rest. Be prepared for that. Upon hearing that someone else had taken over on the other end of the line, Zell asked curiously, who are you now? Who I am is none of your concern. If you are wise, release the celestial dragon, or you will bear the consequences. Bang, bang, bang. This time Zell shot directly at the celestial dragon's head, ending his wretched life. The den mushi was also crushed in Zell's grip. Zell kicked the lifeless celestial dragon to the feet of Sengoku and Crane. This left Sengoku and Crane in shock. They never expected Xel would dare to kill a celestial dragon. Xel looked up at Barrett, and Barrett then turned to the Navy, extending his arms and speaking in a very calm tone. Xel Nors officially declare war on the celestial dragons and the world government today. Our Xel pirate crew will withdraw from the New World, specifically hunting the celestial dragons until the last one is dead. The swine of Mariehua prepare to meet my slaughtering knife. The Navy surrounding Xel was stunned by his words. They never imagined a pirate would dare to declare war on the world government. Ignoring the astonishment of the crowd, Xel stepped on the back of a celestial dragon, and with a crunch the spine shattered, leaving the person silent. Sengoku was nearly frantic at this distance. He could not save those celestial dragons. Bear looked gratefully at Xel's back, knowing that joining Xel's crew was the right decision, for he had a captain who dared to go to war with the world government for his companions. Bururu. Just as Sengoku pondered what to do, a messenger ran up to him with a din mushi. Admiral Sengoku, the Marshal, is calling. Hello, this is Sengoku-kun. Kun, what kun? Hurry and turn off the live broadcast. Live broadcast? Where's the live broadcast? Sengoku was baffled by Kun's words, glancing around and not seeing any reporters. As Sengoku surveyed the surroundings, a furious voice erupted from the din mushi. In the sky, quickly turn off the live broadcast. Sengoku looked up to the sky and indeed saw a seagull holding a live broadcast. Din mushi pointed at them. Shoot that bird down. Sengoku yelled at the surrounding Navy. Bang, 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 bang. The Navy immediately opened fire at the sky, quickly scaring the seagull away. Marshal Kun, that seagull has been driven away. What should we do next? Xel seems determined to oppose the world government, and there's no possibility for negotiation. Should we resort to force to reclaim the celestial dragons? Do not act without orders. I will arrive at Sorbet Archipelago with the world government representatives shortly. We will discuss everything once we arrive. In the distance, Rayleigh and Shaki were equally shocked. They never expected Xel to be so audacious as to declare war on the world government. Xel reached out and grabbed the remaining 2 celestial dragons, tossing them to Bear and Barrett, whispering, if the negotiations break down, eliminate these 2 pigs immediately. We cannot show any weakness now, otherwise we won't be able to rescue Ginny and Hela. If I could easily trade for Ginny and Hela, I wouldn't want to offend the world government right now. Although I'm not afraid of them, these scoundrels in the shadows are too bothersome. Xel was unaware that many people had already heard what he had just said. Although the din mushi used for the live broadcast was low-powered, it could still cover many islands. Seeing that Xel was about to act against the celestial dragons again, Crane quickly said, Xel, don't be impulsive. The world government's people are about to arrive. There is still room for negotiation. If you kill them all, we might lose our bargaining chip. Don't worry, Vice Admiral Crane, these 2 pigs still have some use. I won't kill them just yet, but that may change depending on the world government's attitude. If they continue to act high and mighty, I will have no choice but to eliminate those 2 celestial dragons. Let's not discuss this matter for now. Can I know where you got your information? Looking at your course of action, you must have known about the presence of celestial dragons here for some time. That's just your question. I couldn't be bothered to engage with others. Xel took out a bottle of liquor and downed more than half of it. Ah, that's refreshing. My source of information is Doflamingo, he told me. As for why he was willing to tell me, I made a deal with him. Upon hearing Doflamingo's name, Crane was furious. If that guy didn't have a celestial dragon identity, she would have long since locked him up in the underwater prison. Doflamingo's identity is very sensitive. He can die at the hands of pirates or the world government, but he absolutely cannot die at the hands of the Navy. Once that door is open, the Navy will no longer hold the celestial dragons in such awe. The standoff lasted over an hour, during which Xel exchanged idle banter with Crane. Noticing Xel's gaze, Crane followed it and saw Admiral Kong approaching with a large entourage. At that moment, Crane's anxiety eased. If Xel slaughtered everyone before their eyes, they would have no way to justify it. Soon Kong and his party stood before Xel. Xel, the Admiral said, I never imagined you'd dare declare war upon the world government. I admire your courage, but you must also bear the consequences of your actions. Enough, Admiral Kong. No need for hollow threats. I declared war on the world government precisely because I hold it in contempt. Death holds no terror for me. I am already a pirate. Do you truly believe I fear dying? Xel dismissed them utterly, not out of ignorance, but calculation. Though formidable, they were riddled with vulnerabilities. How arrogant. Xel Neros, the world government's depth far exceeds anything you could withstand. Hearing that voice, both loathsome and familiar, Xel turned toward Kong's side, and as expected locked eyes with the one person he despised most, Spandine. I thought who might be slinking about. So it's you, the world government's faithful hound. Xel mocked. Have you come to lick your master's boots? You insolent. As Spandine flared with rage, Xel merely smiled faintly, unmoved, and cut him off. Enough. Spare me your empty rhetoric. Were it not for Rear Admiral Crane, I'd have ended you in Marine headquarters long ago. Release my comrades, now? With that, Zell raised his gun toward a celestial dragon, while Spandine instantly aimed his own weapon at Ginny. Ginny remained composed, unharmed, and unbroken. Only silent tears traced her cheeks as she gazed at Zell and Bear. Hela wept too, yet spoke not a word, certain, deep in her heart, that Zell would bring them home. A sharp crack rang out. Zell's bullet struck a celestial dragon's leg. Spandine, he sneered, does Admiral Kong's presence embolden you to point your gun at my crew? Go ahead, pull the trigger. Fire once, and I'll end both those pigs where they stand. The Marines had grown numb to it. Zell had already slain 2 celestial dragons. This shot was restraint itself. Spandine had intended to leverage Jinny and Hela as bargaining chips, only to realize too late that Zell truly dared strike a celestial dragon. Had the Marines not already carried away the 2 slain celestial dragons, Spandine would never have dared speak to Zell so boldly. Fury twisted Spandine's face. Before arriving, he'd heard rumors of the Marines' failure, and when summoned by the world government, a flicker of excitement stirred within him. If the Navy faltered, his success would surely mean promotion. He had never imagined, however, that Zell would actually draw blood from a celestial dragon. Fine. You win. Spandine lowered his weapon. The world government has accepted your terms. Thus I've brought your companions here. Release the celestial dragons now, and I'll hand them over to you. Heh, Spandine. You vastly overestimate your credibility, or rather whether the world government possesses any credibility at all. Were Admiral Kong, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, or Rear Admiral Crane to make such a promise, I might believe it, for they uphold the dignity of true warriors. But you, a rat skulking in the gutter, your words carry less weight than yesterday's wind from Barrett's bowels. A snort escaped Barrett, and he raised a thumb toward Zell, grinning. Humiliated and seething, Spandine nevertheless signaled for the captive's release, his decision dictated not by honor, but by the wounded celestial dragon's venomous glare. The 2 celestial dragons were trembling, utterly broken. They could scarcely believe this was real. Only the faint stain of blood on the ground confirmed it wasn't a nightmare. Once freed from their shackles, Jinny and Hela dashed straight into Zell's arms, like children who'd finally found their parent, their tears flowing without restraint. Zell, I was so scared. I thought I'd never see you again, sobbed Jinny. Yes, Captain, added Hela. The world government said they'd sell us to the celestial dragons as slaves. I thought I'd never cook for the crew again. Zell gently clasped their hands. There, no more tears. Cry too long, and you'll lose your beauty. Once I settle things here, I'll reunite you with everyone. Jinny, go wait beside Bear. He's been terribly worried about you. And Hela, stand by Barrett. At the sight of Jinny's return, Bear trembled, his massive frame quivering with emotion. Jinny smiled sweetly and slipped her small hand into his enormous one. Just as warmth settled over the scene, an unwelcome voice sliced through it. Enough. We've released your crew. Now free the celestial dragons at once. Still watching Jinny and Bear, Zell turned and waved dismissively toward a world government functionary standing beside Spandine. You come here. The man froze, uncertain whether to obey. Before he could even glance at Spandine for guidance, the latter shoved him forward. Idiot move. Our sole priority is rescuing the celestial dragons. What are you dawdling for? Moments later, the man stood before Zell, bewildered and off balance, when Zell seized his right wrist. A sickening rip echoed, his arm torn clean from its socket. The world government official shrieked, a raw, guttural wail of agony. Ignoring the screams, Zell said coolly, who gave you the audacity to yank Jinny's hair? Consider this arm your lesson. Next time, remember your place. Admiral Kong and Fleet Admiral Sengoku watched in silence, already recalibrating how to handle Zell in future. A man who attacked celestial dragons on a whim was the most dangerous kind of adversary. Seeing Spandine shaken, Crane stepped forward. Your comrades are safe. Now release the celestial dragons. Of course. Zell exchanged a glance with Barrett, who promptly hurled the captive celestial dragon straight into the Marines' midst. Catching the celestial dragon with one hand, Zell turned to Bear. Bear, escort Jinny and the others away. You and I will be the last to leave. In moments, Barrett, Jinny, and Hela vanished aboard Bear's vessel, leaving only Zell and Bear behind. Zell flashed Bear a quiet smile, and Bear, without a word, lifted him onto his back and soared away. Such was their unspoken bond. Only one terrified celestial dragon remained, shaking, abandoned, and utterly humbled. At the Holy Land, Mary Geos, the atmosphere between power players was somewhat tense, yet despite this heavy atmosphere, 5 old men continued to pose dramatically. Zer's daring act of killing a celestial dragon. The voice of Saint Nasushalong was icy, his fingertips tapping against the famous sword Ghost Chopper, with murderous intent surging like a tidal wave. Capturing Jinny and Hela was meant to force him into becoming a dog for the world government. St. Wadgely squinted, but this guy is even crazier than we imagined. Saint Satan chuckled darkly. For 800 years no one has dared to trample upon the majesty of the gods like this. If we do not eliminate him thoroughly, those ants upon the sea will surely follow suit. Admiral CP0 Garp, all of you mobilize. Saint Motzi ordered coldly. Zer must die, and it must be a brutal death for the whole world to witness. This is the price for angering the gods. Saint Peter slowly stood up, shadows cloaking his face. As for Hela, let's keep him for now. Oh, he still has his uses for us, but Zer must not be allowed to live. I second that. I second that. I second that. I second that. Half a month later, on a small island in the New World, the Zer pirate crew was holding a banquet. To Little Robin's joining us, cheers. To Ginny and Hela's return, cheers. The island was filled with laughter, and after this incident, everyone's bonds had grown stronger. Zer put down his cup and addressed everyone. I am very glad to have you as my companions. The sea is cruel, it has taken our loved ones, yet it is also kind, for it has brought us together as a family, those of us without blood ties. Let us toast to the sea. To the sea, cheers. And everyone watched Little Robin toast with juice, and they all burst into hearty laughter. The banquet lasted all night, and as most people became intoxicated, Zer made his way to the shore. At that moment, Xiliu was training, feeling guilty about the previous events. If only he had protected the crew better, Zer wouldn't have declared war on the world government. He tossed a bottle of wine towards Xiliu. Although Xiliu had his back to him, he caught it with his sword the instant the bottle hit the ground. Why have you come to train before the banquet is over? Do you wish to surpass me as captain? Zer teased. Xiliu took a big swig of wine, and then threw it back to Zer. This battle has made me realize the importance of Haki. Those CP agents could withstand my thunderous onslaught, and even injure me. If I were stronger, perhaps this incident wouldn't have happened. Xiliu's tone was filled with self-reproach. Seeing Xiliu like this, Zer felt gratified. The current Xiliu finally exhibited a hint of warmth, the kind of warmth that belongs to a human, no longer just a cold swordsman beginning to use his sword to protect those around him. Haha, what nonsense are you talking? We are pirates. Being targeted by the world is only a matter of time. Such things cannot be avoided. Don't let this matter become your shackles, let it be your motivation. I believe that one day the name of Thunder Xiliu will resound throughout the entire sea. I understand. By the way, where are we headed next? The world government won't let us off easily. Your live broadcast during the declaration of war was seen by many who, for the sake of their own image, the world government will surely pursue us relentlessly. Zer pulled out a din mushy, a confident smile on his face. With this din mushy, it will be difficult for the world government to capture us. One could say the world government's cleverness has backfired. Uncertain, Xiliu took the din mushy, examining it, finding nothing particularly special about it. It was just a standard world government. Thinking of this, Xiliu also smiled. You really are cunning. The world government will likely face misfortune this time. What kind of talk is that? I'm leveraging their strength against them. This is called intellectual domination. The world government is the real schemer. However, they have overestimated themselves and underestimated our crew. Zer had pulled out a standard special din mushy left behind during the CP's last attack when they attempted to subvert the Zer pirate crew. However, the world government never expected that upon Zer's return, Dekala would reveal the world government's plans to subvert him and even encourage him to continue subverting other crew members, promising him substantial rewards for eliminating Zer. Dekala was rescued by Zer from other pirates, the least likely to betray him, as those pirates intended to sell him to the celestial dragons as a slave. Now having him work for the world government just shows how misguided they are. At that moment, Jinny and Kuma approached, seeing Zer and Xiliu drinking. Jinny hurried over. Zer, I found you here. I just intercepted a strange conversation. Oh, it seems to be targeting us. Seeing Jinny looking anxious, Zer put down the bottle and curiously asked, what did you intercept? It was just a few short sentences indicating that an encirclement would begin on the 15th, maintaining contact at all times until completion and not to let the target discover it. If discovered, drive the target towards Farlna Island. After speaking, Jinny took out a map and pointed out Farlna Island's location to Zer. Zer looked at the map, contemplating carefully. He was now certain that he was the target of this encirclement, and the scale was massive, possibly involving 2 or 3 layers of encirclement, with heavy troops surely ambushed on Farlna Island. After a moment, Zer burst into laughter. Since the world government wants to play cat and mouse, let's entertain them. Jinny, you truly are our lucky star. Let's return to the ship and discuss our strategy. Subsequently, the group returned to the ship, where all the officers gathered in Zer's room, and Dekala was called in as well. Everyone was curious why Dekala was invited to the officers' meeting, but didn't ask further, continuing to drink. Once the plan was finalized, Barrett looked at Zer with a peculiar expression and tentatively asked, do you know something? Otherwise, how would you know that Roger left behind a pointer to Raftel? Is there really such a thing? Zer feigned confusion. Barrett nodded seriously. Indeed, there is a pointer to Raftel, and I do know where it is. Do you want me to retrieve it? No need. We'll use the name of that pointer to add trouble for the world government. As for that thing, I'm not interested. If I truly wanted to go, I would personally take you there. I find it disgusting to eat what others have eaten. Then Zur instructed Ginny to bring out the din mushi that looked particularly like a bird. At dawn the next day, sunlight bathed every corner of the new world, yet beneath its serene glow a storm was quietly gathering. Its origin: Morgan's newspaper. As readers unfolded that morning's edition, the front page headline detonated like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves across the entire new world. Bold, arresting characters blazed across the top. Shocking revelation. The log post to Laugh Tale has surfaced. Beneath it ran a series of photographs. Upon closer inspection, the images depicted Marines and world government agents on Farnera Island, captured with startling clarity by messenger seagulls. Morgan had initially paid little heed to these photos, assuming merely another routine Marine operation, a pursuit of some pirate, hardly newsworthy. Yet after speaking with Zell, he realized with dawning horror that he had gravely misjudged the situation. The photos documented nothing less than the Marines and world government's clandestine search for the log pose to Laugh Tale on Farnera Island. Stunned, Morgan instantly grasped the magnitude of this revelation. It was a story destined to ignite global frenzy. Meanwhile, Fleet Admiral Sengoku also laid eyes upon the paper. The moment Sengoku saw the headline and photographs, his face darkened with fury. He knew full well the Marines stationed on Farnera Island were hunting the pirate Zell, not searching for any mythical log pose. He also understood precisely what the log pose to Laugh Tale signified: the ultimate prize coveted by countless pirates, the key to locating the legendary Laugh Tale itself. Such temptation was utterly irresistible to pirates. Recognizing the peril, Sengoku acted without hesitation, ordering his aide to command an immediate withdrawal of all Marines from the island. He would not let them suffer losses over a phantom artifact, especially not against monsters whose cruelty knew no bounds. But it was already too late. His aide rushed in, face etched with grave concern. "Sir, the Marines on the island have already engaged the pirates in combat." With a thunderous crack, Sengoku smashed the desk before him. "Morgan, that wretched fool, daring to fabricate such lies. I'll see him answer for this." His aide hastily interjected, "Admiral, what of Farnera Island? Without reinforcements, our forces there will be unable to extricate themselves." After composing himself, Sengoku commanded, "Notify Sengoku and Garp. Let junior officers handle the manhunt. Dispatch them immediately to Farnera Island. Sakazuki and Barusalino are both there. They are the future of the Marines and must not fall." Once the aide had departed, Sengoku glanced again at the newspaper and burst into hearty laughter. That young rascal Zell has ensnared both the Marines and the world government in one masterstroke. Sengoku now saw clearly this was no mere deception. It was a brilliant open stratagem. Zell had counted on the Navy's unwavering duty. He knew elite forces would inevitably be sent to rescue their comrades. And how could ordinary officers possibly stand against Zell? As this truth settled upon Sengoku, the world government received the same report and erupted in furious outrage. Swiftly they issued orders. The Marines and CP agencies were to converge upon Zell's location with maximum speed and force. Aboard the Black Pearl, Dekara had just hung up the den mushi and turned to Zell. "Captain, the message has been delivered successfully. Where do we head next?" "Where? To the Charlotte family's territory, of course. Otherwise, what would be the point of that call?" Dekara nodded knowingly. He fully grasped Zell's intent. Meanwhile, Spandine, having received Dekara's intelligence, reported it without delay to the five elders. Upon learning of the development, the five elders convened an emergency council. After deep deliberation, they resolved to deploy the entire CP0 unit to intercept Zell before he could join forces with the Charlotte family. Even if they could not eliminate him outright, they would absolutely prevent his alliance with the Charlottes. 2 mornings later, pale sunlight pierced thin clouds, scattering shimmering ripples across the sea, as Zell led his crew slowly into Charlotte family waters. No sooner had they entered those waters than 6 colossal world government warships materialized like phantoms ahead, blocking their path entirely. Before Zell's crew could react, the vessels opened fire without mercy, cannonballs raining down like hail, erupting in towering geysers of water and thick, acrid smoke. "Return fire. Hit them hard," Zell bellowed, issuing the command without pause. In an instant, his crew responded in kind. Cannons roared, weapons blazed, and a ferocious naval battle erupted between the two sides. Cannonades crashed back and forth, neither side yielding an inch. Booming thunder, searing light, and choking smoke blanketing the entire sea. Yet just as the clash reached its crescendo, the unexpected occurred. From behind the world government fleet, a vast Charlotte family armada surged forward, clearly prepared and launching relentless broadsides without hesitation. Suddenly, the world government ships found themselves trapped between 2 fires. Seeing the Charlottes arrive, Zell's lips curved faintly upward. Then he snapped, "Withdraw. Now go." In a flash, Zell and his crew vanished from the battlefield like shadows, leaving the world government and Charlotte fleets locked in brutal, unrelenting combat. I thought you'd crush them, Hedon, Barrett remarked, voice edged with dissatisfaction. Instead, you resorted to this underhanded ploy. Zell only smiled. Barrett, battles never end, but when survival hangs in the balance, I hesitate not a second. Yet meaningless fights. We avoid them whenever possible. Watching them tear each other apart. Isn't that far more satisfying? Barrett paused, reflecting, and conceded inwardly the CP agent's strength was pitifully weak. Fighting them felt less like combat and more like bullying children, devoid of challenge, devoid of thrill. Just then Shirley broke the silence. So where do we go now? Their fleet is still in hot pursuit. We can't flee endlessly. A sly smile curled at Zernos' lips as he replied, of course we can't run forever. Since we've already delivered a grand gift to Charlotte Lean, we simply cannot neglect Whitebeard. Otherwise that old man would surely complain ID neglected proper etiquette. Hearing Zernos' words, the crew collectively rolled their eyes. They all deemed his plan utterly shameless, luring enemies straight into another enemy's territory. Only someone profoundly cunning, utterly unscrupulous, and devoid of moral restraint could conceive such a scheme. Fortunately, this man was their captain, otherwise they wouldn't sleep soundly for a single night. The pursuit dragged on for over a month, with the world government hunting Zernos with frenzied obsession, as if his annihilation were the sole condition for their cessation. Fully 2 weeks earlier on Farina Island, the arrival of two legendary marine figures, Sengoku and Garp, had rendered the pirates' resistance feeble and futile. Faced with overwhelming marine might, the pirates crumbled in retreat, many falling lifeless upon the battlefield. Only then did they realize there was no log pose on the island at all. They had been deceived by Morgan. The revelation spread like wildfire. Enraged, the pirates concluded it was a joint trap laid by the Marines and Morgan to lure them here and slaughter them en masse. In that moment, their hatred for Morgan surged to its zenith. Many swore vengeance upon him. Amidst this chaos, Akainu was the most elated. Pirates delivering themselves to death at his doorstep was precisely the fortune had prayed for. Though wounded in battle, Akainu paid it no mind. Indeed, he welcomed such opportunities, hoping they'd recur again and again. Meanwhile, within the Fleet Admiral's office at Marine Headquarters, behind his desk, Kong sat grave-faced, gazing intently at Sengoku. Sengoku, share your assessment. The world government is pressuring me relentlessly to deploy elite forces. What is your view on this matter? Sengoku handed Kong a dossier. Admiral, this intelligence has just arrived from Vice Admiral Kizaru. According to reliable sources, Zernos is now sailing at full speed toward Whitebeard's territory. Judging by his prior actions against the Charlotte family, he clearly has no intention of pledging allegiance to any faction. His true aim, it seems, is to ignite open war among the world government, the Marines, and the New World's great pirates. Kong studied the dossier in silence, the office sinking into profound stillness. Sengoku, you're right, Kong finally said, setting the dossier aside. Dispatching elite forces against Zernos at this juncture would be unwise. Such action risks provoking total war with the New World pirates, a course diametrically opposed to marine policy and strategic interest. Precisely, Admiral, Sengoku nodded. The New World pirates are lawless, defiant creatures who hold neither the world government nor the Marines in the slightest regard. Should the Marines intrude upon their domain, retaliation is all but inevitable. Under these circumstances, our optimal strategy is temporary withdrawal from the New World. Let them tear each other apart. Then at the decisive moment, we shall step forth and reap the spoils. Listening, Kong inwardly commended Sengoku. Appointing him as his successor truly appeared justified. As a fleet admiral, Sengoku possessed not only lucid intellect and incisive analysis, but also devised strategies perfectly aligned with marine interests. The New World hosts 5 marine bases, G1 through G5, strategically positioned across key locations as vital marine strongholds in those waters, while G1 remained untouched, thanks to the rotating presence of 3 formidable admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji. The others endured frequent pirate assaults. The more Kong pondered, the more his head throbbed, so he ceased deliberation altogether. Sengoku, you're absolutely right. This matter must be discussed with the 5 elders. But first and foremost, we must pursue Zernos. We must demonstrate resolve. So tell me, who would you recommend for this assignment? Though Kong wished to avoid dispatching anyone, he could not disregard the world government's mandate, and thus entrusted the decision entirely to Sengoku. After brief reflection, Sengoku answered, I suggest Kizaru. Though occasionally lax, he possesses impeccable judgment and restraint. With him, deployed marine losses should remain well contained. Kong fell silent for a moment, weighing the implications carefully. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement, and ordered Kizaru en route back to base to divert his course and intercept Zernos. In the New World, Xernos stood motionless atop a wrecked vessel, gazing in silence upon the corpses of world government agents and marines strewn before him. A complex wave of emotion rose within him. Lives here hold less value than wheat in a field. One sweep of the blade and countless souls vanish in an instant. Though reflective, Xernos knew this was the brutal reality of the pirate world. He instructed his crew to salvage all usable supplies and resumed sailing toward Whitebeard's domain. Since the world government hunted him without respite, Xernos would orchestrate a violent collision between them and the New World's great pirates. This would not only relieve the immense pressure upon himself, but might also sow chaos, clearing the path for his next moves. 5 days later, aboard the Moby Dick, Marco strode briskly across the deck, bearing fresh intelligence. Whitebeard sat upon his custom-built throne, drinking deeply from a wine cup large as a barrel. "Papa, something's happened." Marco's voice carried urgency. "That boy Xernos is heading straight for us, with world government forces in hot pursuit." The wine cup shattered in Whitebeard's grip. Rising, he unleashed an aura of terrifying Haki. The very deck trembled beneath his feet. Dares he use me as a shield? He'll sink him, and every world government dog chasing him, into the abyss. Blue flames flickered instinctively across Marco's hands. "Shall we send out interceptors?" Unexpectedly, Whitebeard's fury dissolved into booming laughter. "Gururura, what a fascinating brat. Marco, do you see? Now that's the mark of a true captain, willing to pierce the heavens themselves for his crew." Marco stood stunned. Moments ago his father had vowed to drown Xernos, yet now he praised him. When his mirth subsided, Whitebeard's expression hardened. "Issue the order, prepare to receive our guests. Since they've come, let them never leave the New World alive." 5 days later, on the horizon, the black pearl cut through the waves. Xelnor stood atop the figurehead, gazing toward the distant silhouette of the Moby Dick gradually emerging from the mist, his smile widening. Before long, the two vessels drew near like ferocious leviathans, closing in for boarding. Amid this tense confrontation, Xelnor appeared utterly unruffled. Holding aloft a massive wine jar, he strode confidently onto the Moby Dick. Unlike crude pirates, Xelnor did not unleash an overwhelming aura upon boarding to intimidate the crew. Instead, he moved with quiet dignity, stepping calmly onto Whitebeard's ship. As he reached the deck, his gaze immediately fell upon the colossal figure seated there, Whitebeard, whose towering presence dwarfed even him. A faint smile curved Xelnor's lips as he raised the wine jar and hurled it forward like a cannonball. "Whitebeard, this is a vintage I brewed myself. Today marks my first voluntary visit to you. Consider this our token of greeting." This jar contained one of Xelnor's finest creations. During distillation, he had infused fresh fruit juice, not only raising its potency, but enriching its flavor so profoundly that his entire crew adored it. Whitebeard watched impassively, then extended a massive hand, iron-strong and unshakable, and caught the flying jar midair. He brought it close to his nose, inhaled deeply, and nodded in approval. This aroma is truly exceptional." Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and drank deeply. At the same moment, Xelnor pulled out an identical bottle from his coat and matched the gesture with equal boldness, downing a generous draught in one go. The moment the liquor touched his tongue, Whitebeard's eyes snapped wide open, astonished to find its fire fiercer than any spirit he'd ever tasted. Setting the jar aside, he burst into hearty laughter. "Gura, gura, gura. Truly magnificent. Young Xelnor, you'll leave several casks behind when you depart. Consider today's matter settled, while shield you from the world government's agents." "Ha ha ha. Whitebeard, do you truly believe I sought refuge here to evade the world government? Is that not precisely why?" Whitebeard loomed over him, his sheer presence radiating immense pressure. Unfazed, Xelnor drained the remainder of his bottle in one swift motion and tossed it casually to Marco. "Marco, I've heard Kazuki Odin once sailed under your flag, yet later joined Roger's crew. I possess intelligence concerning him. Would you care to hear it?" It was now year 1503 of the marine calendar. Xelnor calculated carefully. Odin was already dead, and this moment presented the optimal opportunity to seize Wano country. Yet Xelnor knew full well he could not conquer Kaido alone. The Kaido pirates' numbers were formidable, otherwise Odin would never have dared challenge him. At the mention of Kazuki Odin, every member of the Whitebeard pirates stiffened, their expressions turning solemn and grave. Marco snapped back to attention, slamming his bottle onto the deck and demanding loudly, "Xelnor knows. What happened to Odin?" "Nothing extraordinary. Odin was boiled alive in oil by Kaido. His 2 children vanished without trace." A thunderous silence shattered, then erupted into chaos. These men had known Odin well and cherished him as kin. Whitebeard's face darkened unreadable, yet his eyes locked onto Xelnor with glacial intensity. His voice dropped low and cold. "Boy Xelnor, is this truth? Dare you lie to me, and I'll sink you to the abyss right now." Undaunted, Xelnor merely smiled. "Whitebeard, Would I risk such a flimsy falsehood before you? By the way, I speak of this not merely out of sentiment, but because I intend to claim Wano country. Should you seek vengeance against Kaido, I'll aid you against his samurai. Should you refuse, then I shall seize Mealy's island as my stronghold. It's quite suitable. Whitebeard observed Zellner closely, every gesture, every inflection, and slowly accepted the veracity of his words. A liar would never dare accompany him to Wano. Pops, we must avenge Odin. Marco cried. Yes, Pops. Odin was family. Jozu echoed the plea, and soon voices across the deck rose in unison, all clamoring for retribution. As the pillar of the crew, Whitebeard withheld immediate judgment. As captain, he bore responsibility for every life aboard, and could not allow emotion to endanger his sons. After a long, heavy silence stretching over 10 minutes, Zellner rose abruptly and began walking toward his ship, calling over his shoulder, "Take your time deliberating. I've delivered the message. The pursuers I brought, I'll deal with them myself. No need to trouble you." Just as Zellner reached the ship's edge, Whitebeard's voice halted him. "Boy Zellner, you need not concern yourself with those pursuers. Join me for Wano in a few days." With his back still turned, Zellner's lips lifted faintly, a subtle, almost imperceptible smile. His departure had been deliberate, a feint of withdrawal. Whitebeard remained at his peak, thus war with Kaido posed no existential dread. Yet years hence vengeance might fade into indifference. Zellner estimated his odds against Kaido at 6-4, or perhaps even 3-7. Surrounding a Kaido not yet at his zenith would ensure victory, but Kaido commanded legions. That was the true complication. As for fear of Kaido's retaliation, Zellner felt none. With control of the Seastone mines, Kaido's subordinates would crumble. Only King and Queen posed minor concerns, and Xiliu and Barrett would handle them effortlessly. After sharing intelligence, Whitebeard resolved to launch a full-scale assault on Wano country 1 month hence, to honor Odin's memory. In truth, Whitebeard had no intention of declaring open war on Kaido. He knew Kaido's strength, although inferior to his own, it was formidable, especially after consuming that devil fruit, which had elevated him to a new plane of power. Another reason weighed heavily upon him: he refused to sacrifice his sons needlessly. Odin was gone. Vengeance could not restore him. Yet Zellner had spoken openly before the entire crew. To remain idle would shatter morale. If Whitebeard abandoned vengeance for one son, who among them would feel safe should they fall? Moreover, Zellner had dared defy the world government for his crew. Whitebeard could not let a youth outshine him in courage. Thus at last he committed to Wano. A month passed swiftly. During this time, Whitebeard assembled every available crew member under his command. Only a small contingent remained behind to guard the main base, while the rest marched toward Wano country. Whitebeard's fleet had not yet reached its later legendary scale, yet he commanded over 20 subordinate pirate crews, with total strength exceeding 10,000 souls. At Marine headquarters, chaos reigned. Whitebeard's unprecedented mobilization could not escape the Marine's intelligence network, triggering urgent deliberations across the command structure. Staring at the dossier just delivered by Vice Admiral Kizaru, Fleet Admiral Sengoku muttered that this Zell fellow was proving far too disruptive. Barely arrived in the new world, yet already stirring up storm after storm. Setting the file aside, Sengoku turned to Kizaru, who sat sipping tea calmly, and to Kaku, who dozed nearby, bubbles of nasal mucus gently swelling and popping. Whitebeard's current maneuver is deeply enigmatic. We cannot fathom his true intent. Kizaru set her teacup down with quiet precision and spoke unhurriedly. Whitebeard departed this morning with his entire force. According to the directional data in these reports, that route traverses numerous pirate territories, but only one destination warrants such overwhelming mobilization. Wano country, Sengoku ventured. Precisely, Kizaru affirmed. Intelligence indicates that after the dissolution of the Rocks pirates, Kaido took refuge there. Wano country is also the homeland of Kazuki Odin. Given Whitebeard's unwavering loyalty to his comrades, he would never launch so massive an assault without grave cause. Most likely Odin has been captured, or were slain by Kaido. I personally lean toward the latter. The Rocks pirates bred no men of restraint, and Kaido above all would never tolerate a figure as formidable and unpredictable as Odin. Having voiced her analysis, Kizaru lifted her teacup once more. Her duty was to advise, not to decide. That burden rested solely upon Sengoku, the presumptive fleet admiral. Sengoku realized with growing unease that this crisis now exceeded the Marine's operational capacity. Mounting a coordinated siege against both Whitebeard and Kaido was logistically untenable, especially with Wano's samurai warriors, an unknown variable possibly already sworn to Kaido's banner. His thoughts spiraled into disarray. Pop! A sudden wet bubble burst, jolting Sengoku from his reverie. He turned toward its source, Kaku, now blinking awake. "Kizaru-san, is it lunchtime yet?" Kizaru sighed inwardly. Sengoku, exasperated yet resolute, issued his order. Kaku, deploy immediately to Wano country. Barusalino is pursuing Zell, you will reinforce him. Events there have escalated beyond any single officer's authority. Huh, what's going on? Why send me to Wano? Sengoku nearly activated his Buddha form then and there, summoning Kaku for strategic counsel only to watch him nap upon entering, then dare ask why he'd been summoned. Suru succinctly recounted the situation. Only then did Kaku grasp the gravity, and though vacation beckoned the searing glare in Sengoku's eyes left no room for protest. He rose at once to prepare. After Kaku departed, Sengoku sighed, truly dire. The Navy faces a generational shortfall. With Kaku behaving thus, I find myself questioning whether I even wish to assume the mantle of Fleet Admiral. How urgently I hope for Kazan and the others to mature. Aboard the Black Pearl, Zell raised a toast with Rayleigh. Master Rayleigh, I confess I never expected you'd come. Your bond with the Roger pirates runs deep indeed. A learning of Odin's death, you've sailed here to avenge him. You impudent brat, what nonsense is this? Were it not for your relentless goading, I'd never have involved myself in this affair. Rayleigh seethed inwardly. Odin's murder had ignited a fierce personal fury, yet upon learning Whitebeard himself would march on Wano to exact vengeance, Rayleigh had resolved to stay away. But Zell's sharp tongue left him no honorable retreat. Rayleigh knew, if he refused, Zell's next barb would target Roger himself. That he could not abide. Ignoring Rayleigh's aggrieved stare, Zell produced his finest vintage. As Rayleigh savored the rich homebrewed liquor, he asked, so boy, what is it you truly seek? Declaring war on the world government was merely the opening move. Now you've sent Whitebeard to besiege Wano, and summon me besides. Clearly your ambitions extend far beyond that single land. Indeed, Zell admitted without hesitation. I claim Kaido's Dragon Fruit model Qinglong, the very one Charlotte Linlin seized from Bartholomew Kuma. It belongs to Kuma. And as Kuma's captain, I intend to reclaim it. Whether Kaido originally acquired the devil fruit through Kuma or not mattered little. Linlin had taken it by force, and Zell would take it back with equal resolve. But that devil fruit. Rayleigh's gaze sharpened, incredulous. You possess a method to extract and transfer devil fruit powers. Not yet, not reliably. The technique remains experimental. But with repeated trials, success is inevitable. For that I require subjects. Hence my focus on Wano, where countless devil fruit users reside. Hearing that the extraction method remained unproven, Rayleigh exhaled, a sliver of relief piercing his dread. To wield such power, to strip another's very essence, would be monstrous beyond measure. After over 10 days at sea, the fleet finally neared Wano's outer waters. Fortunately, Whitebeard had visited Wano once before, and knew precisely how to breach its shores. The coastal artillery batteries posed no obstacle. Whitebeard's forces dismantled them with effortless efficiency. Watching Whitebeard's pirates stream ashore, Zell remained patient. Between two titans like Whitebeard and Kaido, victory would demand days, not hours, of brutal, unrelenting combat. Rayleigh approached Zell. Zell, if Kaido flees and Whitebeard withdraws, do you truly believe you can hold Wano? What Kaido achieved I shall surpass. Leveraging Whitebeard's might is simply my way of accelerating destiny. No need to wait years for power to ripen. If Kaido falls here, excellent. If not, he'll depart shattered, too wounded to threaten Wano again for a long season. When he returns, he will no longer stand as my equal. Rayleigh studied Zell. This youth was not merely arrogant, but terrifyingly astute. He understood leverage, timing, and the ruthless calculus of power. This battle would cost Whitebeard dearly. Whitebeard would gain only the hollow laurel of vengeance, while Zell claimed every tangible prize. Rayleigh resolved then and there to minimize future contact, better to avoid becoming collateral in Zell's grand design. Once Whitebeard's forces were fully ashore, Zell addressed his crew, prepare to land. Wano country is the first sovereign territory of the Zell pirates. Ready yourselves for war. At Zell's command, the golden fish tethered to the Black Pearl surged forward, dragging the ship toward Wano's shores with unstoppable momentum. On Onigashima, Kaido seethed with unprecedented fury, smashing everything within reach. He had previously deceived Marco into leaving, believing Whitebeard would thus abandon any plan to invade Wano country. Yet now Whitebeard had arrived with a vast armada. Master Kaido, and said quietly beside him, Whitebeard likely learned of Odin's fate. Otherwise, he would never have launched such a direct assault. According to reports from the artillery posts, he brings nearly 7,000 men, far outnumbering our forces. This battle will be exceedingly difficult. Whitebeard, how dare he? Does he truly think I'm weak enough to be bullied? Kaido commanded, and lead our core personnel to evacuate through the opposite side of Wano country. I'll face Whitebeard myself with the rest. If we don't fight, he'll assume I fear him. No, I must stay with you, master. And Kaido roared, his voice thunderous. Obey orders. Lost subordinates can always be replaced, but you are not expendable. And even Whitebeard won't find it easy to keep me here. Master Kaido. Tears streamed down his face. I swear, I'll bring them all out safely. We'll wait for your return. To us, Wano country means nothing compared to you. Please protect yourself above all. Gazing at En's tears, Kaido's tone softened. Enough, En. You know my power. No one can kill me. Now go. Prepare. Few could imagine such tenderness in Kaido. Indeed, even the most brutal souls hold something, or someone, dear. Blackbeard, however, remains the exception. After landing, Zoro and his group did not follow Whitebeard toward Onigashima. Instead, they headed for Flower Capital. Raleigh, trailing behind, asked, "Aren't you joining Whitebeard's assault on Kaido? You're not even lifting a finger, not even seizing the opportunity." "I made an agreement with Whitebeard," Zoro replied without pausing. "He handles Kaido, I handle Wano's swordsman. As for Whitebeard versus Kaido now, I doubt Kaido stands a chance." "Huh, fine. Then I'll leave you to it. I intend to wander Wano at my leisure. Whether or not I intervene. No promises. After all, you lured me here. It makes no difference. Your involvement depends solely on how deeply you honored Odin. I summoned you merely as an added safeguard." Watching Raleigh walk away, Zoro knew he was off to investigate the truth behind Odin's death. Raleigh, ever the skeptic, would never accept hearsay. As they traversed Wano gathering intelligence along the way, Zoro's party finally reached the Shogun's palace. Its opulent grandeur struck Zoro as tragically wasted on Kurizumi Orochi. Samurai guards rushed forward shouting, "Foreigners, leave immediately." "This is..." Before the sentence ended, Barrett slammed both men deep into the wall. "Shut up. My path needs no permission." Inside the palace, chaos reigned. Their intrusion had been utterly unforeseen. Orochi frantically tried contacting Kaido, failing each time, until in rage he crushed the Den Mushi beneath his heel. At that moment, Orochi saw several imposing figures stride in. Instinctively wary, he demanded, "Who are you?" "Leave. Kaido is already en route. He is not to be trifled with." Zoro laughed, a dry, contemptuous chuckle. "Kaido, he's fighting for his life right now." "Impossible. You have no idea of Kaido's true strength." Orochi lunged forward, only to be restrained. "Don't approach. That man is dangerous." Orochi instantly regained his composure and ducked behind the protector's back. Then a translucent barrier shimmered into existence before Orochi. "I am a barrier breaker fruit user. Even a pirate worth 500 million berries cannot shatter this shield." 500 million. Zoro glanced at Xiliu and then at Bartholomew Kuma. "Since when did my bounty hit 500 million? I hadn't heard." "Neither did I," Kuma murmured, shaking his head. Truth be told, Zoro's deliberate misinformation to Morgan had earned him deep resentment, and Morgan, now hunted by the world government, had suspended publication of that month's newspaper entirely. Thus, Zoro's updated bounty poster circulated only across the 4 seas, leaving him unaware. As for how the barrier user knew, Zoro didn't bother asking. Zoro tapped the barrier with his knuckles. Seems sturdy, but what about underneath? Or behind? A simple fire should flush you out. With a wave, Zoro signaled his crew. Flames erupted inside the chamber, and the group withdrew calmly. Outside, Barrett frowned. "My symbiosis fruit should neutralize that barrier. Why didn't you let me act?" "Barrett, you are a true warrior. Like Xiliu, you pursue power unflinchingly, undeterred by death. But those two inside, merely rats scurrying in darkness, unworthy of your blade. Burning out vermin, that is their proper fate." As they waited, agonized cries pierced the air. "Cough, cough. It's scorching. Kurizumi Momonosuke, think of something. I refuse to die here. I've just become shogun. Your Excellency, I can't protect you beyond this barrier." "I don't care. Drop it now. I won't roast alive in here." Though impervious to force, the barrier offered no thermal resistance, a fact Zoro had anticipated. His plan had always been to smoke them out slowly, methodically. The blaze intensified. The shrieks faded. Then abruptly, 2 flaming figures burst from the chamber. Seeing Zoro's group, Kurizumi Momonosuke attempted to activate his devil fruit, but too late. 2 precise slashes severed both arms. As Momonosuke collapsed, writhing in agony, Orochi panicked. Triggering his fruit ability, 7 new heads erupted from his body. Bang, bang, bang. Kinney's bullets struck true, shattering the grotesque forms and reverting Orochi instantly to human shape. Zoro raised a thumb. "Outstanding, Ginny." Zoro ordered C-prism handcuffs secured on both captives, then led them from the palace. His ambitions were twofold: claiming Wano country and seizing its devil fruits. On Ghost Island, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense as Kaido confronted Whitebeard's crew with his subordinates. Kaido stood at the forefront, his towering figure particularly striking in the wind, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Oh ho ho ho, Newgate, you reckless fool, how dare you come to attack me? Are you ready to be buried here, just like that foolish Kazuki Odin?" Hearing Kaido mention Kazuki Odin, Whitebeard's expression darkened instantly. Whitebeard gripped his great sword tightly, his eyes filled with fury. Kazuki Odin was not only his close friend, but also someone he considered family. "Kaido, you bastard. I have come today to avenge Odin." Whitebeard roared, unsheathing his sword, without hesitation charging at Kaido like an enraged lion. Whitebeard's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye he was before Kaido, raising his sword to deliver a ferocious strike. Seeing this, Kaido smirked disdainfully, swiftly raising his kanabo to prepare for Whitebeard's blow. When the kanabo collided with the great sword, a deafening sound erupted, as though the entire Ghost Island trembled. The immense force generated a gust of wind that sent those around them staggering. Though he blocked Whitebeard's attack, Kaido was forced back several steps. Although the initial skirmish seemed to favor Whitebeard, Kaido mocked him. "Newgate, do you really think you can hurt me like this? You are no longer my match. You should leave with your men before your sons end up dead here." Whitebeard glared at Kaido, retorting with equal derision. "Kaido, I remember you were never one to talk much. Now do you only know how to scare your enemies with words? Newgate, you're looking for death." Kaido, enraged by Whitebeard's words, swung his kanabo once more at Whitebeard. "Then let me show you what defeat feels like." The kanabo whistled through the air as it swung toward Whitebeard, who swiftly sidestepped, unleashing the power of the Gura no Mi, creating a transparent shield around his fist. Sensing the danger, Kaido quickly withdrew his kanabo to defend. The collision of the fist and the kanabo produced a sound akin to shattering glass, even causing cracks in the ground beneath Kaido. The two exchanged blows vigorously, each clash accompanied by powerful shockwaves that cracked the ground, while flashes of blades and shadows of the kanabo flickered in the sky. At that moment, Kaido's subordinates charged towards Marco and the others. The members of the Whitebeard pirates, not to be outdone, rushed to engage Kaido's crew. The two pirate crews quickly became embroiled in a chaotic battle, the sounds of battle cries and bloodshed filling the air. The fight between Whitebeard and Kaido reached a fever pitch, both of them unleashing their full power. Kaido aimed to buy enough time for Jin's retreat, while Whitebeard was genuinely intent on killing Kaido to avenge Odin. As the two crews clashed fiercely, Zell led the others back to the Black Pearl. Once aboard the ship, Zell said, "Barrett, go with Hela to the mine and see if there are any box-shaped sea prism stones, the kind that need to be hollowed out, preferably with lids. Bring one back. I need it for an experiment." After discussing the sea prism stones, Zell instructed the other crew members to bring back some seawater. Once they left, Shiryu asked, "What do you need those for? Are you planning to continue the previous experiments? Didn't those two abilities experiments already fail? Are you still not giving up?" "It failed before, but that was due to inadequate preparation. This time I'm very confident that I can succeed. Oh, just you wait." Since Zell had said so, Shiryu stopped asking further questions, but he still felt that Zell was a bit unrealistic. If it were possible to control the rebirth of devil fruits, the world government would have long since reclaimed all devil fruits. Back in the cabin, Zell began to contemplate the theories from the forums of his past life about seizing the fruits, such as applying the blood of the user onto the fruit so that when the fruit user dies, a new devil fruit would be obtained. Another theory suggested placing the user in a sealed box filled with fruit, which could similarly result in obtaining a devil fruit. Zell had tried all these methods before, but they had not worked at all. He was unsure if any steps had gone wrong, as all previous attempts had failed. This time, Zell aimed to consolidate all methods and apply them to Korizumi Orochi and Korizumi Simamura, both of whom were no good people, so Zell had no psychological burden whatsoever. Soon Hela returned with a box made of sea prism stone. Zell had just mentioned it casually, not expecting to find one. With everything in place, Zell began the experiment. The method was quite simple: place both the person and the fruit in the sea prism box, then make a few cuts on the user to let the blood flow. This completed the first step. The second step was to place the sea prism box inside a container made of island cloud, isolating it with seawater. The final step was to seal the island cloud, which was very well sealed, making this last step the simplest. Once all that was done, it would be a matter of fate. If successful, the Zell pirates would become incredibly powerful. If unsuccessful, Zell would have to consider whether to change the devil fruit he desired. After all, without the technology to seize devil fruit abilities, the subsequent plans would also need to be revised. Soon, taking advantage of the unconsciousness of Korizumi Orochi and Korizumi Simamura, Zell stuffed them into the box and made a few cuts on them. When Zell emerged from the cabin, he saw Rayleigh had returned, his face visibly troubled. "Mr. Rayleigh, have you completed the investigation into Odin's death? What are your thoughts?" Hearing Zell's question, Rayleigh glanced at him, but did not speak, merely picking up a flask to start drinking. Rayleigh felt a deep sadness in his heart. Although Odin had come aboard later, they had spent several years together, and it was impossible not to form feelings. Thus, hearing that Odin had died in the boiling oil made him furious. However, with Whitebeard fighting Kaido, he did not want to take advantage of their conflict. If only Zell knew Rayleigh's thoughts. If he did, he would surely criticize Rayleigh for being stubborn. Seeing Rayleigh silent, Zell did not pay him any mind. It was already a feat to have Rayleigh persuaded, as he couldn't command him. Barrett looked towards Ghost Island and asked, "Aren't we going to take action? You can't be seriously thinking of just picking up the scraps. It's not time yet. Zell walked over to Barrett. Let Whitebeard and his crew wear down Kaido's fighting force first, and then we will deliver a fatal blow to Kaido. 3 days after capturing Chai Deji-ko, Zer stood on the shore of Fishman Island, behind him a group of companions preparing to depart. In the distance, Neptune silently watched as Jinbe followed Zer away, his heart filled with complex emotions. Neptune felt anger and disappointment towards Arlong and the others. These incompetent fools not only brought trouble upon themselves, but also caused his capable subordinates to suffer. Now Neptune truly wished he could strangle Arlong on the spot to relieve his pent-up rage. As Zer passed by Arlong, he casually glanced over, noticing Arlong staring at him with hostile and fierce eyes, as if he wanted to swallow him whole. However, Zer ignored Arlong's threat, his expression remarkably calm, even carrying a hint of indifference. Zer spoke in a flat tone. I know you're unconvinced. Had I intervened earlier, each of you would have spent at least a month bedridden. His voice was not loud, but was filled with confidence and authority. Then Zer shifted the topic and continued. Oh right, haven't you always believed that fishmen are superior to humans? Did you not claim that the strength of a fishman's arms is 10 times that of a human's, that they are born rulers? If that is so, then come and test your mettle in the new world. Let me see if your strength truly matches your pride. After saying this, Zer paid no further attention to Arlong's predatory gaze and turned to board the Black Pearl. The others, seeing this, also followed Zer onto the ship. Jinbe approached Arlong, a faint smile on his face, and gently patted Arlong's shoulder. However, Arlong quickly flinched away, as if shocked, seemingly uncomfortable with Jinbei's gesture. Regarding Arlong's actions, Jinbe was not angry. He merely frowned slightly and spoke to Arlong in a gentle yet serious tone. Arlong, listen to me, just stay at Fishman Island. When Brother Tiger returns, everything will be all right. You are still too young. The new world is not a place you can venture into at this moment. It is filled with dangers and challenges. Oomph. Upon hearing Jinbei's words, Arlong merely snorted coldly, clearly dismissing Jinbei's advice. He completely ignored Jinbe, as if what Jinbe said had no effect on him. Faced with Arlong's indifference, Jinbe sighed helplessly, but he chose not to press further. Jinbe knew Arlong was a stubborn person, and once he had made a decision, it was hard to change. So Jinbe silently turned and boarded the Black Pearl. With a command from Zer, the Black Pearl slowly set sail towards the new world. The Black Pearl had just left Fishman Island when Xiliu approached Zer. Zer, there's a tail following us. You must have noticed it too. Should we deal with them? Zer glanced down at the ship and indeed saw many fishmen trailing behind the Black Pearl. After pondering for a moment, Zer shook his head. Forget it, let's not worry about them for now. There's no need to provoke them unless they attack us first. After all, those people are Jinbei's subordinates. It's best to avoid unnecessary conflict. Hearing the conversation, Jinbei's expression changed slightly, and he quickly called a crew member to take over the helm, then hurried over to Zer with a serious face and asked, Captain, are you saying someone is tracking us? Zer nodded. Yes, it's that Arlong. He previously fought us on shore and lost, which left him feeling disgruntled, wanting to regain some face in the sea. However, he clearly does not understand that in the sea he has no better chance of victory. It would even be worse than on land. Jinbe frowned slightly, seemingly wanting to say something, but he swallowed his words. Just then a group of fishmen suddenly surged up from the depths, swiftly approaching the Black Pearl like wraiths. Leading them was Arlong, his face contorted in fury as he shouted at Zer. Zernoth, I don't care how great your reputation is in the new world. The sea is our fishman's domain. Today you will obediently die at the bottom of this sea. Sighed. Zer sighed, turning to Jinbe. Jinbe, what do you think I should do? I had let these people go before for your sake, but they seem to be ungrateful. Jinbe deeply bowed to Zer, his body slightly leaning forward, head lowered, exhibiting an attitude of utmost sincerity and humility. Captain, please do grant me this favor and spare their lives. Jinbei's voice revealed a hint of urgency and anxiety. I once promised Brother Tiger that I would protect the people of Fishman Street, and I cannot go back on that promise. Seeing this, Zer hurriedly reached out to help Jinbe up, then turned his gaze to Xiliu. Just give them a small lesson and don't kill them. After all, Jinbe is our comrade, and we should try to accommodate his request. Though reluctant, Xiliu nodded and muttered, Got it. What a hassle. As he spoke, he extended his hand into the bubbles, but just as his hand touched the seawater, an intense sense of weakness surged over him like a tide, causing his body to tremble violently. Noticing Xiliu's abnormalities, Zer pointed to the sword at Xiliu's waist. Why don't you use your sword? Wouldn't that be more convenient? I don't like using a sword underwater. Seeing through Xiliu's embarrassment, Zer did not expose him, but smiled slightly. All right. Since you don't like it, do as you wish. At that moment, Xiliu suddenly shouted, Lightning net. As his voice fell, a series of crackling lightning erupted in the water, these flashes intertwining like a spider's web, forming a massive electric net. The originally arrogant Arlong's face turned pale upon seeing this. His eyes rolled back as his body fell straight down, clearly having fainted from the terror of the lightning. Seeing the plight of Arlong and the others, Jinbe felt some discomfort in his heart, while also blaming Arlong and his crew for their foolishness. If Xur were that easy to kill, how could it be their turn? The world government had intervened. After dealing with Arlong and the others, Xur looked at Jinbe and said, "Jinbe, this is the second time I've spared these people. I do not wish for a third time, as such occurrences will diminish the captain's authority. You should understand the consequences of a captain losing authority, so if your subordinates dare to act like this again, I will take action myself. If we cannot be friends, then we can only be enemies." Xur had been battling Kaido for 4 hours. Years of relentless training had forged his endurance, and after a few hours with Kaido, he felt not the least bit fatigued. Only moments earlier, Kaido's spiked club had grazed his arm, drawing blood, yet a wild smile curled at Xur's lips. Xur's voice cut through the din of the battlefield. "By ambush you defeated Guanyue. Doesn't he haunt your dreams at night?" 100 meters away, Kaido's spiked club, the Bajijia, was driven deep into the earth. The future governor of the Beast's pirates stood in visibly poor condition. 3 days of relentless combat with Whitebeard had drained Kaido of strength. The left side of his robe was soaked with blood. Even so, the oppressive aura radiating from him kept ordinary pirates at bay. "You brat." Kaido lifted his head, golden vertical pupils blazing with fury. "You seek death." Xur did not flinch. Instead, he stepped forward. "A so-called strongman like you, do you not feel ashamed? How can you still bear to remain in Wano?" Xur deliberately raised his voice. "When you see those samurai, do you not sense their mockery?" Kaido's facial muscles twitched. The name Guanyue pierced him like a dagger. The duel from a year past replayed in his mind. Yutian, distracted when Heitem Yukin altered his appearance into Guanyue Tazizu, had been felled by Kaido's club. Guanyue Yutian had become his inner demon. "Shut up." Kaido ripped the Bajijia free and struck at Xur, the weapon wrapped in armament Haki. Xur, ready for it, met the blow with his right fist, armament Haki instantly surging over his knuckles. A thunderous crash. 2 tremendous forces collided, sending shockwaves that ripped up loose stones and carved a transient vacuum around them. At that moment, Xiliu Madden was about to shift into his azure dragon form. "Xiliu!" Xur shouted. "Now!" From the rear of the crowd, Xiliu's eyes flashed cold. He drew the famed blade Leiyu in silence, its edge coiling with uncanny purple lightning. At the same time, Daejelasai Baelte's combat automaton readied itself. Oda Xiong silently removed his gloves, the Rokyu fruit power brimming. Du Q rode his sick horse, Zhuang, and produced a strange apple from his pocket. After a brief glance at one another, the four surged toward Kaido. Their prearranged plan: clinch Kaido in Hailu stone handcuffs and force him to consume Duke Q's apple, then the battle would be won. Just as Xur rushed forward with the handcuffs, a pillar of fire descended from the sky, driving Xur, Xiliu, and the others back. Skyfire. Scorching flame leapt across the sea, forming a wall of fire. Xur was compelled to retreat, scowling upward to find Zao lingering atop the thundercloud, Zeus towering over them. Her laughter, a grinding metallic sound, cut the air. "Mama Xur, Inosi, what are you trying to do to my brother?" Xur's temples throbbed with vexation at the interruption. "I wondered who it was," he drawled, prolonging the syllables. "Isn't that Xiliu Lingling? Aren't you supposed to be birthing heirs on Cake Island? What brings you here?" Xiliu Lingling's smile froze. "Or do you want Kaido to be your next husband?" Xur poured salt in the wound, knowing precisely how to strike the Yonko sore spot. "I wonder if Kaido would even want your rotten ship." "You?" Xiliu Lingling fumed, reaching as if to don Napoleon's hat and transform, but a glance to whereby Huzi and Layli stood stayed her hand. Though they made no move, the warning in their gazes forced her to suppress her rage. "Kaido, wake up." Xiliu Lingling turned and slapped the still raging Kaido twice across the face. "He's the one provoking you. You fell for such a trick." Surprisingly, those two slaps pierced the madness. Kaido shook his head, the frenzy in his eyes ebbed. "Lingling." His voice carried an uncommon trace of bewilderment. Whitebeard then stepped forward, shouldering Songyun Xie, and asked, "Xiliu Lingling, what brings you here?" "Mama Newgate." Kaido lost this round. "We'll take the prize away." Xiliu Lingling's unpleasant laughter returned. "Why I'm here? Ask that brat beside you." She pointed at Xur. "Dragging the world government into my domain cost me many underlings." Whitebeard cast a sideways glance at Xur, his eyes a blend of reproach and a grudging admiration. The boy was ruthless enough to use Xiliu Lingling's crew to harry the world government. He had even drawn many enemies away from Whitebeard himself. Xur felt no guilt. He merely shrugged, unabashed. "Xiliu Lingling, spare me the speeches." He cocked his chin in provocation. "Do you seek vengeance, or what?" Draw a line, and the Zaire pirate crew will take the contract. Tension snapped taut. Xiliu Lingling's face darkened as if water might drip from it. Prometheus and Josie stirred anxiously at her side. Kaido, though returned to reason, still bore unwaning murderous intent. The captains of Whitebeard's crew watched with wary eyes, ready to intervene at any moment. At that critical instant, the sky suddenly dimmed. All heads tilted upward as a vast warship descended from above. A boisterous laugh rang from the deck of the ship. Aha! So much trash on the sea here. It's Kapu. Zaire recognized the voice at once. The Navy hero Mungchi D. Ka, who stood at the prow, his justice coat billowing. Behind Kapu were Bulasalinyo Bojiate Huashaoshan and several other officers Zaire did not know. Yet their insignia marked them as vice admirals. Looks like we'll settle our score another day, Zaire told Xiliu Lingling. Xiliu Lingling snorted coldly. You think it's that easy? Lingling. Kaido interjected abruptly, withdraw for now. The Navy's target is likely not us. There's no need to battle them over this brat. Have you forgotten the matter of the world government? Watching the warship draw nearer, Whitebeard glanced between Zaire and Xiliu Lingling. How entertaining. It seems today will be lively. Zaire was left in a foul mood. The plan perfectly laid had been ruined by Xiliu Lingling and Kapu. There was no keeping Kaido here tonight. The deafening roar of the warship's crash still echoed in Zell's ears as he narrowed his eyes, watching the colossal vessel, bearing the insignia of a seagull, plunge into the harbor, sending plumes of dust and debris skyward. Shards of stone rained down upon the surrounding pirates like hail, yet no one flinched. All gazes remained locked on the towering figure emerging from the swirling smoke. Aha! Who would have thought such a tiny nation as Wano country could gather so much maritime trash? Garp's laughter rolled across the battlefield like thunder, making Zell's eardrums throb. Do you wish me to send you straight to the depths right now, Garp? Whitebeard's voice boomed from behind, thick with unassailable authority. His no-dachi slammed into the ground with seismic force, causing the earth itself to tremble, unmistakably channeling the power of the Gura Gura no Mi. Zell did not turn around, yet he could vividly imagine Whitebeard's expression. The man, later hailed as the strongest man in the world, would never tolerate such brazen arrogance before him. Yet Garp didn't even glance at Whitebeard. His hawk-like eyes remained fixed solely on Zell. You certainly know how to stir up trouble. Garp dug absent-mindedly at his ear, flicking away the wax with a casual flick of his finger. This time I'm taking you back. Be prepared. A wide grin split his face, revealing gleaming white teeth. Don't count on Whitebeard. He carries too many burdens. He dares not wage open war against the Marines just yet. But you're no match for me. Nor for us. Bartholomew Kuma's voice cut through the silence. Calm, chilling, absolute. Zell felt 5 figures step forward in unison, encircling him like a living shield. Barrett had already torn off his shirt, revealing a broad, scar-riddled torso. Xiliu's blade was drawn 3 inches from its scabbard, its cold steel reflecting his icy gaze, and crackling with arcs of lightning that made the very air snap and hiss. Zell's heart surged fiercely. These were his crew. Not because of his strength nor because of their sky-high bounties, but simply because he was their captain. A warm tide surged from his chest outward, flooding his limbs with quiet certainty. In that instant, Zell felt it would be worth dying here today, yet he would not let anyone die here. Stand down. Zell raised a hand, halting those poised to charge forward. That is an order. Amid stunned, disbelieving stares, he bent low and retrieved the sea-stone handcuffs originally intended for Kaido. The metal gleamed coldly under the sun. Zell weighed it in his palm, then did something that froze every soul present. He tossed the cuffs directly at Garp's feet. Come arrest me, just as you did at God Valley. Zell extended his wrists, his voice ringing clear and sharp across the harbor. Clear the path for the world government and the celestial dragons. Silence fell like a shroud, so profound even the waves seemed to hush. Zell watched Garp's pupils contract violently. The words God Valley struck like a stiletto, piercing the naval hero's most tender, unhealed wound. Admiral Garp, you know well I am a native of God Valley. Zell took a deliberate step forward, his boot crunched sharply on shattered stone. After my parents were slaughtered by the celestial dragons, I swore vengeance. Yet fate twisted cruelly, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku brought me into the Marines. His voice swelled, each word hammering like a blow against Garp's chest that gave me hope to do something for ordinary people. But time and again the world government shackled us. My faith in the Marines eroded, just as Comrade Dragons once did. At the mention of Dragon, Garp's massive frame visibly trembled. Zell roared sudden and commanding, pick up the cuffs, just as you did at God Valley, ignoring civilians in peril, turning instead to attack rocks. Garp's face contorted. Zell knew his words slithered like venom into the old man's ears, and pressed deeper. Don't admirals each possess their own brand of justice? What is yours? The justice of a loyal hound. They call you the hero of the Marines, don't they? Zell sneered. But tell me, How did that title come to be? It was forged when you abandoned the island's innocence and joined forces with Roger to defeat Rox. That is the origin of your heroism. His voice cracked raw with exhaustion. He turned sharply toward the rear and shouted, "Who's got wine?" "Zell, catch." Marco's voice rang out from the Whitebeard pirates' ranks. A bottle arced gracefully through the air. Zell caught it, cleanly snapped the cork loose with his thumb, and drained it in one long burning gulp. The fiery liquor scorched his throat, yet left his mind startlingly fiercely lucid. "Truth be told, I'm grateful to Rox." Zell wiped his mouth with his sleeve and sat down abruptly, as casually as if sharing stories with an old friend. "Without his assault on God Valley, every soul there would have perished. Whatever your judgment of him, I survived because he attacked." His gaze locked onto Garp's ashen face, each syllable deliberate, incisive. "And in my eyes, your hero title is nothing more than the bone your master tossed you after faithfully guarding his throne. Ha! So now this faithful hound returns, ready to bite on command. Are you hoping for another bone?" "Enough." Boa Garrett finally drew his blade, but Garp raised a hand, stopping him cold. Zell watched Garp's hand tremble, not with rage, but with something deeper, more wrenching grief, guilt, the slow erosion of decades-long conviction. Garp's lips moved, yet no sound emerged. "Admiral Garp, you came to arrest me, didn't you?" Zell hurled the empty bottle at Garp's feet. Glass exploded outward in jagged shards. "Then get on with it. You've done this countless times before. What's one more arrest to you?" Salt-laced wind, thick with gunpowder and ash, swept across the battlefield. Zell heard the ragged breaths of his crew behind him, felt Whitebeard's heavy, conflicted gaze, and even sensed the distant murmured exchange between Kaido and Big Mom. Yet his entire awareness narrowed to Garp alone. The naval hero he'd once revered now appearing unbearably aged, hollowed by weariness. "Boa Garrett." Garp's voice rasped like sandpaper scraping bark. "Neither of us has the right to arrest Zell. We're leaving." "But Admiral, let Borsalino handle it." As Garp turned away, Zell watched the proud, unbending spine, once a pillar of the Marine Order, bend ever so slightly beneath an invisible weight. Kizaru leapt down from the warship, chasing after him with exasperated dismay. "Admiral Garp, don't walk away. You brought the ship up. You're responsible for getting it down." "That's my warship." The absurdity drew scattered laughter from the pirates, but Zell did not smile. Fixing his eyes on Garp's retreating back, he shouted, voice cutting like steel, "Tell Sengoku, next time, send a Marine who truly understands justice." Garp paused, just once, but did not turn. Then he vanished into the haze. Mama Kaido, did you see that?" Big Mom's laughter shattered the silence. "This kid's mouth is much stronger than his fists. You should learn from him. Stop being so impulsive." "Shut up. I'm not impulsive. I'm just angry. Without you, they are still no match for me." Rayleigh had arrived beside Whitebeard at some point, gently tapping the arm of his old rival. "Newgate, I feel that Zell will eventually replace you. You'd better build a good relationship with him, or else your sons will face great troubles." "Giralala." Whitebeard's hearty laughter echoed in the harbor. "Really, what nonsense are you talking about? You know the rules of the sea. Newcomers will eventually replace the old." As he spoke, Whitebeard looked at Zell, a complex light flashing in his eyes. "But to think someone could replace me, that's still 100 years away." Ignoring the teasing of the two, Zell picked up the seastone handcuffs and said to Kaido, "Kaido, you lost. I will spare your life today. Get lost." "Bastard, who are you calling lost?" Kaido picked up his Haki, ready to charge at Zell for a fierce battle. However, he was stopped by Big Mom. "Kaido, you indeed lost this time. Come with me. You can fight back later." Although somewhat reluctant, Kaido saw Rayleigh and Whitebeard staring at him intently, so he had no choice but to leave with Big Mom. Watching the two leave, Zell shouted at Kaido's back, "Kaido, pirates have their rules, and civilians have theirs. If you apply pirate rules to ordinary people, a person like you is destined to fail." After Zell finished shouting, he noticed Whitebeard staring at him intently. Zell touched his face and tentatively asked, "Is there something on my face?" "Nothing." Whitebeard glanced at Kaido in the distance before looking back at Zell. "Kid, what do you mean by Kaido applying pirate rules to ordinary people?" "You mean that?" Zell pointed at Wano and said, "Pirates can burn, kill, and plunder outside, but when they return to their base, they must treat the people there as humans. Otherwise, their back will be set ablaze at any moment." In this regard, Doflamingo did quite well. Although the cost was that many became toys and were forgotten by their families, it still looked good on the surface. If we are to speak of doing the best, that would have to be Big Mom. In this pirate world where life is as cheap as grass, giving up a day's lifespan each month can secure protection. That is quite good, and one does not have to worry about food and drink. If Zell were an ordinary person, he would definitely choose to live in Big Mom's territory. Reflecting on Zell's words, Whitebeard suddenly felt that they made a lot of sense. Zell stood on a high ground and shouted to everyone in the Whitebeard pirates, "We have won. Tonight we will hold a feast. As the host drinks are unlimited. Everyone go to Onigashima." Hearing Zell's words, everyone looked at Whitebeard. "Giralala, go." Tonight is indeed suitable for a feast. Instantly cheers erupted, dispelling the solemnity of the battlefield. At this moment a person from the Whitebeard pirates stepped forward and approached Zell, slightly bowing. Lord Zell, it seems you intend to take over Wano. I'm not sure how you plan to treat the ordinary people of Wano. If you are like Kaido, I will not hand Wano over to you. Zell assessed the person in front of him, having some impression, but unable to recall their name, only knowing that they were a retainer of Kazuki Oden. You look like someone from Wano. I won't question whether you can be Whitebeard's successor. I have only two attitudes towards people: to my own wrongs are rights, to outsiders my attitude is very flexible. From now on Wano will be my territory. I will treat them well, provide them with jobs so they can support their families. They will work for me without being exploited, and I will grant them certain rights. But if anyone tries to play tricks on me, I won't hesitate to kill them. Are you satisfied with my answer? Aizo looked at the young man before him and thought of his young master. He felt that as long as this person was here, his master would have difficulty taking over Wano. Perhaps sensing the tension in the air, Whitebeard walked over. Gurulala, Aizo, don't worry. Zell is not the kind of kid who indiscriminately kills innocents. He can also protect the people of Wano, otherwise this place will eventually attract unwanted attention. Old man, can't you incorporate Wano into our territory? I believe with your reputation others wouldn't dare come. Zell, hearing Aizo's question, also looked at Whitebeard, wanting to know his opinion. Whitebeard's large hand rubbed Aizo's head. Aizo, you should know where our territory lies. The world government and other pirates will not agree to us having a piece of territory. Forcing a connection will only make us the target of everyone's attacks. Seeing Aizo wanting to say more, Whitebeard quickly added, I know your concerns. For Momonosuke as a man to take over Wano, he must rely on himself, or otherwise Wano will be taken by someone else sooner or later. There was one thing Whitebeard did not say, which was that it would be very difficult for that kid Momonosuke to reclaim Wano from Zell. Zell left with Shiryu and the others, having learned Whitebeard's attitude, and he could officially begin his plans. On the way back, Zell placed his hands on the shoulders of Shiryu and Poison Q. You all performed wonderfully today. I am very glad to have such good partners like you. Once we return, I will have Hella prepare a sumptuous feast for you as a reward. However, deep down Zell felt somewhat helpless. It wasn't that he didn't want to embrace Barrett and Kuma, it was just that those two were simply too tall and his arms weren't long enough. Shiryu brushed Zell's hands off him, showing a look of disdain. How can a big man like you suddenly become so sentimental? That guy Garp too, he should just take you away. Hearing Shiryu's words, Zell was not angry, but instead burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Shiryu, what you said is not right. I am still our captain, and it's not good to speak to the captain like that. The setting sun cast its afterglow on them, stretching their shadows long. These several burly men joked as they walked towards the Black Pearl. Zell knew very well that what he gained today was not just a victory in battle, but more importantly, he had earned something far more valuable than victory. That was a firm belief in the path he had chosen and the unwavering trust of his crew. It was this trust that truly possessed the power to shake the world. Half a month later, on the shores of Wano country. Whitebeard, do visit often. I've got the finest sake waiting for you. If you're concerned about convenience, you may leave Marco here. He can deliver a cask to you each month. Gururara. You brat Zell. If you dare scheme against Marco again, I'll sink you to the ocean floor this very instant. But should you agree to become my son, I'll let Marco stay here to govern Wano country on your behalf. Safe travels, and no need for farewells. After Whitebeard departed, Zell's smile vanished instantly. How are the prisoners faring? They're confined aboard the Black Pearl. That deranged swordsman named Yasui remains at large. Zell glanced at Xiliu. There seemed an uncanny friction between him and Yasui. Xiliu called Yasui a madman, while Yasui dubbed Xiliu the lightning boy. Enough, Xiliu. One day I'll grant you the chance to settle the score with that man, but now is not the time. Take me to see our distinguished guests. Back aboard ship, young Robin was practicing marksmanship with Ginny. Thanks to her flower fruit powers, Robin could wield multiple firearms simultaneously. Enough, Robin. Firearms don't suit you. When time permits, I'll teach you hand-to-hand combat. Such a rare ability, as the flower fruit, deserves fists, not bullets. Hearing Zell's voice, Robin immediately dashed toward him, leaving Ginny exasperated. Zell, Whitebeard has departed. What's next? Zell lifted Robin into his arms and wiped the sweat from her brow. Ginny, now that we've entered the new world, certain matters can wait. Our priority is stabilizing Wano country, so that whether we sail forth or pursue other ambitions, we need never fear rebellion flaring up behind us. By the way, Zell set Robin down and drew near Ginny, speaking softly, take Ginny to explore Wano country. We have business to attend to. As he spoke, he cast a subtle glance toward the ship's cabin. Ginny caught the look, instantly grasping his intent. She scooped up Ginny and disembarked, taking Hella with her. Once the three women had left, Zell turned to Kuma. Kuma, bring forth our esteemed guests. Moments later, several warriors clad in traditional armor were led onto deck, eyes sharp with wary suspicion. Zell approached them. Gentlemen, this is our first meeting. I am Zell Nos, pirate conqueror of Kaido, and now sovereign of Wano country. Rest assured, I seek no slaves. My sole interest lies in the Seastone mines. What I propose is a national guard of force sworn to protect Wano country. Would any of you consider joining? The warriors exchanged glances, uncertain how to respond. In principle, defending Wano aligned with their duty, but they dared not trust the claim of this stranger before them. Then a blue-haired warrior rose. Despite his shackles, he straightened his attire and bowed slightly to Xel. Lord Xel, I am Byron the Leopard. May I ask, what is your stance toward Wano's common people? Will you exploit them as Kaido did? Ha ha ha. Xel laughed, stepping forward. Byron the Leopard, is it? Let me tell you plainly. I have never entertained the notion of exploiting peasants. They hold little value to me. My sole concern is the Seastone mines. This guard exists solely to shield Wano country. Every citizen, every village, every mountain pass. Moreover, when I am away, I expect them to defend themselves, to hold the line until my return. That is all. Any further questions? Byron fell silent, astonished that a pirate would even entertain the idea of a formal samurai corps for Wano. Just then a gruff, contemptuous voice broke the stillness. Who do you think you are, demanding samurai stand guard for you? All that noble talk is just shameless hypocrisy. Mark my words, you'll die in Wano. Momonosuke will return and reclaim this land. Leave now, or perish. Xel followed the voice to find a green-haired warrior glaring at him, fury burning in his eyes. Sigh. Xel exhaled softly. Perhaps I'm too accommodating. People mistake kindness for weakness. Very well. Negotiations are over. Xiliu. Xel strode toward the gangplank. Dispose of them. Bury them atop Wano's highest peak. Let them watch helplessly as that coward Momonosuke fails to wrest this country from my grasp. Hearing Xel's order, Byron panicked. Lord Xel, grant me but a moment. Let me speak with them first. Unnecessary. The moment those words left his mouth, their fate was sealed. And as for you, join them. Xel had initially deemed Byron worthy of sparing, but with the others refusing submission, retaining him posed greater risk. Better to eliminate all uncertainty than harbor a potential threat. After descending the gangplank, Kuma hurried after him. Xel, the cabin holds a young girl. She's. Seeing Kuma falter, Xel halted. Kuma, we share no secrets. Speak plainly, what of this girl? Under Xel's steady gaze, Kuma finally confessed, she is Kaido's daughter. He remained tense, watching Xel closely. Kuma's words stirred Xel's memory. He recalled her name, Yamato. Though Xel was a transmigrator, his knowledge of post-Marineford events remained hazy, limited to fragmented internet memes. He knew only that Yamato was fiercely filial, so devoted that Kaido himself had imprisoned her. After a pause, Xel said, she's just a child. Let her keep Robin company. She won't strain our rations, but Ginny must realign her moral compass. Should that prove impossible, I'll send her to Whole Cake Island. Kaido resides there, better to keep a ticking bomb far from my side. Xel, truly you won't execute her. She is Kaido's blood. Ha ha ha. Xel clapped Kuma twice on the shoulder. Kuma, what kind of monster do you take me for? Kaido is my enemy, not his child. Go guard Ginny. I'll step out for a task. Relieved that Xel harbored no murderous intent, Kuma finally exhaled. He'd feared becoming a remorseless killer. Having thoroughly surveyed Wano's landscape these past days, Xel now set course for Benzuri village, where a most intriguing figure awaited. Xer stood at the entrance of Inagasa village, gazing upon the dilapidated settlement before him, his brow furrowing slightly. The small village was even poorer than Xer had imagined. Thatched roofs patched with frayed straw, villagers clad in tattered kimonos, their eyes shadowed by weariness and unease. Excuse me, where may I find Tengu Mountain Hizuru? Xer intercepted an elderly man carrying firewood. The elder appraised Xer from head to toe, then slowly pointed toward the rear mountains. Follow this path straight ahead. When you see a crooked pine tree, turn right. The most decrepit thatched hut is his. Xer nodded, withdrew several berries from his robe, and pressed them into the elder's palm. Thank you. The elder stared in astonishment at the coins, then watched Xer's retreating figure vanish down the path, murmuring softly, a most peculiar outsider. The mountain trail wound steeply and unevenly, yet Xer traversed it as if walking on level ground. Over an hour later, he finally beheld the landmark Crooked Pine. Soon after, turning right, a crude hut, so rudimentary it barely merited the name, came into view. Its thatch roof was thin and patchy, its walls cobbled together from mud and twisted branches seemed ready to collapse at any moment. Who could have imagined that the former sovereign of Wano country would choose such a place for exile? Is anyone home? Xer called out, his voice clear, but measured, standing before the hut's threshold. A rustling sound emerged from within the hut, followed by the creak of wood as the door swung open, and a figure stepped forth wearing a crimson Tengu mask. The eyes beneath the mask contracted sharply upon seeing Xer, but just as swiftly they stilled, returning to calm. Are you here to commission a blade? I am, rasped Tengu Mountain Hizuru, his voice coarse and gravelly, only to be cut off mid-sentence by Xer. Enough. Kazuki Oden's father, Kazuki Tsukiyoshi, I'm not here for a sword. I've come to speak with you. For a heartbeat, the air itself seemed to freeze. The Tengu-masked figure stiffened, then almost imperceptibly relaxed again. You jest, sir, replied Tengu Mountain Hizuru, his tone unruffled. I am but a humble swordsmith, certainly no Kazuki Tsukiyoshi. You must have mistaken me for another. His voice remained serene, but Zer noted how the right hand hanging at his side had quietly clenched into a tight fist. Zer smiled, faintly retrieved an exquisitely crafted sake bottle and 2 delicate cups from his pack, and seated himself uninvited at the wooden table before the hut, its surface scarred deeply with countless knife marks, evidence of years spent testing blades. Let us dispense with pretense, Zer said, deftly uncorking the bottle. Amber liquid spilled forth, releasing a rich, fragrant aroma. Had I harbored doubt about your identity, I would never have sought you out. Come, share a cup with me. We have matters to discuss. Tengu Mountain Hizuru remained motionless, his masked gaze fixed intently upon Zer's every gesture. After a long silence, he sighed, a deep, weary exhalation, and reached up to remove his mask. Beneath it lay a face etched by time and hardship. Deep furrows like knife cuts across weathered skin, silver hair bound tightly at the nape, yet those eyes, piercing, incisive, unwavering, belonged unmistakably to Kazuki Tsukiyoshi, former general of Wano country, father of Kazuki Oden. Master Zer possesses truly extraordinary insight, Kazuki Tsukiyoshi remarked bitterly as he approached the table and sat. I concealed myself so thoroughly, yet you found me. It seems this will be my final cup of sake. Filling both cups, Zer raised one high. Enough of such gloom. If I intended to kill you, I would not have come alone. Drink up. Our first cup, to your foolish son. Kazuki Tsukiyoshi's hand trembled faintly as he reached for the cup, but steadied resolutely before closing his fingers around it. They drank in unison. The fiery liquor burned down their throats and seared open memories, long buried wounds, long unspoken. I shall dispense with circumlocution. Zer set his cup down and held Kazuki Tsukiyoshi's gaze. I seek your return, not as a fugitive nor a recluse, but as general of Wano country. What say you? What? Kazuki Tsukiyoshi shot upright, the chair behind him crashing backward with a sharp thud. Disbelief flooded his aged, weathered face. Surely you jest, sir. You have already driven Kaido from Wano. Why not install one of your own men? As Kaido once did. Zer poured himself another cup. Unnecessary. Sit down first. No, remain standing. If you sit, I'd have to crane my neck to look at you. He took a slow sip, then continued, though I expelled Kaido, my sole objective has always been the Seastone Mine. I hold no desire to rule Wano, yet neither do I wish to hear whispers of rebellion echoing across its hills. So I came to you. I trust that restored as general, you alone can silence those voices. Kazuki Tsukiyoshi's mind raced. Beads of sweat glistened upon his brow. He had rehearsed countless scenarios, interrogation over ancient weapons, demands for Kazuki family relics, even execution, but never this. Truly, you seek only the mine. He ventured cautiously, his voice hoarse with tension. Then where shall we find the miners and the artisans who process the ore? The art of refining seastone exists solely in Wano. Zer's reply sent a chill through Kazuki Tsukiyoshi's chest. Indeed, that too falls to you to arrange. So it was true. A cold, silent laugh echoed in Kazuki Tsukiyoshi's heart. To reinstate him as general was merely a pretext to compel him to enslave Wano's people. Such a betrayal of his nation's dignity. Unthinkable. The Kazuki blood would never stoop to it. Just as he prepared to refuse, firmly, irrevocably, Zer's next words froze him mid-thought. I will not exploit those artisans. They shall be paid, daily in full. This matter I entrust entirely to you. Thighs. Kazuki Tsukiyoshi faltered, speechless. Were his former retainers to witness that expression, the legendary composure of General Kazuki utterly undone, they would surely recoil in disbelief. Watching his reaction, Zer's lips curved faintly upward. Surprised. Did you assume I'd conscript laborers and withhold wages, as Kaido did? Kazuki Tsukiyoshi drew a slow, steadying breath. Forgive my candor, Master Zer, but I have never heard of a pirate who pays his workers. It defies all precedent. I am no ordinary pirate. Zer took another sip. The Seastone Mine is vital to me, but I require it not through oppression but through fair exchange. Mutual benefit. That is my principle toward common folk. Ah, your principle toward common folk. And what, pray tell, is your principle toward pirates? Pirates. So those who bear hostility toward me shall be sunk to the depths of the sea. That is where they belong. Though before sinking, perhaps a term of labor reform is warranted. Kazuki Tsukiyoshi fell silent. Kujetsu Shukiyaki slowly sat back down in his chair, his mind still processing the sudden information. He carefully observed Zayer's expression, trying to find any signs of deception, but in those deep blue eyes, he found only calmness. If I agree to take up the position of general again, Kujetsu Shukiyaki cautiously began, Can you guarantee that you won't interfere in the domestic affairs of Wano? As long as it doesn't affect my mining operations, you have full control over Wano's affairs. Zaire replied decisively. However, I must tell you in advance that if you cannot manage your subordinates and they affect the mining operation, I will not hesitate to eliminate them, and there may be collateral damage. You need to be mentally prepared for that. That's not a problem. I can set the wage standards for the miners. That's negotiable, but it can't be excessively high, Zaire shrugged. After all, I need to make a profit too. The safety of the workers must be ensured. Of course, I will assign someone specifically responsible for mine security. As they exchanged questions and answers, Kagetsu Shukiyaki's doubts gradually dissipated. The man named Zaire was different from all the pirates he had encountered, rational, pragmatic, and one could even say, reasonable. One last question. Kagetsu Shukiyaki looked directly into Zaire's eyes. Why me? You could easily find a more obedient puppet. Zaire smiled, holding up 2 fingers. 2 reasons. First, you are legitimate, and the people will accept you. Second, I admire the spirit of your son, who would rather be boiled alive than betray his subordinates. Though a bit foolish, it is quite rare. Mentioning Yutian, Kagetsu Shukiyaki's eyes reddened slightly. He paused for a moment, suddenly grabbed a bottle of wine, poured himself a full glass, and drank it all in one go. All right, I agree to your terms. He set down the wine glass, his voice firm. The succession ceremony will be held in a month. 2 years later. In an open area, Zaire was diligently striking a massive seafloor stone. This was arranged by the masters of the mine specifically for his training and had a very high purity. Zaire, that unreliable den mushi, is ringing again. Hearing Ginny shout, Zaire, who was training, paused and turned to her. Ginny, you've worked hard. In the future, let others handle such matters. You now have over 30 subordinates. There's no need to do everything yourself. Hee with Kuma not here, I find it boring alone, so I came to check on you. I'm truly impressed by you and Barrett. You're hitting the seafloor stone here while Barrett is doing the same at the mine. If others didn't know better, they might think you two have a grudge against it. After patting Ginny's little head, Zaire picked up the den mushi. Foo, Zaire, Foo, enough. Just say what you want. Spare me that annoying laugh. Foo, that Zaire, there's news about the disease fruit. It's... Stop, Zaire interrupted Doflamingo directly. I know the disease fruit is with the world government. The CP agents are already on their way to Wano. Do you have anything else? If not, I'll hang up. Doflamingo. Zaire, I need seafloor stone handcuffs and memory alloy. It would be best if you could also provide me with some seafloor stone bullets. Alright, I can sell you the seafloor stone handcuffs and memory alloy, but I don't have many bullets. This material is too labor-intensive to process, so I can only sell you 15 pieces. That's acceptable. I'll have Diamante pick them up. By the way, how many memory alloy firearms do you have? I want them all, and I can increase the price by 10%. As for how many firearms we have left, I'm not sure. I'll give you an answer tonight. Alright, I'll wait for your news. After hanging up, Zaire asked, Ginny, how many firearms do we have left? If there aren't enough, inform Shukiyaki to let them work overtime to produce more, and this time, give the Wano factory an extra 10% profit. Ginny lifted her little head and thought for a moment. It seems there are still over 5,000 firearms, but 3,000 of those are reserved for Mr. Dorek. We can only deliver 2,000 now. Alright, then let Shukiyaki's side rush the work. They're willing to earn some extra money anyway. After Ginny left, Zaire considered his situation. Wano had stabilized now with over 1,000 samurai and marksmen capable of self-defense. Now Zaire's pirate crew had also grown to over 300 members, all personally selected by him, with loyalty and strength being fairly decent. He did not plan to expand further. What he wanted was elite members. Of course, he would also recruit good talents, while those with low loyalty had been sent to less important places. As for those whose hands were stained with too much innocent blood, Zaire directly sent them to mine. Did he really think he would accept just anyone? Just as Zaire continued striking the seafloor stone, Xiliu approached with a bloodied head in hand and casually tossed it at Zaire's feet. This is the guy who kept attacking our transport fleet. He was once a retainer of Kagetsu Yutian. Kagetsu Shukiyaki wanted to spare him, but I still killed him. Looking at the head on the ground, Zaire disdainfully kicked it aside. You did well. This guy has attacked our transport fleet many times, and Kagetsu Shukiyaki kept pleading with me to spare him. Previously, I turned a blind eye because of our cooperative relationship with Kagetsu Shukiyaki, especially since there were no casualties. But this time he dared to kill our people, so he had to be dealt with. He can't blame us for that. You should head back to the mine now. They need you to oversee things there. After that, Zaire suddenly remembered something and turned to continue. Jairus said you killed someone again, and it wasn't just one. You need to control yourself. I don't oppose you killing those scum, but they are free labor. You should squeeze out their last bit of value before killing them. I know. Shiryu responded readily. Now Shiryu was increasingly satisfied with his captain. As long as he was not allowed to kill ordinary people and his own crew, he could kill anyone else. This was perfect for his role as captain. After Shiryu left, Zaire flexed his fists and struck a nearby boulder. Boom. With one punch, the ordinary stone shattered into pieces upon contact with Zaire's fist. It seems that the training over the past 2 years has been very effective. If I were to fight Sakazuki, I should no longer be crushed. Zaire has also increased his training regimen over the past 2 years, striking the seafloor stones for at least 10 hours a day, all in hopes of one day returning the pain to that mad dog Akainu. That noon, Zaire puffed on a cigar, his fingers swiftly gliding over the ledger as he calculated the output of memory alloy for the month. The door was suddenly slammed open, and a bloodied pirate staggered in his left arm, twisted unnaturally. Captain, the world government's people. Before he could finish, he collapsed to the ground. Just as Ginny was about to check on him, a young man in a black suit walked in. Let me speak. Your men stopped me, and I taught them a lesson. They should count themselves lucky that this isn't Wano. Otherwise, they'd be dead. I don't have much time. This is the devil fruit you wanted. Have your people load the items the world government needs onto the ship, and it'll take them away shortly. Are dogs this arrogant now? Zaire glanced at Barrett. The ones on duty today should be your third team, right? Your men got beaten, shouldn't you as the captain do something? Bang! Before Zaire's words could finish, Barrett charged out, knocking the newcomer out the door with a single punch. Zaire took out another cigar and lit it. Rob Lucci, interesting. The world government sent him to negotiate with me. They want to intimidate me. Lucci smashed through the stained glass window, and the shards sparkled in the sunlight like diamonds. The dozens of pirates chatting in the courtyard turned their heads simultaneously, then saw their captain's massive fist, and then looked at the young man who had just flown out. Ginny. Zaire flicked the ash from his cigar. Call Poison Q. His devil fruit has arrived. After Ginny left, Zaire opened the suitcase. The purple fruit was covered in green spiral patterns resembling a virus magnified 1,000 times, sending chills down Zaire's spine. The sounds of battle in the courtyard grew more intense. Zaire approached the shattered window and saw that Lucci had already transformed halfway into a beastly leopard form, but Barrett's punches landed precisely on his blocking arm each time. The 6 styles iron block couldn't even withstand Barrett's punches, and blood seeped from the corner of Lucci's mouth. Captain. A hoarse voice came from behind, and a pale Poison Q leaned on his scythe, coughing like an old bellows. I heard. Cough, cough. My gift. Zaire walked to the table and handed the box to Poison Q. This is the disease fruit. I originally wanted to find you a healing fruit, but there was no news. Perhaps this devil fruit is more suitable for you. Upon opening the box, Poison Q's fingers brushed over the surface of the fruit, and he suddenly grinned, then stuffed the melon-sized fruit into his mouth, his Adam's apple rolling violently. Seeing him swallow it whole like this, Zaire thought this guy is ruthless too. Gag. Suddenly Poison Q knelt and retched, but his eyes sparkled with morbid excitement. He staggered to his feet, his skin taking on an abnormal bluish-gray hue. Can't you taste it even after swallowing it whole? Without answering Zaire, Poison Q walked out of the living room. In the courtyard, Barrett was choking Lucci by the neck, and Poison Q suddenly reached out with his twig-like fingers. Let me. Cough, cough. Give it a try. Invisible particles scattered in the air, and Lucci suddenly struggled violently, his leopard-patterned skin fading away, his chest grotesquely swelling. When Barrett disdainfully released his grip, a black-haired girl in a torn suit collapsed to the ground. The onlookers watched in horror as a man gradually transformed into a woman, instinctively taking 2 steps back from Poison Q. They certainly didn't want to become women. All right, Barrett, you can continue. You should be able to defeat him easily now. Bastard Poison Q, I could easily defeat him without you. I thought you were going to use your fruit's ability when you said to give it a try. And this is what we get. Truly a useless fruit. After saying this, Barrett seized Lucci again, who was now bewildered, wondering how he had turned into a woman. In the main hall, Zaire looked at the nearly unconscious Lucci. To dare to strike someone on my territory, do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? How about this? I will let your people take what the world government wants, and you can be buried here. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz. Just then a phone bug's voice rang out, and Zaire looked at Barrett and Poison Q. The two shrugged, indicating it wasn't their phone bug ringing. Lucci, lying on the ground, heard the phone bug ring, struggled to sit up, and pulled out a phone bug. Hello, I'm Lucci. The mission was successful, but I can't return. On the other end, there was a few seconds of silence, then a voice that Zaire found irritating came through. Give the phone to Zaire. No, I need to talk to him. No need to talk, Zaire shouted loudly. This fool wanted to intimidate me from the start. Since that's the case, he can only die. Otherwise others will think I'm easy to bully. Zaire knows Lucci is a very important person to our world government. Do you really want to completely offend us? Hep. Spandom, when the world government captured my partner, I had already deeply offended the world government. Now I can still sell you Seastone, it's just business. You don't really think I'm afraid of the world government, do you? If you think that way, all future transactions are cancelled. Don't expect to get Seastone from me. If you have the guts, come attack Wano. I'm not afraid of any challenge. The phone on the other end fell silent again, and Zaire waited there not worried at all. Soon Spandam replied. Zaire knows this time it was Lucci's fault, but he is truly important to the world government. If you let him go, I will add another 20 to the original price. That's my maximum authority. If not, you can kill him. 2. Deal. Spandam damn. Did I offer too much? Although Zaire really wanted to kill Rob Lucci, he also knew it wasn't the right time. The world government's foundation was incredibly deep, far beyond what he could contend with right now. As for the world government attacking Wano, that was impossible for 2 reasons. First, even if they conquered it, they couldn't hold it. Unless they sent heavy troops to guard it, and there must be an admiral-level powerhouse to oversee it. Otherwise, pirates wouldn't let the Navy nail a single nail there. Moreover, the Navy wouldn't agree as Wano was a barren land for them. Supply issues would arise, and the disadvantages would outweigh the advantages. Therefore, the senior officials of the Navy couldn't agree to the world government, even though the world government was the Navy's superior. The second reason was political. The world government would not allow the Navy to control seastone mines. Seastone is extremely valuable, especially the refined ones. If the Navy had seastone mines, they could turn the tables and strangle the world government. This is something the world government cannot accept. As for letting the world government guard the seastone mines, they would violate the regulations of not participating in the management of other nations. Other allied nations would be in constant fear. Additionally, the world government seeks balance. They cannot allow either the Navy or pirates to dominate. Such dominance would be detrimental to their rule. Do not truly think that the world government and the Navy are of one mind. If they were with the combined might of the Navy, the world government, and the celestial dragons, they could easily eliminate most pirates. Thud, thud, thud. After tying up matters with the world government, Zaire resumed his training. Just then a pirate approached Zaire and bowed respectfully. Captain, word came from the shore saying a red-haired man wishes to see you. They would not decide on their own and asked Captain Jean and I. Captain Jean and I told me to find you. What do you? Let them come in. And inform all the captains to gather at the base. Understood, Captain. He'll notify those on shore right away. After the subordinate left, Zaire finally picked up the clothes on the ground and dressed. Red hair, likely Xiong Kusi. When Zaire returned to the quarters, de Xiong and the others had already arrived. Ba Lete, impatient, grumbled, "Why did you call us together? Are we setting sail? Training these past 2 years has nearly bored me to death." As Zaire passed Xiliu, he plucked a cigar and said, "Ba Lete, there's someone you know coming, that's why I summoned you all back." Seated, Zaire lit the cigar. "Besides meeting this guest, we ought to teach that bastard Kaido a lesson. These past 2 years he has caused no end of trouble. Flies and wrecks things, then flees because he can fly. Excellent. Finally a chance to square off with that Kaido fellow." Seeing Jean Ni's excitement, Zaire doused the fervor with cold pragmatism. "Jean Ni Yuhai La and Ju Lu sure stay to guard the base. I will take the others. The mining site cannot be left unattended. I want to come with you and deal with Kaido. He nearly burned me last time." Jean. As Zaire attempted to reason with Jean Ni, he glimpsed a group approaching from the corner of his eye. "So it is them," the man at the head said. His hair was a shock of red, and his manner was affable. "Ba Lete, you should know this man, right?" "Of course I know him. Xiong Kasi. Back when I boarded Luojia's ship, he wasn't even as tall as my knee." Ba Lete's remark earned a burst of laughter, Jean Ni snorting at the jest along with the others. Hearing Ba Lete, Xiong Kasi, who was walking toward Zaire, bristled and protested. Hey, Ba Lete, that was rude of you to say." "Humph. I was only speaking the truth." The group entered the parlor. Xiong Kasi removed his straw hat. "Zaire Nuasi, I am Xiong Kasi. I came specially to see you." Suddenly Xiong Kasi's gaze sharpened on Zaire. An overwhelming aura of conqueror's Haki poured from him, a black-red wave of force surging towards Zaire. Xiliu reached for his blade, but Ba Lete held him back. "Wait. These years we've seen Zaire's formidable armament Haki. Let us see whether he possesses conqueror's Haki as well. I refuse to believe he lacks it." At Ba Lete's words, Xiliu turned his attention to Zaire. Truly, he had never seen Zaire use conqueror's Haki before. Feeling the weight of the conqueror's Haki, a faint smile curled Zaire's lips. Did they really think Zhangguo took him into the Navy only for his physical gifts? The real reason was that Zaire had used conqueror's Haki to put to sleep the pirates who massacred their village. A thunderous eruption, a purple conqueror's Haki burst from Zaire's body and collided with Xiong Kusi's black-red wave. In an instant, the people in the hall were hurled into the corners by the 2 auras. Ba Lete, Xiliu, and de Xiong on Zaire's side barely reacted. They remained standing unmoved. On Xiong Kusi's side, only one man, a pistol slung at his waist, stood his ground. The rest had been thrown into the room's shadowed edges. The 2 conquerors' Haki forces refused to yield, like 2 bulls locked in a savage wrestle at their master's command. After about a minute, Xiong Kasi was the first to withdraw his aura. When I heard Ba Lete had joined your ship, I was a touch resentful. I thought only my captain could make Ba Lete willingly board, but you are not bad at all. Xiang Kusi, that is not the way of a guest. Later we'll find a place to spar. Zaire tossed a cigar to Xiang Kusi. Xiang Kusi took the cigar, sniffed at it, then tossed it to the man behind him. It cannot be helped on your first visit to an enemy's turf, one must show some strength. Zaire paid little mind to Xiang Kusi's impudence. He recalled that the red-haired man seemed not to smoke. One by one the others recovered from the shock of the clash, and helped lift overturned chairs from the floor. Zaire exhaled a plume of smoke, and with a teasing tone said, "If you are not wallowing in the sacred domain as porkers, what are you doing at sea? After Luo Jie died, I thought you would have returned to the Tian Longren scum." Hearing the words Tian Longren as he was about to sit, Xiang Kusi froze slightly, looking at Zaire with disbelief, then casting a glance toward Ba Lei. Ba Lei met Xiang Kusi's look with a cold snort. "Don't look to me. I have no interest in recounting your history." Zaire waved a hand. "Well, your Tian Longren status wasn't told to me by Ba Lei. How I learned it, I will not say. Still, you Tian Longren are amusing. You could go back, yet you insist on being a pirate." That duo Fei Lang Ming Gu fellow wanted to be a Tian Longren, but was rejected, and now he is a pirate. Are you lot bent on overturning Tian Longren rule? If so, I might be able to help the factory. Enough, Zaire Nuasi. No need to mock me. You're a naval man who turned pirate too. We're much the same. Their verbal sparring was interrupted by the cry of an infant. A broad-shouldered man handed a baby with Halford half-white hair to Xiang Kusi. "Captain Wu Ta is crying again. She might be hungry. Jean and I adored children." Seeing such an endearing little human, she took the infant from the burly man's arms. "You big men are utterly useless. It's clearly time for a diaper change. Give her to me, I'll change her." Before the burly man could protest, Xiang Kusi stopped him. "Hai La, take Luo Bin and Dahi away as well. There's a pervert here, best they do not see this." The two little ones had been following Jean and I, and thus had come along. Although Xiang Kusi and Zaire had deliberately kept their conqueror's Haki away from the children, the two youngsters still fainted from the shock. As for Wu Ta, she was cradled tightly by the burly man and kept at a distance, so she remained all right. Tisk tisk, truly a Tian Longren thing. Style and display. The child's mother must have white hair, with your red hair, and hers that explains the child's coloring. Yuta is the child I picked up. The first time I encountered her, it reminded me of my own childhood. Shanks spoke with a hint of nostalgia, picking up a bottle of wine from the table. "You really have no manners." Zaire shouted to his subordinates outside, "Go fetch some wine, otherwise others might think I can't afford a meal." As everyone began to drink, the atmosphere became less tense than before. "You didn't come here just to hear me babble, did you? If that's the case, you can leave after finishing your drinks." "Of course not." Shanks set down the bottle. "I have a gun made of memory alloy on my ship. Although only the barrel is made of memory alloy, its performance is excellent. I have many gunners on my ship, so I want to buy some firearms made entirely of memory alloy. Rest assured I can afford it." Zaire glanced at the members of the red-haired pirates and noticed that quite a few of them used guns. "Forget the money. After we finish drinking, fight me, and those guns will be my gift to you." "No problem," Shanks readily agreed. "I happen to want to see the true strength of the fist demon Zaire." Then Shanks introduced his subordinates to Zaire, and Zaire introduced his companions to Shanks in return. While drinking with Shanks, Zaire noticed a box next to him, seemingly given to him by that fat man earlier. "Shanks, what is it?" Shanks, who was drinking, looked up and asked. Zaire pointed at the box next to Shanks. "What's inside that?" "Oh, you mean this? I just stole it from the world government," Shanks said as he opened the box, revealing a devil fruit to Zaire's eyes. "This is the rubber fruit, from the Paramecia type. Since you don't even eat the thunder fruit, you wouldn't want this garbage fruit, right?" Fearing that Zaire might express interest in the devil fruit, Shanks quickly closed the box after finishing his introduction. "Hee. Shanks, that's not very generous of you. Since you think it's a garbage fruit, why not give it to me?" "Impossible." Before Zaire could finish, Shanks directly interrupted. "No way, absolutely not. This is. What a load of nonsense. It's just the mythical Zoan type of Nika form. I was just teasing you. If I really wanted it, I would have stolen it earlier. It wouldn't get to you. You know that the ship of Fuzzfufu passed right by Wano country. If I wanted to steal it, it would be a piece of cake, even easier than it would be for you. In other words, if you don't give it to me, and I really want it, I can easily find that ability user and take their fruit. You know I have that capability." Boom. Zaire's words exploded in Shanks's mind, as the information contained was immense. The usually jovial Shanks became extremely serious, his gaze icy and terrifying. "Zernos, you're too dangerous. What else do you know?" "Shanks, I'm very happy that you came to see me, because I admire you greatly." Zaire finished the remaining wine in one gulp, directly crushing the bottle, his tone also turning cold. "But I don't like your attitude. I don't care what Roger said to you before his death, but don't block my path and don't impose your balanced philosophy on me. Otherwise I will take you down." The people drinking around them felt the unusual atmosphere and quietly set down their bottles. Shanks placed the box on the table and said coldly, "Zernos, let's go. Let me see your strength." Soon the two arrived at an empty space. Zernos, although I don't know how you learned about these matters, I must tell you that knowing too much isn't necessarily a good thing. Such pompous words come easily to your lips. Truly worthy of a celestial dragon. If you want to know what other secrets I know, then come defeat me. If I lose, maybe I'll tell you. Besides, you didn't come here primarily to buy guns, did you? The main reason is to test my interest in the great treasure. You want to wait for that so-called Joy Boy to find the great treasure, and until then you won't allow anyone else to find it. Am I right? You certainly know everything. Shanks drew his sword. Griffin, then let me see your caliber. If I lose, the rubber fruit will be yours. But before you get the rubber fruit, be prepared to be killed by me. God avoid. Shanks was the first to strike, swinging his sword towards Zir. Feeling the danger from the blade, Zir also unleashed his strongest move. Pierce boom. As the fist collided with the sword, a massive energy burst outward, blowing away many of the bystanders. The struggle continued. This was Zir's favorite way of fighting. Ha ha ha, no wonder it's Roger's technique. Its power is tremendous, but right now you can't fully exert its might. At this point, Shanks did not possess the terrifying power he would later have, especially in terms of strength. He was simply no match for Zir, clearly losing in the wrestling phase. As Shanks stepped back, Zir directly took advantage of the opportunity to strike. Fist demon rampage. Countless fists rained down on Shanks without holding back. Seeing the fists coming at him, Shanks could only block with his sword. After the fists were deflected, Zir immediately kneed Shanks in the stomach. Pooh! The downed Shanks spat out a mouthful of blood. Captain. Riki looked at Shanks getting injured and instinctively wanted to rush in, but was firmly pulled back by a large hand. Don't go in. This is the captain's battle. Do you want the Zir pirates to laugh at us? Riki wanted to say something more, but upon seeing Beckman's eyes, he finally calmed down. I understand, Beck. I was impulsive. Just watch. Shanks is not someone who can be easily defeated. Shanks, who had just taken a knee strike from Zir, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Good, bring it on. Then the two resumed their battle. The clanging sounds were grating to everyone's ears. Shanks's swordsmanship taught by Roger was indeed impressive, combining broad strokes with numerous techniques, and soon he made a cut on Zir's eyebrow. This small injury was nothing to Zir. He continued to unleash punches. He had no formal training, relying solely on instinct. Although he had received training during his time with the Navy, those methods did not suit Zir at all. After separating once again, Zir ripped off his clothes. Let's go again. Blades clashed and fists flew. Neither gained decisive advantage, and thus the duel raged unceasingly for 2 full days. Not far away, Beckman watched the battle in silence. He had known Shanks for many years, yet this was the first time he had ever seen the red-haired captain driven onto the defensive. Though not yet defeated, Shanks was unmistakably being overwhelmed by Xelnos. Once Beckman had believed no peer could match Shanks, that best a draw was conceivable. He never imagined Xelnos could push Shanks to such an extreme. It seemed the Grand Line truly teemed with monsters. Granted, Xelnos was several years older, but his strength was monstrous, especially his mastery of armament Haki. Ha ha ha. Shanks, fighting you is exhilarating. Unlike Kaido, who flees the moment he's outmatched. Xelnos. Shanks leaned heavily on his sword, breathing hard. I underestimated you. Neither of us has much stamina left. Let's settle this in one final strike. Agreed. Then your life is mine. Try if you dare, Shinpei. This slash bore not only armament Haki, but also Conqueror's Haki, the strongest technique Shanks could muster at that moment. Shinpei descended in a storm of blackened aura. Xelnos clenched his teeth and raised his fist to meet it. At the instant Griffin's blade struck iron knuckles, Xelnos's pupils contracted sharply. The blade, wreathed in crackling blackened lightning, carried such overwhelming force that Xelnos felt himself on the verge of being cleaved clean off his feet. The armament-infused fist groaned under unbearable strain, fissures spiderwebbing across its surface. Impossible. Blood trickled from Xelnos's lips as his right arm's muscles tore from sheer overexertion. At the very moment the blade threatened to breach his defense, Xelnos's eyes blazed with ferocity. He abruptly withdrew his fist, stepped forward, and launched a devastating left hook. The sickening thud of Griffin biting deep into his flank echoed simultaneously with the sharp snap of bone shattering at the joint. Shanks grunted, a guttural pained sound, as his left arm twisted grotesquely and went limp. His legendary blade clattered to the ground. Staggering, Xelnos pressed a hand to his gushing wound, blood staining his teeth as he bared a savage grin. Shanks, looks like I've won this fight. Xelnos. Shanks. Crews on both sides cried out instinctively at the sight of such brutal combat. A deep 10-centimeter gash now split open Xelnos's right flank. Yet Shanks fared worse. His left arm hung in a grotesque, unnatural angle. Bones jutted visibly through torn flesh. Without immediate treatment, it would surely be lost. Over an hour later, Xelnos and Shanks sat facing each other on the ground, the Gomu Gomu no Mi resting between them. Xelnos, I concede defeat. The devil fruit is yours. Now you hold the power to shape the world's future. Here, take it back. Xelnos tossed the fruit lightly into the air and caught it again before flinging it back to Shanks. I have no use for it. I fought you not for power, but because your politician's veneer offended me, and because you dared test me. Shanks caught the fruit and studied Xelnos intently, weighing the man before him. He knew too much, yet displayed no grand ambition. That was unnatural, especially for one whose strength rivaled legends. After a long silent appraisal, Shanks slipped the fruit away and reached for his sake bottle. Beckman, standing behind Shanks, spoke up. Xelnos, I don't know the secrets of this devil fruit, yet I've never seen Shanks fight so desperately for any treasure. Since you won, why refuse it? Its power must be extraordinary. Xelnos paused mid-sip, then set down the bottle. How do I even begin to explain it? Think of the Gomu Gomu no Mi as a key, though I don't know what door it unlocks. Perhaps only Roger and his kind knew. My knowledge ends there. Thank you, Beckman said with a respectful nod. Shanks lowered his bottle. Xelnos, you know far more than you let on. I won't ask how. Since you understood my purpose here, what is your answer? May I hear it? Nothing stops me from saying it. HSS. Xelnos winced, shifting slightly and aggravating his wound. My goal is simple. I will elevate my crew to heights so staggering that even Roger himself would need to crane his neck to see them. As for the One Piece, I hold no interest in it. Though, should Joy Boy awaken, I wouldn't mind snatching the One Piece from him, just for amusement after dinner. Arrogance, pure unbounded arrogance. As Xelnos spoke, Shanks and Beckman exchanged glances. This man dismissed all rivals as irrelevant. For him, chasing the greatest treasure in history was mere postprandial diversion. Xelnos's dream was vast, so vast it bordered on fantasy. Yet he intended to pursue it, or else what would be the point of his transmigration? He would not reveal that dream, not yet. To speak it before success would invite only ridicule. At dawn the next day, Shanks and his crew departed, leaving behind one final piece of news. Upon learning from Jirushi that Shanks had already sailed away, Xelnos retrieved his Den Den Mushi. A familiar roar erupted from the shell. Xelnos, you wretch. You dare call me. Do you know how many times Garp has hunted me down? He keeps demanding I retire, all because of you. 10 minutes later, Xelnos lifted the receiver. Admiral Sengoku, I mean no offense. I heard you'd been promoted to Fleet Admiral, so I called to congratulate you. And I even prepared a gift. Never mind. Looks like I'll skip it. Damn brat, I want no gift from you. I'll hunt you down myself. Just wait until I find time to visit Wano country. Enough, Sengoku. Listen to what Xelnos has to say. Your rage changes nothing. Ah, there's the voice of reason, Vice Admiral Tsuru. Truly the Navy would be better served with you as Fleet Admiral. Through Xelnos's deft banter, the tension eased. Sengoku, what gift did you send me? Rokushiki's life. Is that not a priceless offering? Xelnos immediately held the Den Den Mushi at arm's length. He knew exactly what would follow. Sure enough, at the mention of Rokushiki, Sengoku roared anew. You wretch. Did you capture him? Let me tell you. Tsuru, exasperated, snatched the receiver. Xelnos, Rokushiki has met you, but he's been dispatched on a mission. What do you mean by gift? It's quite straightforward. I know Rokushiki was sent to surveil Don Quixote Doflamingo, and Doflamingo in turn planted a spy within the Marines. That spy knows Rokushiki personally, but the crux lies elsewhere. That spy has seen Rokushiki inside Marine headquarters. Marineford. Inside the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged a glance before Sengoku seized the Den Den Mushi without hesitation. His voice carried urgency. Zell, is what you've told me true? From the other end came Zell's voice, laced with faint amusement, of course. I wouldn't dare deceive you, the newly appointed Fleet Admiral of the Marines. I'd fear becoming your example, killed to warn the rest. Sengoku took a deep breath, steadying his composure, then said firmly, Very well, I believe you. State your demand. If it is reasonable, I will grant it. For Sengoku, Razanani was as a son born of his own blood. He could not tolerate a traitor within the Marine ranks, especially one whose machinations threatened Razananti's very life. He would unearth that traitor at any cost. And offering Zell a concession was a price he was willing to pay. Yet Zell's demand caught Sengoku off guard. Since you Fleet Admiral Sengoku have spoken so plainly, refusing to ask for anything would be an insult to the Marines themselves. Enough talk, just say it. Sengoku bristled at Zell's tone and pressed impatiently. Zell, unfazed, continued with unruffled calm. Now, don't grow angry. In truth, my request is simple. I've heard the world government has acquired a gigant fruit. I want it. Sengoku's expression darkened instantly. Impossible. That belongs to the world government. I hold no authority to hand it over. A sharp click. Zell hung up without hesitation. He knew full well Sengoku would call again. After all, the traitor posed an existential threat to Razanani. As expected, the Den Den Mushi rang once more the moment Zell ended the call. A sardonic smile flickered across Zell's lips as he lifted the receiver slowly. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. If you cannot provide what I seek, why call me at all? Sengoku hesitated, then began, Zell, you've met Rosinante yourself, oh surely your bond runs deep. Might you consider? Zell cut him off coldly, no. Business is business. Sentiment is sentiment. Never conflate the two. I know the world government holds that devil fruit in low regard. Offer the right price, and it can be yours. Unless, of course, you deem Rosinante's life less valuable than a single devil fruit. Sengoku had not anticipated such unyielding resolve, and fell silent, weighing his options. Zell gave him no time to linger, Fleet Admiral. You know, will I also collaborate with Don Quixote da Flamingo? Should you refuse, I'll turn to him instead. He may not secure the gigant fruit, but 2 fine devil fruits that he could certainly procure. In the end, Sengoku yielded, reluctantly agreeing to petition the world government for the fruit. Rosinante's safety weighed too heavily upon him to do otherwise. Devil fruits were in truth abundant within the world government's vaults, particularly among the celestial dragons who hoarded rare and potent specimens. Some even fed devil fruits to their slaves, a reckless folly. Were it not for the elite guardians of Marie Joa and the specially crafted collars restraining the slaves, such idiocy would have spelled their own demise. After setting down the den mushy, Zell sank into his sofa, arms folded across his chest, and turned his thoughts inward to the state of his crew. First came Bartholomew Kuma, holder of the pawpaw fruit, whose power allowed him to compress and repel objects with devastating force. Then there was Xiliu. The lightning fruit granted him dominion over thunderbolts and searing currents of electricity. Barrett wielded the Union fruit, enabling fusion with other beings or objects to amplify his strength. Dekaura, a mythical Zoan type, assumed the form of Yamada no Orochi, commanding water and wielding extraordinary regenerative power. And finally Hela, the barrier fruit, enabled her to erect unyielding shields safeguarding both herself and her comrades. Yet Robin and Yamato, still young, were not yet formal members but apprentices under Zell's tutelage. Their strength and experience remained untested. Among the crew, only Zell himself, Ginny, and Kairos lacked devil fruit powers. Zell reflected the gigant fruit was unquestionably ideal for Kairos, whose raw physical might would ascend to new heights when augmented by its power. As for himself, Zell felt no pressing need for a devil fruit's abilities. He placed greater value on honing his body and mastering combat technique. The teleport tempo fruit, however, remained an enduring obsession. Its power, effortless, instantaneous movement, was invaluable whether in battle or flight from peril. Yet to date, no whisper of its whereabouts had reached him, nor had he ever encountered a known user. This silence gnawed at him. His fixation on the teleport tempo fruit stemmed primarily from one desire to ensure Ginny possessed the means to protect herself. Within any pirate crew, snipers were often the most vulnerable, forced into static positions, exposed and defenseless. Were Ginny to awaken the teleport tempo fruit's power, she could vanish from danger in an instant, her survival odds soaring accordingly. Few knew of the method to acquire devil fruit abilities directly. Realizing he could no longer remain confined to Wano country, Zell resolved to set sail, to seek promising recruits and broaden his horizons. Gathering his crew, Zell announced his intent. We've held Wano country for 2 years. Its foundations are secure. I intend to depart for training. Any objections? They exchanged glances. Barrett spoke first. I approve. I'm rusting away here. Barring Kaido's raids, we've seen no real combat. Xiliu nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's grown dull. I yearn to test myself against true masters. That wound still aches faintly. He touched the scar across his chest, the mark left by Dracul Mihawk. Seeing no dissent, Zell declared the matter settled. Then it's decided. Once the Marines deliver the fruit, we set sail. Kairos and Dekaura remain to hold Wano. All others depart. It's been too long. We must remind the new world we endure and thrive. Our first target, Kaido's stronghold. In the New World Sea. The Black Pearl was cutting through the waves. At the bow, Zaire looked helplessly at the 2 little ones, Day and Robin. Day and Robin had secretly boarded the Black Pearl without Zaire's knowledge. If it weren't for Hela and Ginny intervening in time, Zaire would have asked the Great Bear to send them back to Wano. At this moment, the sky of the New World was overcast. Thick clouds gathered, as if heralding an impending fierce storm. Within the clouds, lightning danced, emitting low rumbling sounds. Zaire stood against the wind at the bow, his black coat billowing wildly in the strong gusts. Soon everyone could see the island in the distance, coiled like a giant beast. That was the new base of the Beast Pirates, Porcid Island. Captain, what do you think our chances of winning this time are? Ginny walked up to Zaire and asked nervously. Kaido is extremely powerful after all. Zaire turned to Ginny, smiled gently, and patted her head, reassuring her. Ginny, don't worry. This time we will definitely win. Kaido's strength is indeed unquestionable, but your captain is not a pushover either. As long as he doesn't fly into the sky, I have a great chance of defeating him. Leaning against the mast, Shiryu, tilted his body slightly back, his long sword, Thunderstorm, quietly hanging at his waist. The blade in its sheath seemed to sense the impending battle, emitting a faint hum, as if yearning to be drawn and taste blood. "I've heard that Jin, one of the calamities, is quite a formidable opponent," Shiryu said with a slight smirk, his gaze fixed on the distant sea, as if he could already see the powerful enemy waiting for him. "Leave that guy named Queen to me. I'm quite interested in his mechanical modifications." Barrett, standing next to Shiryu, said, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "I want to see whose mechanical modifications are stronger, mine or his." The Great Bear sat there silently, merely observing the book in his hands. Hela was also unwilling to back down. She pulled out a massive hammer from behind its surface, glinting coldly, revealing immense power, seemingly eager to clash with the enemy. Seeing everyone so eager for battle, Zaire took a deep breath, then suddenly waved his hand, shouting loudly, "Full speed ahead. Let the beast pirates know that our Zaire pirates are not to be trifled with." With Zaire's command, the ship sped away like an arrow released from a bow, the sails billowing in the wind, making a rustling sound. The crew members were busy with their respective tasks, tense, yet orderly, each face beaming with excitement and anticipation. When the Zaire pirates' ship finally approached the shore, the alarm bells of the beast pirates had already echoed throughout the island. The urgent and loud ringing resonated in the air, seemingly warning the Zaire pirates. However, this did not deter the members of the Zaire pirates. Instead, it fueled their fighting spirit. At that moment, Kaido's massive figure appeared atop the cliff. Kaido, towering like a mountain, bore a kanabo on his shoulder, emanating an intimidating aura, his eyes glimmering with a dangerous light, staring intently at the approaching Zaire pirates. "Zaire," Kaido's voice rumbled like thunder, "you have quite the nerve. To dare attack my territory, I thought you would hide in Wano for your entire life." With a great leap, Zaire landed on the rock opposite Kaido, 100 meters apart, yet an invisible spark of tension ignited between them. "Kaido, you annoying little pest, all you do is pull off petty tricks. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you might really think I'm afraid of you." "Orolo." Kaido laughed maniacally, his body beginning to swell and morph, blue scales covering him entirely, transforming into a terrifying half-human, half-dragon form. "I hope your fists are as formidable as your words." Meanwhile, Shiriu's long sword had already been drawn, lightning coiling around the blade. Opposite him, Jin unfurled his black wings, flames swirling around him. "The rumble fruit." Jin's voice came from behind his mask. "Interesting, I've been wanting to see it for a long time." In front of Barrett, the plump queen adjusted his sunglasses, a hybrid fruit user. "Let me take a look at your structure." The blade sliced through the air. Thunderstorm unleashed a piercing thunder strike aimed directly at Jin's throat. Jin flapped his wings forcefully, flames forming a barrier in front of him. The lightning clashed with the flames, erupting in a dazzling burst of light. Lightning slash. Shiryu flicked his wrist, the lightning on the blade coalescing into a majestic dragon-shaped strike, piercing through the flames and lunging towards Jin's face. Unperturbed, Jin drew his own sword and unleashed a fiery slash. The lightning dragon dissipated and Shiryu charged directly at Jin, initiating close combat. After a few exchanges, Jin felt a numbness coursing through his body. Even though his hands were coated with Busashoku, he could not fully immunize against the lightning. After forcing Shiryu back with a move, Jin directly utilized his devil fruit ability, transforming into his beast form. Flame Emperor. Jin's wings flapped, countless fire feathers showering down like rain. Shiryu's figure flickered amidst the fire feathers, the lightning granting him extraordinary speed. With each movement, he left behind lightning-formed afterimages, the fire feathers cutting through the afterimages, blasting the ground into charred pits. "Your speed is impressive." Jin circled in the air, but in the sky the wyvern reigned supreme. Shiryu's lips curved into a cold smile. "Let's see whether your wings or the lightning is faster." In an instant, Shiryu erupted with dazzling lightning, transforming into a bolt of thunder racing into the clouds. Jin ascended rapidly, the two chasing each other through the clouds, lightning and flames painting a brilliant and perilous pattern across the sky. Thunderstorm. Shiryu raised his long sword, the dark clouds in the sky responding to his call, sword-shaped lightning bolts falling like raindrops. Jin's pupils constricted, flames surging around him, attempting to rush out of the thunderstorm's area. Just as Jin flew halfway, he was struck by a lightning bolt followed by the second and third bolts. The entire sky turned a brilliant blue-white. When the brilliance faded, Jin's wings were charred and his mask had developed cracks. "A good technique," Jin said calmly, removing his mask to reveal a tattooed face, "but it's still not enough to defeat me." "Then come again." Jin's body began to shift. Earlier he had transformed for speed, now he fully beastified into a toothless wyvern, his size more than doubling. He opened his massive jaws, gathering intense flames in his throat. Flame Emperor. The fiery breath erupted like a volcanic explosion, engulfing the entire sky. Shiryu concentrated all his lightning power onto the blade, Thunder God Slash. This is now Shiriu's strongest move. If it weren't for concerns that Thunderstorm couldn't withstand the violent thunder, the power of this move would be even greater. The blade cleaved through the flames. The collision of lightning and fire triggered a massive explosion. The shockwave sent Jin flying while Shiryu also staggered back a few steps. As the smoke cleared, Jin's wings were injured, making his flight unstable. It seems. This time I have won. Shiryu pointed his sword at Jin. The next move will determine the victor. Jin transformed back into his hybrid form, flames gathering behind him, just as I wish. On the other side of the battlefield, Barrett's metallic arm transformed into a cannon, firing a blast of energy directly at Quinn. Quinn's corpulent body moved surprisingly agile, executing a roll to evade the attack, his eyes behind the sunglasses sparkling with excitement. Good technology, but it pales in comparison to my enhancements. Quinn laughed heartily as his arm suddenly elongated, the mechanical claw reaching for Barrett's face. Seeing the mechanical claw reaching for him, Barrett stood his ground, his metallic arm quickly reassembling into a shield to block the strike. With his other hand gripping the ground, he activated his merging fruit ability, causing surrounding rocks and metals to converge towards him. Mechanical fusion war colossus. In an instant, Barrett transformed into a 10-meter-tall metallic giant, the main cannon on his right arm beginning to charge, emitting a blinding blue light. This form was developed with Zer's help. Previously, Barrett could only enlarge himself using the fruit, relying on brute force to strike, completely wasting the potential of this devil fruit. Quinn whistled. Wow, now this is interesting. His body also began to morph, 6 mechanical arms extending from his back, each equipped with different weapons: chainsaws, laser cannons, drill bits. Plague barraged. Quinn's mechanical arms fired simultaneously, various ammunition raining down upon Barrett. Barrett's massive frame was engulfed in explosions, yet he did not retreat. The energy cannon on his right arm had fully charged, annihilation cannon. The blue energy beam pierced through the smoke, and Quinn hastily dodged, but still got grazed on his left shoulder. Mechanical parts exploded in sparks, and he cried out in pain, yet his laughter grew wilder. You broke my new toy. Let me show you my ultimate form, Arm Dragon Snake. Quinn pressed a button on his wrist, and his body began to morph further, connecting his head and tail together, launching himself like a projectile. Controlling the war colossus, Barrett charged towards Quinn as well. The two colossal beings collided in the center of the island, each clash inducing tremors akin to earthquakes. Surrounding trees were uprooted and rocks turned to dust. Virus injection. Quinn seized the opportunity, his mechanical claw piercing into the chest of the war colossus, injecting green liquid inside. Barrett felt the merged metal beginning to uncontrollably disintegrate. He decisively abandoned the infected parts and remerged with new metal. Is this all you've got? Quinn laughed. All I've got. This liquid can corrode any metal. Feeling somewhat bored, Barrett voluntarily retracted his ability, exposing himself. Sir really insisted I test this guy's capabilities. The data should be sufficient now. I'm done playing. Following this, his massive fist swung directly at Quinn. After sparring with Sir multiple times, Barrett had developed a fondness for close combat. Bang! The fist landed squarely on Quinn's chubby face, sending the several hundred-pound figure flying, crashing through dozens of trees. Damn it! Quinn cleared the broken trees off himself and stood back up, his sunglasses shattered, revealing bloodshot eyes. Just as Barrett was ready to deliver the final blow to Quinn, the entire island suddenly shook violently. The battle between Zer and Kaido had reached a fever pitch. Barrett's two palms continuously struck out, each swing sending dozens of members of the beast's pirates flying. Though his movements seemed somewhat slow, they were incredibly precise, the shockwaves from the mellow fruit carving paths through the crowd. Pressure cannon. An invisible shockwave hurled a pirate attempting to ambush Ginny into the mountain wall. Ginny maneuvered across the battlefield, each pull of the trigger on her lucky star taking a life. This long-range killing style contrasted sharply with Hellas' brutal combat approach. Hellas' giant hammer seemed to have a piece of glass attached, creating a massive striking surface. Unlike previous users of the ability, the hammer's handle had several different grooves, allowing Hella to position her fingers in various shapes, enabling her to still wield the hammer effectively. Another group is coming from the left. Ginny shouted loudly. As Barrett turned to the new wave of enemies, a figure suddenly attacked from the side. Finger gun tiger hunt. Phosphor's fingertips transformed into afterimages, aiming directly for Barrett's back. Sensing something unusual, Barrett merely tilted his body slightly, his mellow palm accurately intercepting this deadly strike. Phosphor was shocked to find his finger gun strike as ineffective as hitting cotton, every ounce of force absorbed. I heard you were a former member of CP9. Barrett's voice was eerily calm. Then you should recognize this move. Bear paw impact. A terrifying shockwave erupted from Barrett's palm, sending Phosphor flying like a broken kite, crashing through 3 stone walls before coming to a halt. Phosphor, attempting to rise, spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed heavily once more. Lord Phosphor! The surrounding pirates exclaimed in shock. Barrett ignored the incapacitated Phosphor, continuing to clear the tide of enemies pouring in. Ginny and Hela returned to his side, forming a triangle of iron with their backs together. "How's the situation on the captain's side?" Ginny panted as she asked. Barrett looked towards the center of the island where the sky had turned an eerie purpler from the aftermath of the battle. "Trust the captain." On the edge of the battlefield, 3 small figures were also engaged in fierce combat. The young Yamato wielded a wolf fang club mimicking Kaido's move, shouting, "Thunderbagua." Of course, she couldn't execute Kaido's ultimate move, but this strike still carried incredible force. Jack raised his dual blades to block, but was forced back repeatedly. Second blooming flower. Little Robin sprang 2 arms from the ground behind Jack, accurately poking at his eyes. "Aunt!" Jack cried out in pain, wildly swinging his dual blades to fend off Robin's arms. Despicable. Yamato seized the chance to strike Jack on the head with her club, producing a crisp thud sound. Jack, seeing stars, staggered back a few steps before finally sitting down heavily on the ground. "We won!" Yamato exclaimed joyfully, turning to Robin. "Your ability is so useful." Robin smiled shyly, but suddenly her expression changed. "Watch out." Jack had unexpectedly gotten back up, lunging at Yamato from behind. The 2 children rolled together, wrestling in the dust. Robin hurriedly summoned more arms to assist, and the 3 quickly turned into a chaotic tangle of limbs. Watching from a distance, Poison Q couldn't help but burst into laughter. This intense battle was less a life-and-death struggle and more a playful scuffle, adding a touch of absurd humor to the bloody battlefield. Zer had specially asked Poison Q to keep an eye on these 2 little ones, ensuring nothing serious happened. The center of the island has transformed into a colossal pit with a diameter of 1 kilometer as the battle between Zaire and Kaido has completely altered the terrain. At this moment, Zaire is covered in wounds, blood streaming down from a gash on his forehead, blurring his vision, yet he stands upright, his fists tightly clenched. Kaido, facing him, is no better off. His dragon scales are shattered, and blood is trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Your punches are indeed somewhat interesting." Kaido spits out a mouthful of blood, "but they can't kill me." Ignoring Kaido's words, Zaire adjusts his breathing, recalling the flowing Sakura Haki he learned in Wano country. He feels the energy flowing within him, guiding it into his fists. Fist Demon Flowing Sakura Penetration. This punch appears slow, yet it contains terrifying power. Kaido instinctively senses danger and swings his kanabo to block. Zaire's fist dodges the heavy blow of the kanabo and strikes Kaido's chest directly. Kaido spits out a large mouthful of blood, looking down at his chest in disbelief. The punch does not destroy the dragon scales. The impact merely penetrates his internal organs. "You?" Kaido stumbles back a few steps and finally kneels on one knee. Zaire has also reached his limit. A day and night of intense battle has exhausted his stamina. He struggles to remain standing, but he knows that the fight can no longer continue. "Retreat." Zaire calls out to his crew with his last bit of strength. Shirley and Barrett hear the order and immediately disengage from the fight, moving towards the ship. Big Bear grabs Jinny and Hela, using his ability to bring them back to the ship. Robin also returns, holding Yamato's hand. As the ship sails away from the island, Kaido has already stood back up, his furious roar chasing after them. This isn't over. Zaire leans against the ship's railing, smiling wearily, yet contentedly. At least for the time being, he won't be causing trouble in Wano again. Shirley wipes the blood from his sword. "Jean is a good opponent. All the data you asked me to test has been gathered. If I weren't helping you collect data, I would have taken care of that fat guy long ago." Barrett grumbles. Little Yamato excitedly leans over the side of the ship, watching the receding island. "This is so thrilling. Much more fun than staying on Onigashima. Are you sure you don't want to meet your father?" Yamato makes a face. "He's not my father. I'm going to become Odin's person." Seeing how filial Yamato is, Zaire feels a bit sorry for Kaido. The dark clouds in the sky dissipate and sunlight shines on the battered yet invigorated crew. This battle is Zaire's proving ground. He once drove Kaido out of Wano with Whitebeard's help, yet many people doubted his ability to defend it. Once the events of today spread, no one will question Zaire's strength again. Fighting Kaido was also Zaire's way of gauging the gap between them. It now seems his strength is already infinitely close to Kaido's, only lacking a bit in defense and recovery. Marineford. Crane arrives at the marshal's office with a document. "Sengoku, there's news from the New World that I think you'll be interested in." The New World. Taking the document from Crane, Sengoku starts reading, but his expression grows increasingly grave. He didn't expect that in just 2 years Zaire's strength has reached a level where he can contend with Kaido. The Navy has conducted a comprehensive assessment of Kaido, considering him someone who would not be weaker than Shiki in the future. This time Zaire took the initiative to trouble Kaido and came out unscathed. After a moment, Sengoku sets down the document. "Little Crane, what's your opinion?" Zayer's strength has exceeded our expectations. Do you think we should suppress him? You should look at this document before you decide. Crane hands another document to Sengoku. Confused Sengoku takes the document and glances at it, his expression darkening further. That bastard Zayer actually sold weapons to the self-defense forces. I should have gone to bring him back myself. What do we do now? It seems the world government still has cooperation with Zayer. It's really laughable. They wanted to kill Zayer before, and now they're cooperating. I just don't understand those people in the world government. After thinking for a while, Sengoku can only let out a sigh. Sigh? I truly didn't expect Zayer would occupy Wano. Now sending someone there would be futile. If we were to launch a large-scale attack on Wano, we would first face Whitebeard and that crazy woman Charlotte Linlin. They won't let the Navy pass easily. It's a pirate's unwritten rule. As he speaks, Sengoku increasingly regrets it. Had he known things would develop to this point, he would never have let Zayer go save the slaves. But it's too late to say anything now. We can only take it step by step. By the way, Little Crane, have we captured that guy named Virgo? Did we get anything useful from the interrogation? We captured him. Virgo is indeed one of Doflamingo's men, which is certain, but he refuses to say anything. Even after Akainu broke his legs, we still couldn't extract useful information. Bringing him back to the Navy headquarters would likely yield the same result. Sengoku rubs his temples. Then let Akainu deal with him. We can't afford any mishaps with Razanandi. All right, I'll notify Akainu now. On the Black Pearl. Zayer, I know you have some connections with Sengoku. If you can rescue Virgo, I will offer a satisfactory price. Doflamingo, you really overestimate me. Sengoku is very eager to kill me right now. You're asking me to go to him to fetch someone. You really treat me like a celestial dragon. Oh, I can't help you with this. Please find someone else. After finishing, Zayer directly hangs up the phone. Asking him to save Virgo is not impossible, especially since he was the one who tipped off the Navy about Virgo, which earned him the giant fruit. After hanging up on Doflamingo, Zayer calls Sengoku. Hello, Marshal Sengoku. Do you want some news? No, I have no interest in devil fruits. Click. Sengoku abruptly hangs up the phone. At this moment, Sengoku is feeling quite gloomy. That was the giant fruit. If a vice admiral were to consume it, their strength would increase significantly, yet it has fallen into the hands of that bastard Zayer. Damn it. Looking at the hung-up transponder snail, Zayer momentarily fails to react. He wanted to swindle more from Sengoku. But now he has been completely denied the chance. Meanwhile, Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin have also received news about Zayer's attack on Kaido. Gurara, this little brat, after 2 years has gained the strength to challenge Kaido. What a remarkable young man. I wish he were my son. Marco sees his father acting this way and knows he has fallen back into his habit of wanting to adopt. He reminds him, Dad, that guy won't agree. He didn't agree when he was weaker, let alone now. We should consider that big MOM character. That crazy woman attacked our cake-producing island. Shouldn't we retaliate? Otherwise, other pirate crews will definitely look down on us. Whitebeard takes a large gulp of liquor. All right, let's pay a visit to Linlin's territory. Otherwise, she might think I'm afraid of her. A month later at Fishman Island, Zell and his companions had traversed a long journey, finally arriving once again at Fishman Island. The reason for coming here was due to an important message from Xiachi. The wielder of the teleportation fruit had appeared, and it was at Sorbet Archipelago. Having appeared at Sorbet Archipelago, his next destination would undoubtedly be Fishman Island, as this was the only route to the New World. The other route was not one that pirates could traverse. The teleportation fruit is an extremely rare devil fruit, granting its possessor the ability to move instantaneously to any location. The power of this ability is self-evident, providing immense convenience in both combat and daily life. Given the uniqueness of the teleportation fruit, Zell decided to lay an ambush at Fishman Island. After all, this was the ocean floor, and the environment was relatively closed off, increasing the chances of capturing that wielder. Just as they set foot on Fishman Island, they encountered Jinbe. At this moment, Jinbe was no longer the former captain of the guard, but rather the leader of the entire Fishman Island army, holding a prominent position. Upon seeing Jinbe, Zell immediately broke into a smile, striding forward without hesitation and giving Jinbe's sturdy shoulder a friendly pat, laughing. As he said, Jinbe, the food on Fishman Island is really quite good. Look at you, you've gained quite a bit of weight. Jinbe was not angered by Zell's teasing. He smiled slightly. Lord Zell, please don't joke with me. I wonder what brings you to Fishman Island this time. If there's anything I can assist you with, please don't hesitate to ask. No need. Zell waved his hand nonchalantly. It's nothing major. I'm just here to wait for someone. Once he arrives, I'll leave without causing you any trouble. Seeing Zell's insistence, Jinbe did not press further. He nodded and instructed his subordinates to bring some food and drinks for Zell and his companions before turning to leave. The group found a clear area, sitting down on the ground to start eating. Inside the Fishman Island Palace, Jinbe informed Neptune about Zell's arrival. Upon hearing that Zell had come to Fishman Island again, Neptune thought for a moment and said, Jinbe, you are responsible for entertaining them these days. Although our previous meeting was not pleasant, I can see that Xel'Nas is quite a decent person. It's rare to find someone who would kidnap a celestial dragon for the sake of their companions. Indeed. Jinbe agreed with Neptune's words, adding, moreover, since we followed Zel's advice to set up checkpoints in the sea, there have been significantly fewer pirates coming to Fishman Island to capture Fishman. They know that in the sea no one can rival the Fishman, and if they don't release the captives they could very well perish beneath the waves. Alas. Speaking of this, Neptune grew irritated. According to Zel's suggestion to set up checkpoints, Fishman Island had eliminated quite a number of pirates, which had made Princess Odoheim very angry, leading to a prolonged Cold War between them. Now Odoheim often supervised the checkpoints, which had displeased many. Even with her presence, numerous pirates capturing Fishman had managed to escape. While the two were chatting, a soldier rushed in, exclaiming, "Not good." Unaware, the soldier tripped and fell to the ground. Seeing the soldier fall, Jinbe helped him up. "What happened? What has you so flustered?" Captain Jinbe, after getting up, the soldier saluted. Jinbe, report to Captain Jinbe Arlong from Fishman Street, has brought many people from Fishman Street to cause trouble for the Xel pirates, and the two groups have erupted into a fierce battle. Before the soldier could finish, Jinbe had already dashed out, filled with concern for Arlong and the others. Jinbe was not a racist like Arlong, who believed fishmen were invincible. He understood just how terrifying human powerhouses could be, especially since Xel had just fought a fierce battle with Kaido. It is known that even Whitebeard had once commented on Kaido's formidable strength. Thus, being able to battle with such a person and return unscathed was enough to demonstrate the terrifying power of Xel. 30 minutes earlier. Xel, is it necessary for all of us to mobilize to capture a wielder? I still want to look for Mihawk to spar with him. Xel, who was drinking, paused upon hearing Shiriu's words. "Shiryu, there are many swordsmen on the sea. I do not advise you to seek out Mihawk right now. Although your strength has increased over the past 2 years, I still do not believe you are his match." Xel lit a cigar for himself and continued, "You should understand the gap between you and him. The fruit can be a boost, but you must not overly rely on the devil fruit. Since you have not abandoned swordsmanship after obtaining the thunder fruit, you must carve your own path, otherwise you will never be able to defeat him." "I understand." Shiryu recognized Xel's strength. Anyone who could make him say such things must be extraordinarily powerful. Soon the group resumed their banquet, one of the few entertainment activities in the pirate world. At that moment, a loud and cursing voice came from afar. "I heard that another group of human pirates is coming to Fishman Island. What a bunch of forgetful fools. Let Master Arlong teach them a lesson." Seeing a group of spirited young men approach them cursing, Xel smiled, finally having a reason to pull Jinbe onto the ship. "Hey, you damned humans. Who allowed you to come to Fishman Island? Since you are here, leave the women and children behind, you bastards. Considering the women, Master Arlong is giving you a chance to live." Hearing Arlong demand they leave the women and children behind, Barrett immediately took off his gloves. Xel reached out to stop Barrett and turned to Shiryu. "Roast them. Leave them a breath, they might still be useful. Killing them outright would be too easy on them." Gladly, Shiryu took out a cigar, placed it in his mouth, and summoned lightning with his fingertip to ignite the cigar. "You better hurry, I still want to drink after this. If you can't handle it, I'll take care of it." Barrett, unable to tolerate Shiryu's show-off behavior, urged him directly. Shiryu shot a glance at Barrett, and a bolt of lightning shot straight towards Arlong and the others. The sudden appearance of Shiryu startled Arlong, who immediately swung his serrated sword at Shiryu, shouting, "Bastard, quit playing such tricks with me. Watch me cleave you in two." The large blade whistled as it cut through the air towards Shiryu, who showed no desire to draw his sword. He merely extended his right hand to catch the blade. Seeing this person look down upon him, Arlong became even angrier and put more strength into his strike. But in the face of absolute power, the fury of the weak is akin to impotent rage. Shiryu firmly caught Arlong's large blade, and before Arlong could react, lightning flickered on the blade, causing Arlong to roll his eyes back and faint with smoke coming from his mouth. By the time Jinbe hurried over, Arlong and his gang were already sprawled on the ground in disarray, their bodies charred as if they had been roasted. Jinbe quickly checked on them and found that although they looked worse for where they were, at least still alive, which relieved him somewhat. "Lord Xur," Jinbe bowed deeply before Xur, his face filled with regret as he said, "I truly apologize for not having disciplined them properly, allowing them to offend you. I am very sorry. Could you possibly give them a chance? Once I take them back, I will definitely discipline them severely to ensure such a thing never happens again." At that moment, Xur, who was sitting leisurely with a drink, slowly set down his bottle upon hearing Jinbe's words. A barely noticeable smile crept across his lips as his sharp eyes locked onto Jinbe. "Give me a reason to spare them." Xur spoke calmly, yet his voice exuded an undeniable authority. "But before that, I want to tell you something. Do you know? These people actually dared to target Ginny and Hela. The last ones who did this were those arrogant celestial dragons, and I believe you have heard about my response at that time." Jinbe certainly understood what Xur was referring to, and he couldn't help but silently lament. Back then Zer had boldly declared war against the world government to protect his friends, which was a world-shaking event. Seeing the ambiguous smile on Zer's face, Jinbe suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. He even began to regret why he had pleaded for Arlong and the others. Right now he truly wished to teach Arlong and his reckless gang a harsh lesson, making them aware of the terrifying person they had provoked. Ordinary pirates were merely small fry easily dealt with, but now they had encountered a formidable opponent. In the past, Fishman Island had been the first to receive news of that live broadcast. At that time, Jinbe had been greatly impressed by Zer's audacity. After all, to openly declare war against the world government for the sake of friends required tremendous courage. However, it was already too late to say anything now. Clearly, Zer would not easily let Arlong and the others off the hook. After a long period of contemplation, Jinbe finally made up his mind and spoke. "Captain Zer, I am willing to board your ship and become your crew member. Here I sincerely request that you spare Arlong and the others this time." With that, Jinbe prepared to kneel without hesitation to express his sincerity. Just as he was about to bend his knee, a strong hand shot out like lightning, firmly holding him up. "Enough, Jinbe. Since you have decided to join the ship from now on, you are my comrade. As for the requests of comrades, I will naturally do my best to accommodate. You can take these people away." Upon hearing this, Jinbe felt a wave of emotion. He raised his head and looked into Zer's eyes, which revealed a reassuring strength. Finally, Jinbe turned to his subordinates and instructed, "Take Arlong for treatment." Seeing that Jinbe had dealt with Arlong's matters, Zer smiled broadly and pulled Jinbe over to sit with the others, enthusiastically saying, "Everyone, today is a day of great joy. We have a new comrade joining us, so let's raise a glass to Jinbe's joining. Cheers." The crowd exclaimed in unison, their voices echoing in the air filled with joy and excitement. The already lively gathering became even more cheerful with Jinbe's arrival. Everyone clinked glasses with him, welcoming him as a member of this big family. However, Jinbe felt somewhat awkward. He had initially come just to rescue someone, but unexpectedly found himself joining this group. Everything had happened so suddenly that he felt a bit at a loss. However, Jinbe was also well aware that if he did not join with Zer's protective nature, Arlong would surely not survive. Moreover, Zer might even blame Fishman Island. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Jinbe ultimately chose to stay. In the evening, the banquet continued, and suddenly Zer's transponder snail rang in his pocket. "Hello, Shaki, do you have any news?" Zer immediately answered the call. On the other end, Shaki's voice came through. "Sir, I have found out about that person." "Oh, tell me more." Zer's spirit lifted instantly. Chad Keeler is a newly emerged pirate in the South Sea, possessing the ability of the warp fruit. He can throw bombs from unexpected places, catching people off guard. His bounty reaches 40 million berries, which shows that his strength cannot be underestimated. Moreover, this person is cunning and unpredictable, so you must be cautious in your dealings. After hearing Shaki's introduction, Zer felt reassured. "I understand. However, he should have many bombs on his ship, which is a hassle. I will be careful, thank you, Shaki. As for the money, I will have the people from Fishman Island send it to you. My current identity would attract the Navy's attention if I went to Skypiea Archipelago, so I won't be going." "No problem. By the way, Zer, someone couldn't reach you and found me wanting to buy some memory alloy through me. What do you think?" Shaki's voice transmitted from the transponder snail. After considering her words for a moment, Zer tentatively asked, "Is it someone from Amazon Lily wanting to buy?" The Shaki on the other end of the call seemed somewhat surprised. After a few seconds of silence, she replied, "Yes, how did you know?" "I guessed. If it's someone from Amazon Lily buying, then the price will have to increase by 30%. They look down on men, and I equally disdain such arrogant women." The transponder snail fell silent again for a moment before Shaki's voice rang out once more. "All right, I will inform them. However, I am really curious, how did you know it was Amazon Lily that wanted to buy memory alloy? With such a powerful intelligence network, why do you still need to ask me for information?" Zer chuckled, his laughter carrying through the transponder snail. "Haha, that was just a guess. What I said about raising the price was a joke. Since it's your client, I will of course sell it to them at the original price. Moreover, I will also give you 20% of the profit as the intermediary. Oh, I can't let you work for nothing, can I? Shaki was evidently pleased with this outcome, her tone becoming lighter. "Deal. I am increasingly fond of you, little guy. Don't say that. I'm afraid Rayleigh will find out and come after me. I don't want to stir up such trouble. You smooth talker, fine. If you want to know any news in the future, feel free to come to me, and I can give you a discount." The bubble membrane above the harbor of Fishman Island refracted colorful rays of light as Zaire leaned against the railing of the Black Pearl, his fingers gently tapping the edge of the wet bounty notice. The man on the bounty notice had an exaggerated upturned nose and a pair of elongated eyes with a grin stretching from ear to ear that exuded an unpleasant arrogance. 40 million berries, the teleportation fruit user Chad Keeler. Zaire folded the bounty notice and tucked it into his pocket, fixing his gaze on the pirate ship slowly approaching in the distance. The ship was painted in a glaring gold, its bow resembling an exaggerated humanoid figure with open arms. Xiliu stood behind Zaire watching the distant pirate ship. Zaire, why go through all this trouble? You could easily defeat them in the sea. Fighting in the sea is the real hassle. Although I'm not a user, I also dislike fighting in the sea. It won't take much effort once they land on the island. Zaire then looked back at the pirate ship, the teleportation fruit. This is the most suitable ability for Jean and I. Just imagine how terrifying a sniper who can teleport would be. Jean and I was also excited upon hearing this, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the flintlock pistol at her waist. Ever since she boarded the ship, Zaire had been looking for this devil fruit for her. The distant golden pirate ship finally docked, and a man in a purple mink coat stood at the bow dramatically spreading his arms. My crew. Fishman Island has arrived. This is my last stop before entering the new world. His voice was sharp and piercing like metal scraping glass. Go tell those fishmen to prepare the grandest feast for me. New world, prepare to tremble. Ha ha ha. Zaire twitched at the corner of his eye. This guy was too over the top, far more annoying than the intelligence suggested. Xiliu, already with his hand on the blade's hilt, asked, should we strike now? Wait, Zaire squinted. Do you see those wooden crates on the deck? According to the intelligence, Keeler liked to use his teleportation ability to deliver bombs close to his enemies. Xiliu, destroy the ship first. Xiliu's blade unsheathed silently, and dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, with fine electric currents surging between the clouds. The crew on Keeler's ship were still immersed in the joy of landing, unaware of the changes above. Thunderstorm. As Xiliu whispered, countless sword-shaped lightning bolts descended from the sky, accurately striking the deck of the golden pirate ship. The sound of explosions echoed with wood chips and flames soaring into the sky. The crates filled with bombs were detonated by the lightning, turning the entire ship into a sea of fire within seconds. Ah, my golden jumper. Keeler screamed as he teleported out of the thick smoke, his face covered in soot. Who did this? I will tear him apart. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously. Jinny's bullet pierced through the smoke, but only struck an unfortunate pirate. At this moment, Keeler had already teleported behind another subordinate. The bounty of 600 million berries for the fist demon Zaire. A pirate recognized the newcomer, his voice trembling. Why is such a big shot here? Keeler's small eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Zaire and his group approaching. Suddenly, Keeler grinned. So it's the famous fist demon. What do you want to invite me to join your pirate crew? Zaire couldn't be bothered to look at him, turning to Big Bear and Jean and I. You two handle him. Jean and I pay close attention to the combat style of the teleportation fruit. Bear, protect Jean and I well. Big Bear silently nodded and stood in front of Jean and I, while Jean and I reloaded her bullets, her eyes fixed on Keeler's every move. Hey, what's with your attitude? Keeler's forehead was beaded with veins. I am. Before Keeler could finish his words, Jean and I's bullet whizzed again, but he vanished from sight, reappearing atop a pile of goods 10 meters away. Damn you, little girl. He roared as he pulled out a spherical bomb from his pocket, and in the next moment the bomb appeared at Jean and I's feet. Big Bear reacted quickly, slapping the bomb away, causing it to explode in midair, forming a fireball. Zaire did not focus on the battle, but walked towards the burning wreckage of the ship, pointing at Keeler's trembling subordinates. You all go into the fire and salvage the gold and gems. Whoever retrieves the most, I will let them go. The pirates exchanged glances, then rushed toward the sea of flames. Meanwhile, Jean and I and Big Bear's battle with Keeler intensified. Keeler continuously teleported to dodge bullets, while delivering various explosives around the two. Big Bear used the ability of the meatball fruit to deflect the threats, while Jean and I attempted to predict Keeler's trajectory. Left. Jean and I suddenly shouted, and Big Bear immediately swung his hand to the left, hitting Keeler, who had just teleported into position. The latter grunted, then vanished once more. Damn it, this guy is as annoying as a flea. Jean and I cursed through clenched teeth. Keeler's voice echoed from all directions. Ha! You can't catch me because I am the man who will become the pirate king. Zaire stood at a distance, his eyes slightly closed, having locked on a Keeler's presence with his observation Haki. No matter where the opponent teleported, he could not escape his perception. The battle lasted about 20 minutes, and Keeler's stamina visibly waned with longer intervals between his teleports. Jean and I seized the opportunity and grazed his arm with a shot. That's enough. Keeler roared. I'm done playing with you. With that, he teleported several times, disappearing into the streets of Fishman Island. Jean and I lowered her gun dejectedly. I'm sorry, Zaire, I let him get away. Zaire, however, revealed a mysterious smile. No, he has fallen into our hands. Everyone followed Zaire back to the Black Pearl in confusion. Inside the cabin, a box made of sea stone quietly sat in the corner. Zaire opened the lid, and inside lay the exhausted Keeler. When did this happen? Jin's eyes widened. Everyone looked as bewildered as Jinny, wearing expressions of utter confusion. Seeing their reactions, Zaire explained, "From the moment he first teleported to escape my observation, Haki has locked onto him. After he vanished at the end, he panicked and fled into this box." At this moment, Shade Keeler wore a face of despair. He originally thought that since his ship was destroyed, he would follow Zaire's ship to the New World. Once in the New World, he could recruit new crew members again. The only issue was where to hide. Then he saw that box. He initially intended to hide inside there, but once he teleported into the box, he regretted it, realizing he had become extremely weak, unable even to muster the strength to climb out, and he couldn't use his abilities. Most importantly, in his haste to enter, the lid had closed behind him. 3 days after capturing Chai Deji-ko, Zer stood on the shore of Fishman Island, behind him a group of companions preparing to depart. In the distance, Neptune silently watched as Jinbe followed Zer away, his heart filled with complex emotions. Neptune felt anger and disappointment towards Arlong and the others. These incompetent fools not only brought trouble upon themselves, but also caused his capable subordinates to suffer. Now Neptune truly wished he could strangle Arlong on the spot to relieve his pent-up rage. As Zer passed by Arlong, he casually glanced over, noticing Arlong staring at him with hostile and fierce eyes, as if he wanted to swallow him whole. However, Zer ignored Arlong's threat, his expression remarkably calm, even carrying a hint of indifference. Zer spoke in a flat tone. "I know you're unconvinced. Had I intervened earlier, each of you would have spent at least a month bedridden." His voice was not loud, but was filled with confidence and authority. Then Zer shifted the topic and continued. "Oh right, haven't you always believed that fishmen are superior to humans? Did you not claim that the strength of a fishman's arms is 10 times that of a human's, that they are born rulers? If that is so, then come and test your mettle in the New World. Let me see if your strength truly matches your pride." After saying this, Zer paid no further attention to Arlong's predatory gaze and turned to board the Black Pearl. The others, seeing this, also followed Zer onto the ship. Jinbe approached Arlong, a faint smile on his face, and gently patted Arlong's shoulder. However, Arlong quickly flinched away as if shocked, seemingly uncomfortable with Jinbei's gesture. Regarding Arlong's actions, Jinbe was not angry. He merely frowned slightly and spoke to Arlong in a gentle yet serious tone. "Arlong, listen to me. Just stay at Fishman Island. When Brother Tiger returns, everything will be all right. You are still too young. The New World is not a place you can venture into at this moment. It is filled with dangers and challenges." "Umph." Upon hearing Jinbei's words, Arlong merely snorted coldly, clearly dismissing Jinbei's advice. He completely ignored Jinbe, as if what Jinbe said had no effect on him. Faced with Arlong's indifference, Jinbe sighed helplessly, but he chose not to press further. Jinbe knew Arlong was a stubborn person, and once he had made a decision, it was hard to change. So Jinbe silently turned and boarded the Black Pearl. With a command from Zer, the Black Pearl slowly set sail towards the New World. The Black Pearl had just left Fishman Island when Xiliu approached Zer. "Zer, there's a tail following us. You must have noticed it too. Should we deal with them?" Zer glanced down at the ship and indeed saw many fishmen trailing behind the Black Pearl. After pondering for a moment, Zer shook his head. "Forget it, let's not worry about them for now. There's no need to provoke them unless they attack us first. After all, those people are Jinbei's subordinates. It's best to avoid unnecessary conflict." Hearing the conversation, Jinbei's expression changed slightly, and he quickly called a crew member to take over the helm, then hurried over to Zer with a serious face and asked, "Captain, are you saying someone is tracking us?" Zer nodded. "Yes, it's that Arlong. He previously fought us on shore and lost, which left him feeling disgruntled, wanting to regain some face in the sea. However, he clearly does not understand that in the sea he has no better chance of victory. It would even be worse than on land." Jinbe frowned slightly, seemingly wanting to say something, but he swallowed his words. Just then a group of fishmen suddenly surged up from the depths, swiftly approaching the Black Pearl like wraiths. Leading them was Arlong, his face contorted in fury as he shouted at Zer. "Zernoth, I don't care how great your reputation is in the New World. The sea is our fishman's domain. Today you will obediently die at the bottom of this sea." Zer sighed, turning to Jinbe. "Jinbe, what do you think I should do? I had let these people go before for your sake, but they seem to be ungrateful." Jinbe deeply bowed to Zer, his body slightly leaning forward, head lowered, exhibiting an attitude of utmost sincerity and humility. "Captain, please do grant me this favor and spare their lives." Jinbei's voice revealed a hint of urgency and anxiety. "I once promised Brother Tiger that I would protect the people of Fishman Street, and I cannot go back on that promise." Seeing this, Zer hurriedly reached out to help Jinbe up, then turned his gaze to Xiliu. "Just give them a small lesson, and don't kill them. After all, Jinbe is our comrade, and we should try to accommodate his request." Though reluctant, Xiliu nodded and muttered, "Got it. What a hassle." As he spoke, he extended his hand into the bubbles, but just as his hand touched the seawater, an intense sense of weakness surged over him like a tide, causing his body to tremble violently. Noticing Shiria's abnormalities, pointed to the sword at Shiria's waist. Why don't you use your sword? Wouldn't that be more convenient? I don't like using a sword underwater. Seeing through Shiria's embarrassment, did not expose him, but smiled slightly. All right. Since you don't like it, do as you wish. At that moment, Shiryu suddenly shouted, lightning net. As his voice fell, a series of crackling lightning erupted in the water, these flashes intertwining like a spider's web, forming a massive electric net. The originally arrogant Arlong's face turned pale upon seeing this. His eyes rolled back as his body fell straight down, clearly having fainted from the terror of the lightning. Seeing the plight of Arlong and the others, Jinbe felt some discomfort in his heart, while also blaming Arlong and his crew for their foolishness. If Xur were that easy to kill, how could it be their turn? The world government had intervened. After dealing with Arlong and the others, Xur looked at Jinbe and said, Jinbe, this is the second time I've spared these people. I do not wish for a third time, as such occurrences will diminish the captain's authority. You should understand the consequences of a captain losing authority, so if your subordinates dare to act like this again, I will take action myself. If we cannot be friends, then we can only be enemies. On the open sea, the Heijinju steamed toward Haki country. They had been away long enough, it was time to turn back and keep an eye on things lest idle minds hatch dangerous plans. Captain, a vessel spotted at 3 o'clock, shouted Gina and I from the crow's nest. Zaire narrowed his eyes. A dark speck had appeared on the horizon, closing in with astonishing speed. A cold smile curved his mouth. Interesting, someone dares to head straight for us. Everyone crowded to the bow. Balete said, look at the flag. It's Big Mom's crew. Dahi, sounding childish, pleaded, Captain, let's avoid them. They say Big Mom is terrifying, someone added. Zaire turned, his black hair whipping in the sea wind. In the New World, retreat is tantamount to death. Today you'll teach this brat a lesson. Bring the ship alongside. As the distance shrank, the enemy's details resolved a strange warship decorated with candy and cake sails flying the standard of Big Mom's pirate crew. 3 tall figures stood at that ship's prow. The man in the center wore a scarf and held a cold gaze. Zaire pointed. Leave the one in the middle to me. The rest of you find your opponents. At 100 meters apart, a deep voice carried across the water. Zaire Nua Si Mother commands, deliver 30% of your monthly memory alloy yield. Kata Coolest voice was frighteningly calm. Remember, it is an offering to Mother without compensation. The sea fell into an eerie silence. Even the waves seemed to hush. Zaire suddenly laughed, a sound thick with derision. Has Charlotte Lingling gone soft from birthing so many children? He clipped his laughter short, his gaze became a blade. You expect me to hand it over for free? How deluded and ugly thinking at that. Bastard. Owen flew into a crimson rage, his skin flushing red. I'll roast you to cinders, he roared as he steered his ship closer. Balete flexed his arm. Boarding fight, just the way I like it. Beside him, Xiliu shimmered with electricity. Quick and decisive. We have affairs in Haki country, he said. With a thunderous crash, the two ships collided. Zaire sprang forward, his right fist wrapped in purple-black Busashoku aimed straight for Katakula's face. To everyone's surprise, Katakuli ducked aside an instant before the blow landed. The scarf was torn by the passing gust of the punch. Kinbunchaku. Zaire arched an eyebrow, yet his assault only intensified. His fists became afterimages, each strike cleaving the air with terrible sound. Katakula's Kinbunchaku was formidable, but it could not truly foresee the future, and his body could not match the speed. Soon a fist found his abdomen, and he spewed blood. Elsewhere, Balete sneered at the fiend summoned by Defu. Nothing but a toy, he growled. Each of the creature's attacks was met and broken by Balete again and again. Defu retreated in terror, but had his ankle seized by the charging Balete. After a Hulk-like Loki slam, the board splintered, and a sickening crack of bones echoed. Xiliu's fighting was the quietest. Owen flushed, and roaring surged forward, but froze 3 meters out. Xiliu unleashed several dragon-shaped slashes, lightning tore through Owen's frame. Owen convulsed and collapsed, his skin-charred white vapor curling from his mouth. Too weak, Xiliu muttered, then turned his gaze back to the main battlefield. The 3 Katakuli brothers in their current state were simply too weak. They were no match for Zaire and his crew. Katakuli sank to one knee, his trident snapped in two. Zaire looked down from above. Your Kinbunchaku is impressive, but your reflexes are too slow. With that, he delivered a whip-like kick that sent Katakuli crashing through a cabin bulkhead. A Dianhuachong tumbled from his shredded cloak and began to babble, Bo-lu Bo-lu. Zaire picked up the Dianhuachong and without hesitation put it to his ear. Hello, this is Zaire. Who is this? The snail fell silent for a few seconds, then a heavily made-up, exaggerated voice squealed, Mama Mama. The voice cut through. Zaire, why is Kata coolest Yanhuachong with you? Or have you already defeated my son? Amid the splintered cabin, Kata coolly struggled free. Mother, I'm fine, he croaked. He claimed he was unhurt, yet blood ran from his mouth, and his right arm hung at an unnatural angle. Enough, Kata coolly. The voice, Charlotte Lingling's, suddenly turned grave. Return at once. I will speak to Zaire myself about the memory alloy. Is it too much to ask that you respect me, the victor? Zaire retorted. Go back. Did anyone ask my opinion? Looking at the bodies strewn about, Zaire wondered at the madness of Charlotte Lingling. If he refused, these men would die where they lay. The Dianhuachang's face contorted into a snarl. Zaire Nuasi, do you truly wish to wage war against us? War? Zaire smiled coldly. The war began when your son threatened me. His gaze took on a dangerous, almost manic light. Now I want devil fruits, 2 of them. If you refuse, I will kill your sons. A gale rose from the sea. The Dianhuachang's expression twisted into horror. Are you blackmailing me? It spat. Yes, Zaire replied. I'm extorting you. Do you think I'm joking? Beside him, Xiliu gave Zaire a thumbs up. Impressive, worthy of our captain. That's the kind of presence we need. After a long silence, the Dianhuachang relented. They'll have them sent to Haji country. But if you dare harm them. Zaire cut her off. Don't worry. I have no interest in trash. Then he hung up the snail. Are you really going to trade with her? She's a mad woman. She might come herself, Xiliu said, concern threading his voice. Zaire did not answer directly. He stared toward the distance, calculation glittering in his eyes. We need more power, and devil fruits are the quickest path. He glanced at the 3 men on the deck. They were now shackled with seastone handcuffs. Lock them up, he ordered. And tend their wounds. Don't let them actually die. In Zaire's heart, he desired to seize more devil fruits. Yet they could not yet hunt down ability users with impunity. It was not lack of strength that held them back, but the fact that no pirate tolerated such lawlessness, and neither would the world government. Later, the New World would become synonymous with lawlessness, a place where the world government resorted to annihilating islands to cow the pirates. For now, even pirates must abide by some rules.